The doorknob turned, light flooded in from behind the door, revealing a clear blue sky. A thought flashed through his mind. It's too bright. Kim Kien calmly lit a cigarette, ignoring the person looking at him with hatred. Who sent you? The man crawled on the ground. Do you think this is the end? He screamed pitifully at Kim Kien. It won't be long before people from the branch come and kill you. You can't fight them alone. He continued rambling. Now kneel down and beg me. Maybe then I will. Kim Kien paid no attention to his words, just loaded his gun, preparing to deal with this loudmouth. Kim Kien coldly replied, too noisy. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at something behind him. Kim Mingxiu was lying there, looking adorable. Kim Kien happily praised, oh my dear puppy. My Mengxiu has been waiting for a long time, hasn't he? He added, are you hungry? Let's go home and eat. Kim Kien, nicknamed the Mad War Demon, one man and one dog walked out the door, leaving a group of people groaning on the ground behind them. He also had another nickname, called the Number One Assassin. On the way back, he encountered a mother and child talking. The child was whining to the mother. Can I skip school and go play today? The mother coaxed the child. No, you can't. If you study well, mommy will buy you delicious food. Hearing that, he also thought of food. Delicious food. Is there still food for Mingxiu? Suddenly, his phone received a message notification. A new mission? Damn it, it's spam. Bright sunlight shone into a pet food store. Kim Kien hesitated, choosing between cans. Which one would Mingxiu like more? Whatever, just buy them all. Suddenly, someone appeared and spoke to him from behind. Hey, it's been a while. The person stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. But look, Kim Kien thought to himself, what is this guy mumbling about? The other person spoke word by word. This must be. Kim Kien felt very annoyed. Damn it, what the hell are you rambling about? Right now, you are talking to me. Yes, I am talking to you. Hearing that, Kim Kien was slightly surprised. The guy pointed a gun at his head viciously. I said, today is a beautiful day to die. The opponent bid farewell with contempt. Take care, Number One Assassin. Kim Kien replied in annoyance. Damn it, a nightmare again? Bang! A gunshot rang out, blood splattered. In the dark space, his consciousness became blurred. Dying pointlessly like this? No, I died as an assassin. Even if I go to hell, I must take revenge on that bushy-headed bastard. But my poor Mingxiu, what will he do all alone? Suddenly, a rift appeared in his consciousness, and Mengxiu was there. Then, another person also poked their head out from that rift. Kim Kien sprang up, his head smashing straight into the other person's face. Kim Kien held his head, still dazed about what just happened. What is this? Didn't I die? I was clearly shot in the head. Wait, where's Mengxiu? He turned around, seeing the dog there, and sighed in relief. Mengxiu, thank goodness, you're safe and sound. The person from before suddenly shouted at him. You have finally arrived. The bald man suddenly shouted to everyone around. The savior has answered our call. Kim Kien was extremely confused. What is this bald guy saying? The others chanted in unison, making Kim Kien even more baffled. We have hope. He looked around, trying to understand the situation. What is going on? Damn it. Another voice rang out. It is an honor to meet you, Savior. He glanced at the person who just spoke those confusing words. Dai Troy stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Dai Troy, the Grand Elder of the Blood Evil sect. Kim Kien wondered inwardly. Does Dai Troy mean bald head? He widened his eyes, assessing the situation. So what is a savior? How do I get back? Dai Troy added, our request is only one. That is, the old man emphasized, please conquer the Wuling. Kim Kien asked in confusion. Conquer what? Who? Oh wait, but where is this? The scene zoomed out, revealing incredibly beautiful scenery. High mountains blurred in the mist like a fairyland. The image shifted to a scene where the sun and moon shone together. So, this isn't the world I know, coming to such a remote place, with exquisitely red roofs, but a Wuling belonging to another dimension. Was I summoned here to conquer this Wuling? Everyone there happily welcomed him. Kim Kien remained silent for a long time. He said a sentence that made everyone's face darken. Truly a bunch of crazies. He frantically checked his phone. No signal. What the hell is going on? Why is it frozen like this? Kim Kien couldn't take it anymore. He angrily looked at the people in front of him, threatening, Hey, you bastards. Before I start cursing, send me back to where I came from immediately. Seeing him angry, Xiao Troy covered his mouth and complained. He's already cursing people. He continued to threaten. I have to go catch the bastard who shot me. Send me back now. Dai Troy asked blankly, Aren't you our savior? But Kim Kien's next sentence made Dai Troy break out in a cold sweat. He cursed, Savior my ass, you senile bald old man. Stop babbling about savior. Send me back now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone's laughter echoed everywhere. Ha ha, that's right. Only like this are you worthy of being our savior. This sound carried a powerful pressure, making him so uncomfortable he had to cover his ears. A person walked over from afar, adding an explanation. Furthermore, the Grand Elder isn't bald. It's just that hair cannot grow. Everyone around whispered, not bald, but hair can't grow? That's scary. Could be the gods are angry? Dai Troy blushed with embarrassment. Oh, this old man, who asked you to be so loudmouthed? Ta Kachvin said sternly. However, even if we call you savior, if you keep speaking recklessly like that, Ta Kachvin emphasized, you might die. Ta Kachvin, sect leader of the blood evil sect. Kim Kien simirkit contemptuously. Old man, you're wrong. You can't say that. The ones who summoned me here without permission were you people, right? He walked closer to the opponent. What should I do? You should answer carefully. If you speak wrong again. He faced the opponent. Old man, you might die by my hands. Dai Troy saw this and rushed to intervene. Hey, savior, how dare you speak to the sect leader like that? Kachvin interjected. Enough. Let me speak. So then, savior, how about this? The old man issued a challenge. If you defeat me, Kachvin proposed, I will yield the position of sect leader to you. Then you could do whatever you want. Dai Troy was terrified by this deal. No. Sect leader, absolutely not. Kachvin cut him off. But if you cannot defeat me, Kim Kien didn't care at all. No, I don't need anything. Just send me back to the original world. Suddenly, it seemed something vague was affecting him. He was internally confused. What is this? Kachvin's killing intent radiated, creating a massive pressure weighing down on Kim Kien. I will show you what hell is like. Seeing this, Kim Kien's mind became unstable. This terrifying feeling of oppression. Fasing Gekving, Kim Kien's thoughts raced. When I was an assassin, I never felt pressure like this. No need to be tense. The opponent is just an old man. He clenched his fists, rallying his will. I am a #1 assassin, also the Mad War Demon. There's no reason I would lose. Kachvin asked if he was ready. He replied, ready? Why do I need to prepare to deal with an old man? The old man said calmly, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Kim Kien was no pushover. Trash talking? I'll let you go first. Make your move. Then I won't be polite. With a whoosh, Kachvin was no longer in his original spot. Truly impressive. Kim Kien's body went stiff as if frozen. In the blink of an eye, Kachvin appeared right in front of him. The opponent struck. In that instant, he saw a powerful punch hurtling towards him. What had to happen happened. Kachvin threw a punch that sent the opponent flying. That pressure was completely irresistible. Kim Kien was not far away. He slammed into the wall, denting a large section of it. Kachvin quickly rushed over, seemingly having no intention of stopping yet. Kim Kien was too terrified to speak. Kachvin stood before him as he knelt on the ground and asked, you couldn't even dodge such a simple attack. The old man raised the crucial question. Kid, are you really our savior? He glanced down, looking disappointed, truly pathetic, not worthy of being my opponent. At this moment, Mengxiu fiercely bit into the old man's pant leg. Kim Kien panicked and stopped the dog. No, Mengxiu, run away. He threatened the opponent. Don't touch Mengxiu. If you dare touch him, I will definitely kill. His eyes quickly scanned toward something. Turning back to see the dog lying behind him, he was horrified. Mengxiu, Kachvin ordered Dai Troy, throw him in the dungeon. As for that beast, feed it to the wolves. The old man replied, yes, sect leader. Hearing that, Kim Kien retorted, he is not a beast, he is my family. He added, I warned you, if you dare touch Mengxiu, I will definitely kill you. He continued asking, attracting the opponent's attention, you are the strongest person here, right? Don't be ridiculous, it's not you. He slowly stood up, asking Kachvin, so, are you curious who is the strongest in this world? He continued with a few more sentences. People with money? Dai Troy suspected. Did the sect leader beat him crazy? Kim Kien's next sentence forced Kachvin to turn his head back. People with strength? He added, those wielding swords, carrying blades, none of them are it. Dai Troy was curious about what was in front of his eyes. Kachvin replied, a strange object. Kim Kien emphasized every word. Listen clearly, the strongest person in this world. He raised that weapon is the one holding a gun. A blinding orange-red light flashed. The two of them still stood there, as if nothing had happened. Kachvin revealed a look of pity. Did you think using that thing would be faster than everything? A bullet pierced right between his eyebrows. Dai Troy remained strangely calm. What was that thing you just mentioned? Seeing the person beside him fall, he finally understood. Kachvin fell to the ground, motionless. Dai Troy was extremely horrified. Da Gekving died, aged 64, sect leader of the blood evil sect. Dai Troy stuttered, unable to form a sentence. He shouted loudly, ordering an attack. Cannot let the one who murdered the sect leader survive. He might order. Everyone immediately rushed forward aggressively. Yes. Kim Kien was very satisfied. Very good. Come to me all at once. He held guns in both hands, preparing for battle. I still have another gun. Kim Kien angrily fired decisively at the people of the Blood Evil sect. Each bullet slid out of the barrel, screaming as it flew. 2 bullets flew towards 2 members of the Blood Evil sect. He said coldly, "You guys messed with the wrong person." 1 copper candy lodged into one person's forehead, the other lodged into another's throat. Kim Kien showed no mercy, continuing to spray bullets, sending another one to the West Heaven. He fired another bullet. Just like that, that person stepped onto the path of reincarnation. The bullet spun ceaselessly, flying out of that person's skull. But Kim Kien did not stop, firing 2 more shots. The sharp bullets gifted each of them a ticket to meet the King of Hell. Another one could not escape a similar fate. Dai Troy's face turned pale, listening in terror to all kinds of screams. "Someone stop him! Spare me! Don't stop! Everyone rush him together! It hurts!" A Blood Evil sect member screamed in terror. "Please, stop it! Wait!" The Blood Evil sect member begged in panic. "We lost. We will apologize." Kim Kien spoke coldly with disgust. "Hey, do you know what my motto is? Kindness must be repaid." The scene shifts to the past. At this moment, he quickly swung his fist, beating that thug's face black and blue. The thug was beaten until he lost his strength, falling backwards. He did not let go, reaching out to grab the guy's head. He stood amidst the groaning crowd. Kim Kien coldly said, "Revenge must be taken." At this time, he was 18 years old, nicknamed Mad War Demon, having never lost a fight. He was the current captain of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk racing gang, and the current captain of the Incheon Union. Kim Kien sighed in boredom. Fainted so fast. How boring. Suddenly, a raspy voice rang out, "Hey, young man." He turned his head suspiciously, and that person spoke leisurely. "It seems you're the strongest now, right? Since there is no one around here who can fight you. But you know, no matter how brutal you are, there's still a strong person you absolutely cannot defeat." These words made Kim Kien very annoyed. The giant man with overwhelming aura asked, "Who is it? Do you know?" He replied scornfully, "That is truly absurd." Kim Kien mocked arrogantly, "Damn it, do you know who I am? Do I look like an idiot?" Then he didn't even care and loudly provoked the other guy. "Who is that strong person? Bring them here, let me see." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Kim Kien froze on the spot. He bewilderingly looked down, seeing only a gun that was still smoking. That guy said smugly, "No matter how strong or fast the fist is, it can never beat guns and bullets." Kim Kien collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound on his thigh, stammering in terror. "Uncle, what are you doing? Why did you do that to me?" That guy immediately replied, "The reason I sought you out is to make an offer." Hearing that, he roared in anger. "Then just say it straight. Why did you have to shoot? You crazy lunatic." The giant man smirked smugly, went a bit overboard. "Just fired a shot out of convenience." Kim Kien cursed furiously. Truly a crazy lunatic. That guy pointed the gun at his forehead, speaking loudly. "Isn't it magical? Just one finger of mine can take your life." He asked in fear and confusion, "What exactly do you want from me?" That guy bluntly stated the demand and benefit. "Work for me, and I will help you become the strongest." Back to the present. Kim Kien raised his pistol, pointing it at the terrified and pathetic Dai Troy. He asked sternly, "Do you know now?" He cornered Dai Troy against the wall. Behind him were countless people lying scattered. He decisively interrogated, "Who is the strongest?" Dai Troy screamed miserably in terror. I know. Of course, I will accept whatever you want. I beg you, spare my life." Afterwards, in the great hall, Dai Troy asked fawningly, "Is that seat comfortable for you?" Kim Kien looked annoyed, sitting with crossed legs, answering lazily. Now, he had become the sect leader of the Blood Evil sect. The cute little puppy Mengxiu held the position of vice sect leader of the Blood Evil sect. He fired a shot, grazing Dai Troy's arm. In the old man's horrified eyes, a chunk of flesh flew off his body. Kim Kien ordered hatefully, "This old man is truly senile. When did I ever want this thing? I said I want to return to where I belong. I said I still have to catch the guy who shot my leg." Hearing that, Dai Troy bowed his head, sweating profusely, stammering, That is." He roared angrily questioning, "Hey, what's so difficult about my request?" Dai Troy shrank back in confusion. "Actually, the way to return, I don't know." Kim Kien stepped down from the throne, speaking coldly. "Don't know? You don't know? Turns out you don't know. Then why didn't you say so sooner?" Without another word, he pressed the gun against Dai Troy's temple, his expression changing, roaring in anger. "If so, I would have sent you along with that old sect leader long ago." Dai Troy was scared until his face turned purple, stopping him in panic. Wait. Dai Troy kowtowed to explain. Just give me a few days. I will definitely find every way to find the path back." He pleaded anxiously. "For sure. Just a little time. He rubbed his forehead wearily and ordered, "Got it, get out first." Dai Troy, as if granted a great amnesty, hurriedly ran away. Damn it, maybe I should just kill him and be done with it. Kim Kien sat back on the throne dejectedly, thinking to himself, how ridiculous. What the hell is this situation anyway? No signal on the phone is crazy enough. Now what do I do? Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. Kim Kien immediately opened the phone, wondering in amazement. What is this? It was clearly frozen. A message appeared on the screen. "Hello, I'm Team Leader Kim I-dong. We bring you an opportunity to conquer Wulin in a short time. Free opportunity to conquer Wulin. Providing free initial ammo pack, the strongest team. Join code. Not replying within 30 minutes will automatically decline the free offer." Why does 1 plus minus 2 equal 5? You must be very confused, right? We will explain slowly. Currently, the place where the challenger is located is. Reading this, he couldn't help but be suspicious. This message is. Recalling the recent message, Kim Kien thought this was a spam message he received before dying. But, looking closely again, he remembered that line. Join code. Not replying within 30 minutes will automatically decline the free offer. Why does 1 plus minus 2 equal 5? He thought annoyedly, truly pushing people too far. Kim Kien frowned, impatiently pressing buttons randomly, cursing. Why can't I reply? Damn it, what the hell is this anyway? Messages kept popping up. You must be very confused, right? We will explain slowly. Currently, the place where the challenger is located is another dimension called Wulin. To return to the original Earth dimension, you must complete a mission. Kim Kien shook with anger. What nonsense is this crazy person saying? But the system didn't care at all, continuing to send messages. You must have guessed it already, it is to conquer Wulin. Although he was so angry he clenched his fists, the message still reminded him. If you cannot complete the mission within 1 year, you will suffer the penalty of losing your precious thing. That is the super cute Minchio. The little puppy looked at him intently with glittering eyes. Kim Kien scratched his head and toward his ears, unwilling to accept it. But the message continued to force him. Well, it wouldn't be good if the cute Minchio died, right? So good luck. His furious roar echoed throughout the precious hall. Bastard. Gimme Zung. After calming down, Kim Kien opened the door. Is the old man here? Dai Troy was muttering to himself in annoyance. Truly a rude person. Doesn't know how to respect elders. He didn't care that he was standing behind him, only busy muttering curses. The way to return to the original world. If I knew that thing, I would have sent you on your way long ago. You fool. In short, I have to be quick before that crazy guy comes. He spoke coldly. Looks like you're planning to go play somewhere. Hearing that, Dai Troy screamed miserably in panic. His face turned purple, hurriedly explaining. Sect leader, I was scolding my son, and this luggage is because I'm preparing to set off to find a way to help the sect leader return. So, sect leader, please spare my life. Kim Kien interrupted annoyedly. Wait, Dai Troy didn't listen at all, continuing to beg. Please spare my life. Even if you kill this old man, there's no benefit. He spoke in fear with a desperate voice. Even as a bloodthirsty maniac, if you kill people you will be punished further, then die a miserable and painful death. He immediately retorted. I said no. Kim Kien was furious. Punching him once. Shut up. Listen to me, you bald old man. Dai Troy shrank back in fear. I apologize. It was because I was momentarily panicked. He regained his composure, clearing his throat. Ahem. I will do the thing mentioned earlier. Dai Troy opened his eyes wide, bewildered. Huh? He reminded, that is try it once and see. Kim Kien said seriously, conquer Wulin. Dai Troy's face flushed red, exclaiming in excitement, as expected of the savior. Oh no, sect leader, I believe it was so. Then I will immediately go prepare everything for the sect. He added, but there is one condition. Dai Troy obeyed respectfully. Yes, what is it? Under the blue sky. Dai Troy shouted loudly. Everyone gather up. He carefully lifted the scroll, announcing, I obey the sect leader's order to pass on the message. From today, we're no longer the blood evil sect, but will be. Saying that, Dai Troy opened the scroll, revealing 3 words Mengshio sect. Menku sect. The sect members cheered excitedly. Menku sect. Menku sect. Menku sect. Menku sect. A young guy with tears in his eyes forced a smile and thought to himself, damn it, the sect name is Mengshio? Sigh, maybe I should just run away. People around kept chanting, Mengshio sect, Menku sect. He muttered resentfully, why use the name of that beast? Suddenly, he noticed the cute appearance of the little puppy. The bald guy next to him exclaimed in amazement, I love you, Kim Mingxiu. The young guy was stunned, thinking to himself, Mingxiu sect, didn't expect it to sound so good. Facing the cute little puppy, he shouted loudly, lead me, Kim Ming-xiu, so proud. Menku sect. 364 days left until the deadline to conquer Wulin. Outside the sun is beautiful. Inside a magnificent white mansion, a voice echoed out. Heard that this time the demon sect has changed its leader, and the name also changed from Blood Evil Sect to Mingxiu Sect. Hearing this, an old man fell into deep thought. Sect leader of Kunlun Sect, Q Kayat, spoke sternly, bringing a new wind to the declining demon sect. Then he asked curiously, still no information about the new sect leader? The disciple answered stammeringly, that. Heard he uses a strange demonic art. Q Kayat asked suspiciously, strange demonic art? The disciple immediately replied, yes, exactly. He carefully recounted. They say every time he moves, someone dies. This statement greatly astonished the old man. Q Kayat immediately pressed on with curiosity. What kind of movement technique is it exactly? The disciple used his hand to make a gesture. He friendly raised his middle finger and replied, they say he only uses one finger. The old man was horrified and couldn't believe it. Are you sure it's that finger? The disciple hurriedly answered, no. I just thought it was probably this one. Q Kayat understood and said dejectedly, all right. In short, another storm of blood is coming. Over at the Mingxiu sect, someone shouted in shock, hey, is this something we should be hearing? The former fifth elder of the Blood Evil sect, Dang Koak, roared in anger, deciding the position of sect leader completely without consulting us. So what if he won? The former second elder of the Blood Evil sect, Do Try It How, pondered for a long time before speaking. The strongest becomes the sect leader. Isn't that our doctrine? Dang Koak angrily retorted, I don't acknowledge it. I oppose that savior thing and summoning that guy from the start. Do Try It How annoyed remind him. What do you mean that guy? Watch your mouth. He is the current sect leader. Just then, someone loudly chimed in. Honestly, I'm not happy either. Dang Koak was startled. Cursing, you scared me. Do Try It How coldly questioned, what is it? The fourth elder immediately replied, don't you know too, brother? I've sacrificed so much for the Blood Evil sect. The former fourth elder of the Blood Evil sect, Luke Ba, grumbled rudely. I held back on sleeping, eating, and playing. But when making such a major decision, I was left out. Do Try It How helplessly retorted, I think you always live as you please. Do Try It How strictly corrected them. Anyway, if you have any dissatisfaction, then prove your own abilities. Then he advised the two, but remember clearly, no matter what, he is the one who defeated the previous sect leader. Do Try It How spoke in a threatening tone. If you charge in half-heartedly, you will be the ones to die. Sensing a wave of malice, Dang Koak abruptly turned his head. Do Try It How also looked behind. Luke Ba also turned his head following the two. Dai Troy introduced him to everyone. Come on, everyone say hello. This is sect leader Kim Kien. The three stirred and stood up. Everyone clasped their hands in greeting to him. Greetings, new sect leader. At this moment, Old Fourth Luke Ba dazedly noticed the cute Mingxiu nestling by his leg. Luke Ba happily ran up to the little dog. Oh my, why is it so small and cute? Luke Ba chirped happily. Where did you get such a cute animal, sir? How did it get here? Luke Ba was so happy he grinned from ear to ear. Kim Kien coldly spoke up, hey fatty. Luke Bao was surprised. Pooh. He didn't hesitate to punch Luke Ba, sending his teeth flying. Did it drive here? Luke Ba fell flat on the ground from the momentum. Seeing Luke Ba miserably holding his face, Kim Kien roared in anger. Who are you messing with? You guys are the ones who called me here. He threatened aggressively. From now on, don't open your mouth in front of me, got it? Luke Ba didn't answer, which made Kim Kien extremely annoyed. Damn it, why aren't you answering? Mute? Luke Ba hurriedly replied in pain. No, sir. Sorry, sect leader. He cursed irritably. I told you not to open your mouth. Luke Ba thought aggrievedly. Damn it, then what am I supposed to do? Dai Troy awkwardly intervened. Then, let's start the Elder Conference now. He turned to Kim Kien, only to see him sitting leisurely with crossed legs on the top seat, saying, please speak, sect leader. He bluntly declared, listen clearly everyone, from now on, we will start conquering the Wulin. Dang Koak was stunned, thinking, finally, we can regain our past reputation. Then Kim Kien added, but if we cannot successfully conquer the Wulin within a year, everyone commits suicide. This statement shocked Dang Koak into a daze. Huh? What does this mean? Seeing the horrified look on everyone's faces, he exclaimed, wow, nobody wants to die, right? Kim Kien seriously instructed, then find a way to conquer the Wulin within a year. At this moment, Do Try It How had an opinion. Sect leader, he thought to himself that he had to stand up and speak. He knew very well that conquering the Wulin in 1 year was impossible. Then he asked the sect leader, can I say a word? He immediately refused. No, You look like the type of person I hate. Do try it. How was bewildered. Huh? Kim Kien impatiently signaled to him. Were you going to say that conquering the Wuline in a year is impossible? He answered blankly. Yes, that's right. He mockingly sneered. See, what an idiot. Do try it. How was struck dumb. Thinking, why did the sect leader say that about me? Dang Koak angrily slammed the table. Enough. He retorted irritably. Listening any further just gets more ridiculous. Hearing this, Dai Troy roared. What are you saying? Old Fifth, he questioned indignantly. You are going too far too. You didn't discuss this with me at all. Dai Troy helplessly explained. I didn't know either. Dang Koak said arrogantly. Although you defeated the previous sect leader, I won't acknowledge it. If you want us to acknowledge you, he challenged bluntly, then bet the sect leader position and fight me. Kim Kien sarcastically said in anger, unbelievable. Just a moment ago you were begging me to help you conquer the Wuline. Fine. Are you confident you can handle the consequences? Sensing something unusual about him, Dang Koak got even more fired up. Even so, this guy definitely has some weird ability, just like that previous sect leader. At this moment, he checked his gun, thinking, not much ammo left, have to use it sparingly. Seeing Kim Kien silent, he suspiciously thought, why suddenly bow his head? Then Dang Koak thought smugly, what's wrong? Could be he's scared of me? Must be. Although I don't know what trick he used to beat the previous sect leader, it's useless against me. Seeing Dang Koak's aggressive and unreserved demeanor, Dai Troy worriedly whispered a reminder. Fifth Elder, don't be like this. Although I don't know what it is, please don't do that. Dang Koak arrogantly stepped up, calling out, hey, scared? He provoked with a mocking face. These words terrified Dai Troy, so much his face turned pale. Kim Kien frowned in confusion. Even Mungchio was stunned. This is just too ridiculous. Facing his gloomy expression, Dang Koak kept mocking. Hey, why not answer? Scared? Is the sect leader scared? Is your mouth glued shut? Scared, right? You can't do it. He pulled out his gun, roaring in anger, die. Just as Kim Kien was about to pull the trigger, the phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. Opening the phone to check the message, his eyes widened in surprise. Dang Koak laughed triumphantly. Why not attack anymore? Scared? Anyone looking would think I'm the bad guy. He roared impatiently. Hey, Kim Kien stood up, asking coldly. What you want is a duel with me, right? Saying that, he strode towards Dang Koak. He agreed heartily. Fine, a duel it is. Kim Kien said gloomily, but I bet on one condition. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became deep, overflowing with killing intent. He said decisively, rebelling just for the sect leader position. That's too boring. Why aren't you answering? He was shocked beyond belief. What? This terrifying killing intent. He thought dazedly. Could it be? Kim Kien exuded an aura like a demon crawling up from hell, asking, scared? Under the night sky, 3 sect members exclaimed. After the previous sect leader, this time he plans to duel the 5th elder? A guy wearing a hat asked worriedly. Isn't the sect leader being a bit too reckless this time? Another person replied calmly. No, the reckless one is the 5th elder. The guy in the hat squinted to observe carefully. Although everyone knows Elder Dang Koak sits in the elder position relying only on strength, that's not the truth. From the 5th elder's cold expression, that guy knew very well Elder Dang Koak's most terrifying point. Recalling those who fought the 5th elder before, he swung his fist aggressively, shouting, I beg you, hurry up and die. But the person being hit was fine. No matter how many punches, the 5th elder was unharmed. Dang Koak even provoked. Swatting mosquitoes? Try using more strength. This conversely made the attacker tired to the point of fainting, impatiently striking consecutively. I beg you, just fall down. The 5th elder still calmly urged. Too weak, hit a bit harder. This ability to take a beating also earned Elder Dang Koak another nickname, truly worthy of being someone who can withstand the blows of a fierce tiger. In the end, those who fought the 5th elder all collapsed. Dang Koak, the invincible, thus had the nickname Tiger Othak Chi back to the present. A mysterious voice suddenly rang out. Do you guys really know nothing? The guy in the hat was bewildered. Huh? A fat guy with a serious face said, the true, terrifying point of the sect leader. The guy in the hat questioned in confusion. What? Who are you? The fat guy ignored him, continuing, I was also at the scene back then. Recalling that day when the sky was clear and the mountains were layered, the fat guy said, it was a peaceful day without a single cloud. The guy in the hat asked annoyedly, damn it, I asked who you are. The fat guy continued recounting. However, suddenly there was a loud explosion. That white-haired old man fell down, and the previous sect leader died, just like that. The official battle had begun. The new sect leader, as soon as he made a move, released a huge beam of light, sending a bunch of people to heaven in the blink of an eye. Everyone fell one after another as if struck by lightning. how cruel that scene was. At that time, that fat guy was leisurely eating popcorn while watching the show. The guy in a hat cursed in panic. This guy could still eat at a time like that? Even opponents who were weak old men were no exception. An exhausted old man mumbled, "Honey, I'm going ahead first." Seeing Kim Kien's cool appearance, a thought flashed in the fat guy's mind. At that time, I came up with a nickname suitable for the sect leader. Even ghosts and demons would drop their jaws in surprise. Kim Kien, together with a sinister smile, the fat guy gave him the nickname Lao Kinma. The guy in a hat was dumbfounded. Your mom? Truly an incredibly domineering nickname. The fat guy corrected annoyedly. No, it's Lao Kinma. Pronounce it correctly. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Silence! Sect leader, fifth elder are entering." The guy in a hat thought curiously. They're here. As the two stepped onto the ring, the person continued. The match of the century is about to begin. Tiger O Thak Chi versus your mom. The two stood facing each other. The fat guy roared in frustration. No, it's Laukama. Dang Koak slammed his two palms together, asking aggressively, "Ready yet?" He frowned and said angrily, "Get ready for a beating." Kim Kien coldly opened his mouth, speechless. Fine, everyone talks too much at first like you. His eyes filled with killing intent, saying angrily, "Until they eat a bullet." The host loudly announced, "So now, the duel between the sect leader and the fifth elder officially begins." Kim Kien looked at the fifth elder's bulging muscles, asking suspiciously, "Did you take muscle enhancers?" The host explained further. The duel format is according to the sect leader's request. At this moment, he gripped the gun tightly, saying leisurely, "Turn-based attack mode. The method is very simple. Each person takes turns attacking once. The last one standing is the winner." Hearing this, Dang Koak firmly clenched his fist. But facing the image of a blood-stained skull, Kim Kien bluntly declared, "However, the winner will have the right to decide the life or death of the loser." The host reminded him, "Then, please decide the attacking side first. Sect leader, please choose the order you want." Dang Koak suddenly interrupted, "No need. Did you forget what my nickname is? I am Tiger O Thakchi naturally. I will let you attack first." The fifth elder said arrogantly. Kim Kien thought with annoyance, "What is this crazy guy?" He decisively pointed the gun at the fifth elder. "Then I will let you know where I want to attack first." Looking at Dang Koak's solid chest, he said decisively, "Chest. I will attack your chest." The fifth elder responded excitedly, "Just wait and regret it," saying that the fifth elder strengthened his muscles, his body becoming more solid. Dang Koak roared aggressively, "Just use all your strength and try." Kim Kien immediately fired a shot at the fifth elder's thigh. The host was scared out of his wits. The fifth elder was bewildered, unable to believe it. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Seeing this scene, the guy in the hat felt disappointed. It's just an attack with a slightly loud noise. How can this kind of attack hurt Elder Dang Koak? Just then, the fifth elder screamed miserably in pain. "Damn it, it hurts. Bastard, didn't you say you would hit the chest?" This action made everyone speechless. Dang Koak was red in the face with anger, roaring, "Didn't you say you would attack the chest?" Looking at the fifth elder's resentful face, Kim Kien calmly said, "Ah, that?" He smiled triumphantly. "I tricked you." The fifth elder's eyes widened, gritting his teeth in anger. "This damn bastard." Dang Koak knelt on the ground in pain, cursing silently. Damn, to show such a shameful appearance in front of subordinates. Must stand up quickly, put strength into the legs. The fifth elder sighed with relief, thinking, "That's right, the more it is like this, the calmer I must be. Now it's my turn. I still have one leg." Dang Koak thought proudly. "Now it's my turn. Tremble under my fist. It will hurt a lot." Saying that, the fifth elder strode forward. The feeling of pain like being pounced on by a tiger. That is the description of this fist technique. Its name is Tiger's Mouth Fist. Immediately after, the fifth elder unleashed a fist technique like a tiger roaring. Before he could strike, Kim Kien gave Dang Koak another bullet. The host's eyes widened in surprise. The fifth elder was also dumbfounded. He coldly exclaimed, "Damn it, what is it now?" The host panicked and stammered a reminder. Sect leader. In turn-based attack mode, the two sides should take turns attacking. One person cannot attack continuously. Kim Kien said indifferently. "Hey." His face was gloomy, saying coldly, "Damn, where did this rule come from? Is it written in the Constitution of the Republic of Korea?" "Huh." The host replied fearfully, "No, sir." He continued to question, "Which article? Which clause? Tell me." Dai Troy was speechless. The little demon on Dai Troy's shoulder was dizzy. Dai Troy thought in surprise, "Damn, even the ghost is scared enough to fall over." Dang Koak struggled, thinking, Damn, Big Brother is too scary. He said uncomfortably. Damn, I have to move fast, but my leg. Next, Kim Kien opened his mouth calmly. In the world I live in, there's a saying, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Just keep a clear head and you can survive. But in reality, that is complete nonsense. He pointed the gun at the fifth elder, saying, to enter the tiger's den and want to come out alive, you just need a gun. Dang, Koak panicked. He knew it was not good. No, like this I will really die. The fifth elder panicked and hurriedly begged. Sect leader, I seem to have thought wrong. I will work hard in the future, so if you can give me a chance to atone, I will be extremely grateful. Kim Kien leisurely said, farewell. A crisp gunshot rang out. Seeing the fifth elder squeeze his eyes shut with a painful expression, he mocked. Hey, scared? Not feeling pain, Dang Koak carefully opened one eye. He turned and walked away, emphasizing, you owe me a life. Don't be insolent in the future. Watching his back disappear, the fifth elder fell into thought. What is this? This feeling of being aggrieved, yet not aggrieved. Dang Koak rubbed his nose. Could this be friendship between men? Although both legs were bleeding, the fifth elder still watched him. Kim Kien left in a panic, thinking, damn, out of ammo, almost died. Hearing the message notification sound, he thought happily, it's here. Then he opened his phone to check. The message displayed clearly, mission, win the duel with the fifth elder. In case of not dying and winning, an additional reward will be received. Mission accomplished. Reward details. Basic reward, 2 magazines of 30 rounds. Additional reward, random. Receive basic reward. Receive additional reward. Kim Kien suddenly realized something was wrong. He opened his mouth to ask, hey, Baldy, are there only 4 elders? Dai Troy calmly replied, no, there are a total of 5 elders. The third elder is currently not here. She is elsewhere. The third elder swung a few sword energies, successively sending a few guys to the afterlife. Someone had their weapon knocked out of their hand, defeated in one move. Others also could not escape this calamity. Finished, the third elder gently landed on the ground. She took the handkerchief, asking suspiciously, while I was not here, did such a thing happen? The subordinate carefully replied, yes, that is correct, third elder. Tran Ho Alon tiredly wiped her face, exclaiming, who said they wanted to revitalize the sect, but now they are dead, sigh. This appearance. She handed the handkerchief to the subordinate, saying excitedly, even so, the sect leader and the fifth elder. Did he win against both of them? Truly worth looking forward to. I wonder what kind of person he is. Then she ordered the subordinate, clean up, prepare to depart. The former third elder of the blood evil sect, Tran Ho Alon, said happily, let's go meet the new sect leader. Mengxiu growled uncomfortably. Dang Koak opened his mouth happily. Mengxiu, what's wrong with you since this morning? Hungry? I'll get you some rice to eat. The fifth elder was in high spirits, smiling radiantly. Good morning, sect leader. Kim Kien annoyedly punched Dang Koak in the face. Even he was startled, asking in surprise, yet calmly. Startled me. The fist threw itself. What are you doing early in the morning? The fifth elder replied in pain. I was guarding the sect leader while you slept. Dang Koak happily explained. I was afraid someone would threaten the sect leader's safety. Kim Kien scolded annoyedly. You are the most dangerous one. Get out. Dang Koak, after being scolded, sniffled and left. Dai Troy saw this scene, very helpless. He impatiently opened his mouth. What's the matter with you early in the morning? Dai Troy replied in surprise. The sect leader told me to come this morning. He remembered, then ordered, all right, call all the elders here. I have something to ask. In the vast mansion of the sect, Kim Kien's voice rang out. Everyone is here, right? Now explain to me once, why do you call me the savior? And why are you determined to conquer the Wuline? He sat majestically on the high chair. Second elder Do Try It How raised his hand to suggest. Sect leader, let me explain that. The second elder recounted, the Wuline Alliance is a gathering of righteous sects, gathering those who call themselves famous righteous sections. From ancient times to now, they have considered the Blood Evil sect a thorn in their side. The Blood Evil sect was previously very peaceful. The reason is, although our style of action is different from theirs, we still lived very well. That made them an eyesore, and that jealousy turned into a rocket shot straight at us. At that time, the Wuline Alliance aggressively burned and destroyed the sect, attacking the Blood Evil sect. Despite the members inside screaming in despair, please save me, I don't want to die, they still ordered to kill everyone without mercy, regardless of the elderly, weak, women, or children. At that time, due to weaker military forces, we were finally defeated. The declined Blood Evil sect today is not only a delicious bait in the eyes of the righteous faction, but also of the evil faction. The Blood Evil sect is like a weakened lion, torn apart by a pack of wolves. Hearing this, Kim Kien asked suspiciously, "So you mean you're neither righteous nor evil?" Du Triad Hao replied calmly, "That's right. We follow our own doctrines. Although we do not compete with the world, the result turned out like this." He turned to Kim Kien, saying respectfully, "We want to join a savior like you, sect leader, to unify this hellish Wallin and realize peace for the Wallin." Hearing this, Kim Kien's face darkened. Du Triad Hao spoke seriously. "However, conquering the Wallin within a year, as the sect leader said, is actually almost impossible." Kim Kien immediately interrupted, asking back in disgust, "Why do I have to protect your peace? Am I some damn superhero? Unify? Even my own country can't do it. Besides, on what basis am I your savior?" This sentence made Luke Ba and Dang Koak speechless. Dai Troy's face turned pale, saying fearfully, "Actually, we don't know the reason either. The savior is the sect leader." Kim Kien was surprised. What? Dai Troy explained that he was once attacked by the Wulin Alliance. The scene shifted to the scene of the fire before. Everyone was screaming miserably. Wait, please stop." Seeing the enemy about to rush in, Dai Troy begged in terror, "I'm just an old man doing chores here." That person sneered contemptuously, wearing those clothes and saying such words. "Don't you find it ridiculous?" Dai Troy was stunned. "Wait, who?" That person laughed in disgust. "Just looking at your cursed head, I know who you are." Seeing someone walking over, that person didn't understand, then cursed angrily. "What the hell? Where did you come from? Quickly declare your identity." Finished speaking, that person had their face deformed by the other's internal energy. Seeing the enemy die on the spot, Dai Troy was scared out of his wits. That was terrifying. He immediately played dumb. I am old. I don't have long to live. Please spare my life." But the cloaked person threw down a scroll. Dai Troy was surprised. "Huh?" The cloaked person coldly said, "The date written on there is the day your savior will arrive to unify the Wallin. Prepare to welcome him well." Dai Troy took the scroll, stammering, "Yes." "Wait, what does this mean? Savior?" The cloaked person turned to leave. "Read that letter, and you will understand what I said." Dai Troy panicked and chased after him, calling out, "Wait, who are you? Please wait a moment." Kim Kien calmly asked, "So you don't know who that suspicious man was?" Dai Troy frankly replied, "Yes, that's right. But I did notice one characteristic." Kim Kien curiously pressed, "What characteristic?" Dai Troy grimaced and revealed it was, "He also had no hair like me." Hearing this, Kim Kien fell into deep thought for a long while. "But who?" He recalled the cloaked person, thinking to himself, "That suspicious man looks like he's the one who transported me here. Why me? What is the purpose?" Suddenly, someone hurriedly shouted, "Sect leader, elder." An injured subordinate gasped and reported, "Because of an urgent matter, your subordinate ventured to intrude. But something important has happened. I fear you all need to go out for a trip now." After stepping outside, Kim Kien's face was gloomy, asking angrily, "What is the meaning of this?" In the sect's front courtyard, the bodies of subordinates lay scattered. Hearing those mocking words, Kim Kien felt extremely uncomfortable. "So you aren't the new sect leader of the Blood Evil sect, but the sect leader of the Mengxiu sect, huh? As for those cultists, my apologies, because they insisted on blocking my way in." The sect leader of the Go Sword sect, Kamko Fong, spoke with a gloomy aura. "Even so, no need to worry too much, as I left them with their lives." Kim Kien spoke up with interest. "All right, then tell me the reason." Looking at this aggressive group, he asked in annoyance, "Dragging people here early in the morning for what?" Kamko Fong gripped his sword tightly, replying smugly, "We have always been lurking for an opportunity, wanting to take over the Blood Evil sect which had declined because of the Wallin Alliance. Just then, we heard news that the Blood Evil sect leader, oh no, now it must be the late sect leader Ta Kach Vin, had died at the hands of an unidentified outsider. A delicious piece of bait is right before our eyes." Kamko Fong angrily channeled his chi, unsheathed his sword, his tone aggressive. "How could I sit still and not care?" Kim Kien retorted furiously, "You're not a snake, so why is your tongue so long? Isn't it just coming to fish in troubled waters?" Kamko Fong laughed arrogantly and exclaimed, Truly a smarter little friend than I thought. Now that you know the purpose, what do you intend to do?" Kim Kien continued to mock. "Hit the nail on the head, so you only know how to laugh foolishly? Isn't the answer too obvious? Thought you were smart. Turns out you're a fool." Hearing this, Kamko Fong flew into a rage. Someone behind intervened. Sect leader does not need to act. Kam Fong of the Ghost Sword sect spoke arrogantly. Now that Ta Kachman is gone, I alone am enough to deal with this. Kim Kien was startled. What is this? How'd he train those muscles? And what's with that giant axe? He asked in astonishment. You intend to chop my head off with that axe? The guy immediately roared aggressively, spouting nonsense. It will end quickly, don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, Kam Fong agilely rushed forward. Kim Kien's eyes widened, unable to believe it, too fast. Sensing the guy rushing in at breakneck speed, Kim Kien couldn't help but be stunned. He panicked, realizing his gun was missing. Wait, my gun. Before he could find it, Kam Fong decisively swung the axe down. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. Kam Fong was extremely astonished. In Kim Kien's amazed gaze, Luke Ba had blocked this blow for him. Dare to harm the sect leader in front of us. The fourth elder frowned, saying unpleasantly, an attack of this level isn't even worth scratching an itch for me. Kim Kien worriedly reminded, hey, your hand is bleeding. Dang Koak immediately chimed in. Rarely does he say something correct. Barging into the Mungchio sect arbitrarily wasn't enough. Now you want to harm the sect leader? The fifth elder put all his strength into his fist, unleashing a thunderous punch. Such a crime is unforgivable by heaven and earth. Just like that, Dang Koak threw a punch, beating Kam Fong's cheekbone into deformation, sending his whole body flying far away with a powerful force, dust flying blindly. The fifth elder's eyes were icy, cursing angrily. You must pay the price with your own lives. Watching this scene, Kim Kien fell into thought. I thought Dang Koak was already strong, but unexpectedly he's even stronger than I thought. Luke Ba looks useless, but is actually quite useful. Now I have to look at the two of them with different eyes. Just need to utilize them well. Perhaps I can truly conquer the Walene. Kim Kien happily said to the enemy. Truly a foolish choice. Hearing this, Kam Fong laughed excitedly in a despicable manner. Then watch carefully the consequences of the choice you have made. At this moment, Kim Kien walked down coldly. Old man, why has your tongue been so long this whole time? I will only say this once. Listen clearly. I don't blame the one who started it. Kim Kien's face was ferocious, taking out two hidden weapons, declaring, but I also won't spare your lives. Killing intent sparked in his eyes. Kam Fong faced him without fear. Kim Kien ordered, and men and horses on both sides immediately rushed up to fight. Dang Koak and Luke Ba were extremely excited upon receiving the order to kill. Dang Koak agilely rushed down, saying, I was waiting for this exact sentence. Kim Kien glanced at Dang Koak, thinking to himself, just need to use him in the right place. He's quite useful. Luke Ba suddenly rolled down, shouting, I slipped. Someone catch me. Seeing this scene, Kim Kien thought, as for this guy, it's a bit difficult. A moment later, Dang Koak landed in a majestic posture, radiating an aura hard to match. He panted in satisfaction. I've held back for too long. Attack quickly. The enemy launched an attack simultaneously. The fifth elder flexibly leaned to dodge the enemy's sword tip. The opponent's blade didn't touch him at all. Next, Dang Koak put strength into his fist, a punch causing the enemy extreme pain, even dropping the sword. The remaining people seemed not to sense the danger, still aggressively rushing up to attack. Dang Koak used a spinning punch to knock two enemies flying. Suddenly, his sharp eyes caught something approaching. Another enemy frantically rushed over holding a weapon. Sword light flashed, only seeing fresh blood splashing. The two stood still for a moment. That person said, this is my family's heirloom sword. Dang Koak grabbed the sword blade. Suddenly smirking smugly, he used his hand strength to snap it, breaking the heirloom sword in two. Next, he used his solid hands to strangle the opponent. Dang Koak hesitated not a bit to lift that person up, ignoring his struggles. No one expected the next step. Dang Koak suddenly yanked hard, smashing that person onto the ground, shattering the floor tiles. He laughed contemptuously. Only this much strength, truly laughable. Having said that, he once again put strength into his fist. Luke Ba suddenly stood in front. Little brother, don't fear, I will protect your rear. Dang Koak looked at Luke Ba's appearance, face full of confusion. No way, you are bleeding. Another enemy rushed up again. Then let's see if you can block this move. Suddenly, the guy stopped inexplicably. Luke Ba's face darkened as he said, I already said, an attack of this level cannot hurt me. That person reminded, no, your hand is bleeding. Saying that, Luke Ba swung a punch, noisy as hell. Go to hell and repent for your foolish behavior. The punch hit right on the opponent's face, beating that person's face askew. But when Luke Ba retracted his hand, the opponent's face was unharmed, making even him stunned. Luke Ba thought, refreshing, right? Luke Ba said, looking at what? Still want another beating? Turns out this move was Luke Ba's specialty. Massage hand, zero attack power. Kim Kien up high saw this scene, laughing helplessly, unknown when several enemies had appeared behind his back. They whispered behind him, being a sect leader, yet letting someone get close behind so easily. Winning against the previous sect leader must have been due to some dirty trick. Those guys simultaneously rushed up to attack Dai. Suddenly, someone called out to them, "Hey!" A massive pressure crashed down from behind. "Where are you looking?" One guy's head immediately deformed, but he still managed to utter a few words. "Wait." His accomplice saw this scene, terror in his heart. He glanced to the side, saying, "Hey," then turned his head to curse Kim Kien, bastard. Before he could attack, he was preempted by Kim Kien. That person still managed to say die, but in the next second, blood sprayed from his neck. Kim Kien glanced over with an emotionless face. He stood there saying, "But then again, you lot." Kim Kien took out his weapon and continued, "Take me for a soft persimmon?" Finished speaking, he immediately rushed straight forward and attacked. He dealt with that group alone. The battle happened extremely quickly. Suddenly, a shadow fell on the ground. Kim Kien, full of killing intent, suddenly jumped up, rushing toward an enemy. With a massive force, he slammed the attack straight down into the ground. The ground shook, rubble flying everywhere. Then he coldly said, before intending to act against anyone, "One must definitely understand one thing." At this moment, his whole body radiated terrifying, killing intent. That is who your opponent is. On the other side, Dan Koak was also standing amidst a crowd of fallen opponents. He glanced around, thinking it was probably all over. Suddenly, an object unexpectedly sped past his face. That thing chopped heavily down onto the ground, smashing the earth. A pair of feet stepped on the ground, seeming to have stopped. Dan Koak saw this, immediately raising his guard and saying, "The one called the head of the sect here." Dan Koak stepped up, voice full of anger, yet sneak attacked from behind so cowardly? Shameless. Suddenly, a stream of purple power enveloped Dan Koak. Cam Ko Fong said frantically, "Originally a poison refined to assassinate Ta Catch Vin. Unexpectedly, it is used here." He rushed towards Dan Koak to attack. "I will send you along with the previous sect leader." Dan Koak also quickly intercepted the attack. The moment Cam Ko Fong's sword collided with his fist, the pressure generated between the two shook the surroundings. No one yielded to anyone. Both were blown away as the immense pressure between them exploded. Dan Koak retreated, calculating, "Since it's poison, I can't condense my internal energy into my fist." Kim Kien saw this scene, his face darkening. He fumbled for something in his shirt. "This doesn't feel right. What is this? Where has my gun disappeared to at a time like this?" He was startled. Glancing to the side, Meng Xiu was obediently holding that special weapon in his mouth. Kim Kien happily said, "Oh my Meng Xiu, are you helping Daddy find his gun?" So smart. He observed the battle while thinking, "In this situation, without a gun, it'll be hard to beat those guys." He held the gun in his hand, lost in thought, but using bullets one by one is too wasteful. Then, he pointed the muzzle forward. "Even so, I can't leave any dangerous elements behind." Suddenly, something flew over, arousing Kim Kien's suspicion. "Over here." Cam Ko Fong was smug. "The past status of the Blood Evil sect is no more." He continued, "Now I will take over the Blood Evil sect. Oh no, the Meng Xiu sect." Suddenly, a person holding a long iron chain attacked him unexpectedly. His neck was tightened by the chain. A person holding a weapon rushed straight at Cam Ko Fong. He stumbled and begged, "Wait, take this off." Just as that group of people landed on the ground, was also when Cam Ko Fong's blood splattered everywhere. The leading woman said, "I should have greeted you according to etiquette, but the situation is urgent. Please forgive me for not following it." This is an assassination action by the Iron Blood Corps. The woman introduced herself. "Greetings, new sect leader. I am the leader of the Iron Blood Corps and also the third elder, Tran Ho Alan." Seeing this, Kim Kien fell into thought. That woman is the third elder. She looks much more reliable than the other elders. Tran Ho Alan suddenly drew a blade from her sleeve. Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of provocation. "However, there is something I am very curious about. The person who could defeat the former sect leader and Dan Koak." Finishing her sentence, she gripped the hilt tightly, rushing forward. The blade swung up, pointing straight at Kim Kien. As she said, "What is your true strength exactly?" Kim Kien was momentarily stunned, not yet reacting to what was happening. Tran Ho Alan's face darkened, her eyes full of killing intent, looking up and staring at Kim Kien. she thought to herself, though I only intended to scare him a little. Kim Kien leaned sideways to dodge the blow. Not only that, he also caught the blade in Tran Hoa Lan's hand, making her momentarily unable to believe it. But in that situation, he could block it in the blink of an eye. It seems winning wasn't a fluke. But Tran Hoa Lan didn't stop there. She gripped the hilt tightly, preparing to attack again. Then, let's see if he can block it this time. Kim Kien saw through Tran Hoa Lan's intention, warning in a low voice, best not to pull it out. I'm not kind enough to block the same move twice. At the same time, he pulled out his gun, pointing it straight at Tran Hoa Lan. She looked at the weapon in his hand, thinking, is that the new sect leader's weapon that my subordinates told me about? Without hesitation, Tran Hoa Lan swung her blade to attack again. But this doesn't look like the level that could defeat the former sect leader and Dang Koak. Now I just need to confirm whether this is actually just a bluff or not. Tran Hoa Lan looked at Kim Kien, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Standing a distance from Kim Kien, Tran Hoa Lan could clearly feel the killing intent radiating from him. But what is this feeling? Her whole body felt like it was enveloped by flames radiating from the person opposite. Kim Kien stood before her, one hand holding a gun, one hand holding a blade, his pressure terrifying. She also clearly realized at the same time, it felt like if she took one more step, she would lose her life. She didn't advance anymore, a hint of panic flashing across her face. Opposite her was Kim Kien in an attack stance. Dai Troy standing nearby, watching, couldn't believe his eyes, a fear rising in his heart. What's this? Why are the two of them like that? I'm so scared. Thinking this, she suddenly spoke up. Now I'm truly convinced. The matter of defeating the former sect leader is indeed the truth. Tran Hoa Lan took a step back, bowing respectfully, her voice calm. Only the strong can become the sect leader of the blood evil sect. Therefore, I needed to test the new sect leader's aptitude. She looked up at Kim Kien, whispering, I apologize once again for my rudeness. Kim Kien said nothing. He cursed inwardly. What the hell are you doing, you crazy woman? On the other side, Cam Kin Fong, who had been hit, was still unconscious, sitting motionless on the spot. After waking up, he clenched his fist, thinking, was I knocked out again? Indeed as strong as the rumors. But I can't give up like this. Cam Kin Fong's voice rang out, attracting Kim Kien's attention. You bastards, charge again. Our sect leader is known as the Cruel Sword. Cam Kin Fong stood there, shouting excitedly, slaughter, torture, plunder. We will take your heads and hold a grand feast. But then, his eyes met the cold corpse on the ground. Cam Kin Fong suddenly stiffened, standing there dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. He glanced behind him, muttering, that's why I told you guys not to do it. Right at that moment, from behind Cam Kin Fong, a figure slowly appeared. It was Cam Ko Fong. He just shook his head, not saying a word. In the room, Kim Kien lay there, recalling everything that happened today. Although the incident this time was resolved, Kim Kien pondered, but I also know what will happen in the future. To conquer the Wallin, things like this will only happen more and more. He suddenly remembered those who had confronted him this morning. The guy who used his fist to blow people away, and another guy, the one who used a blade to crack the ground. If someone stronger than them appears then, their strength made him unable to help but feel afraid. He thought again, if I lose, the next person to die will probably be. Just thinking of this, Kim Kien sat up abruptly. After changing his clothes, he went to Dai Troy's place. He pushed the door open, standing at the threshold asking, is the old baldy here? Dai Troy looked up, trying to force a smile. Why has the sect leader lowered himself to come to this shabby place? But in his heart, he silently cursed. Damn it, why come all the way here? Kim Kien didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. What kind of enemies will we have to face in the future? I must go find out if there are any allies who can help us fight together. But where can I go to know this kind of intelligence? Dai Troy was stunned, staring blankly at Kim Kien. A thought flashed through his mind. What the hell? Why ask such a stupid question? But he quickly replied, if it's about that then. Dai Troy paused for a moment, thinking carefully before saying, I suggest the sect leader go to the lower 5 gates to have a look. Kim Kien asked back, lower 5 gates? Dai Troy quickly explained, it is an intelligence organization, gathering people from the lower classes, such as porters, courtesans, waiters. The people there all hide under many different identities, traveling everywhere to collect intelligence. When those rats get hold of important news, they will wait for customers to come and then sell it to others. After listening to Dai Troy's explanation, Kim Kien pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is that so? Then how do I get there?" Dai Troy widened his eyes at him, asking back in surprise, "Does the sect leader intend to go personally?" Kim Kien replied briefly, "I must hear it myself, then make a judgment." Dai Troy nodded, then suggested, "Then I will send someone to go with the sect leader." Kim Kien hesitated a bit, then said, "That's fine too." But his face suddenly darkened, his voice sternly warning, "The third elder, that crazy woman, absolutely not." Dai Troy was a bit awkward, trying to persuade, "Yes. But on the outside, the third elder is the one who understands the situation best." But that couldn't change Kim Kien's decision. "No, she doesn't look sane." Unknown, when Dang Koak was standing next to Kim Kien. Hearing his decision, Dang Koak hurriedly suggested, "Then, let me escort you to the lower 5 gates." Suddenly, having an extra person next to him startled Kim Kien. He reflexively swung his fist at the person next to him. Dang Koak fell to the ground, his mouth moaning incessantly. "Bones! Hit the bones!" Next, Kim Kien pointed at Dang Koak and ordered, "This guy is also a no-go." Dai Troy hurriedly replied, "Yes." Afterwards, the carriage set off right in the night. Sitting in the carriage, Kim Kien was speechless to the extreme because the person sitting next to him was Dang Koak. He glanced at Dang Koak, his face gloomy, thinking, "I clearly said to rule this guy out." Finished thinking, he turned to Tran Hoa Lan, seeing her dressed gaudily. He couldn't help but wonder, why did she come here too? Is she going out to play somewhere? Back to a few hours ago. As soon as Kim Kien said he wanted to go to the lower 5 gates, Dai Troy summoned everyone to ask for opinions. "We need someone to accompany the sect leader to the lower 5 gates. Does anyone volunteer?" Tran Hoa Lan and Dang Koak heard this, and without planning it, both raised their hands to volunteer. Dai Troy saw them. His face immediately darkened, thinking, why is it exactly these two? At this moment, Tran Hoa Lan spoke up. "Everyone knows, I have always been performing missions on the outside." She glanced at Dang Koak, continuing, "Therefore, I am the one best at handling matters on the outside." Although she said that, her thoughts were different. "I get to go out, must go eat something delicious, and buy beautiful clothes." Dang Koak clenched his fist, loudly shouting back, "No way. Where the sect leader goes, how can I not go? The sect leader and I are one." Jianhua Lan Fao Wen, hurriedly saying, "What nonsense are you talking about, Dang Koak? You've never been to the lower 5 gates." Dang Koak immediately replied impatiently, "Looking for trouble? Truly crazy." The two of them, neither yielding to the other, just argued fiercely like that. Tran Hoa Lan said loudly, "Dare to talk to your senior sister like that? Looking for trouble?" Dang Koak didn't back down either, continuing to argue, "I don't care. This time senior sister let me go. I want to go with the sect leader." Tran Hoa Lan immediately said, "You don't even know the way? What if we encounter an assassination?" Dang Koak replied immediately, "I will find a way myself. Senior sister, don't worry." As for Dai Troy standing nearby, watching the two argue, only felt annoyed, cursing in his belly. "Damn it, I don't know either." Back to the present, Kim Kien sat in the carriage with a gloomy face, gritting his teeth thinking about Dai Troy, silently making a resolution. After returning, "The first one I'll deal with is that old bald head." Right at that moment, there was a call from outside. Sect leader. Kim Kien looked up, seeing the coachman turning back from outside to report. "It's getting dark. Looks like we have to find a place here to rest for today." Outside, although it was already night, the small town was extremely bustling. Only the voice of a waiter could be heard, loudly inviting, "Guests, please come inside." As soon as the waiter saw Kim Kien's group, he politely asked, "What do you guests need?" Dang Koak immediately replied, "Arrange rooms for us, then bring up some good wine and good food." Kim Kien beside him also slowly spoke up, "I want pork soup and wine." "Coming right up." The waiter smiled and replied, "Guest officers, please have a seat. This lowly one will bring it right up." Just then, 3 arrogant men walked in from the door. These 3 were the first-generation disciples of the Kunlun sect. The leader shouted, "Hey, are there any rooms and wine and meat left here?" That man was Zich Thuong Tien, also known as the money bag of the Kunlun sect. Zich Thuong Tien arrogantly ordered, "If you have it, bring it out. If not, go make it." Hearing this, the waiter could not help but look troubled, awkwardly saying, "Apologies, guest officer. The last room was just booked by these guest officers here." Hearing that, Zich Thuong Tin snorted coldly, immediately walking up to Kim Kien, his tone extremely overbearing. "What's this? You brothers look quite unfamiliar. Do you know who I am? I'll be taking that remaining room. You guys go find somewhere else." Suddenly, he stopped, staring blankly ahead. Zich Thuong Tien's eyes were glued to the person opposite. Opposite him was Tran Hoa Lan. Her exquisite figure made him unable to hold back a gasp of surprise. What? There's actually such a woman here? Zich Thuong Tien's cheeks flushed. Unable to restrain himself, he hurriedly stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Where are you from, miss?" "Oh no, allow me to introduce myself. I am a first-generation disciple of the Kunlun sect." Saying that, he pointed at Kim Kien and Dang Koak, speaking in a lewd tone. "Miss, don't hang around with these brats anymore. Come hang out with me." Dang Koak, who had been silent all this time, could not endure it any longer. He was red in the face with anger, but still told himself inwardly, even if those guys don't belong to the Kunlun sect. In a flash, Dang Koak recalled the scene a few hours ago, when the two of them were escorting Kim Kien on the road. At that time, he and Tran Hoa Lan were arguing, when a voice cut them off. "Enough, stop it." It was Do Try It How. He looked at the two of them and made a decision. "All right, you two escort the sect leader and go to the lower 5 gates together. But you must remember one thing. Our movements must be kept absolutely secret." Back in the present, remembering Do Try It How's instructions, Dang Koak was trembling with rage, but still tried to suppress it, reminding himself not to cause trouble. He said with a trembling voice, "Sect leader, maybe we should go look elsewhere." Zich Thuong Tien glared at Dang Koak, angrily saying, "Wait, what's with that look on your face? Dissatisfied with me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Kien had already launched a kick straight between his legs. Kim Kien looked down at him, kneeling on the ground with a gloomy expression. Zich Thuong Tien was stunned, his face flushed red, his whole body trembling. His eyes rolled back, and he stammered a threat. Do you know who I am? My subordinates won't spare." Once again, Kim Kien didn't let him finish his sentence, delivering another kick to his chin. The force of the kick was so strong, it sent Zich Thuong Tien flying, fresh blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. Kim Kien glanced at Zich Thuong Tien and said coldly, "Call all of them here. We'll wait right here." After speaking, he calmly turned to the waiter, his tone as casual as if nothing had happened. "Hey, are the wine and rice not ready yet?" Dang Koak looked down at Zich Thuong Tien with a terrified expression. Seeing Zich Thuong Tien beaten black and blue, lying motionless on the ground, Dang Koak could only secretly praise in his heart. So satisfying. Dang Koak looked at Zich Thuong Tien and couldn't help but secretly groan. We're in trouble. He remained silent, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Tran Hoa Lan stood there, her gaze resting on Zich Thuong Tien, a thought identical to Dang Koak's rising in her heart. Causing trouble already, couldn't even stop him in time. Seeing this, Zich Thuong Tien's 2 junior brothers immediately rushed up to counterattack. Tran Hoa Lan did not hesitate, quickly launching hidden weapons. Sharp daggers flew out, plunging straight into the chest of the one holding a blade. The bearded man saw his companion hit, and his expression changed drastically, shouting hurriedly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Taking advantage of the moment they were distracted, Tran Hoa Lan flew down from above, delivering a kick. The bearded man stumbled, turning around in fury and roaring, "You crazy woman, daring to ambush me!" Before he could finish, a flying kick from above slammed hard into his head. Giving him no chance to resist, Tran Hoa Lan sprang up again, using her hand on the ground as a pivot to deliver a vicious hook kick. After taking down the bearded man, Tran Hoa Lan immediately followed up with another kick to the one who had just been hit by her throwing knife. The kick was so powerful it deformed half of his face. Having dealt with the two of them, she landed lightly on the ground. Looking at the two lying motionless at her feet, Tran Hoa Lan called out softly, "Come out." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground on either side of her trembled slightly. 2 women dressed in red with black veils appeared. They spoke in unison. "Corps leader, you call for your subordinates." Tran Hoa Lan stepped forward, pulling the dagger still stuck in the other man's chest. She said softly, "Looks like I have to trouble you for a trip." The blade was still stained with blood as it was pulled out. Tran Hoa Lan then ordered, "They're only temporarily unconscious, not dead yet. Deal with them. Give them the bewitching potion so they won't remember anything about today." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Then dump them in Hong Lak Nai. There are many courtesans there. Speaking to this point, Tran Hoalan suddenly turned her head, speaking solemnly. Sect leader, please speak with me for a moment. Her demeanor at this moment made Kim Kien unable to react for a second. He was stunned for a moment before replying with a curt word. Okay. But in his heart, he secretly thought, is she planning to attack me by surprise again? Kim Kien sat next to Dan Koak. Oppo sit Jan Hoalan. She, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Sect leader, do you know who the people we just clashed with are? Kim Kien honestly replied, I don't know. Who are they? Tran Hoalan slowly answered. They're disciples of the Kunlun sect, a component of the Wulin Alliance, the force that defeated us in the past. If today's events reach the ears of the Wulin Alliance, terrifying events of the past flashed through her mind. Her voice lowered, tinged with a trace of sorrow. This is a dangerous action. The old nightmare could repeat itself. I absolutely cannot lose the children I consider family once again. Kim Kien looked at her, saying nothing. Hearing Tran Hoalan's last words, his heart stirred slightly. Family? An old photo appeared in Kim Kien's mind, showing a young boy. He remained silent, listening to Tran Hoalan's words. In the future, we must try to avoid conflict with people from the Wulin Alliance. Kim Kien looked up at her, finally speaking. All right, I will be careful in the future. This answer shocked Dang Koak into a stupor. He turned to Kim Kien, his heart full of doubt. What's wrong with the sect leader? Receiving the desired answer, Tran Hoalan immediately replied, many thanks. Kim Kien didn't stop there, asking further. So, is the Lower Five Gates related to the Wulin Alliance? Tran Hoalan replied, no. The Lower Five Gates is a sect completely unrelated to the Wulin Alliance. She looked at him, her tone becoming even more serious. Although it's a bit difficult considering the potential danger, please, sect leader and Dang Koak, go to the Lower Five Gates first. Dang Koak was startled, hurriedly asking, what about you, sister? Tran Hoalan calmly replied, I must stay here to erase the traces. After discussing, she stood up to take her leave. Sect leader, this subordinate begs to take leave to handle the work, wishing the sect leader a safe journey. Just as dawn broke, Kim Kien's carriage had traveled a segment of the road. Dang Koak spoke up, sect leader. He glanced at Kim Kien. Reporting, sect leader, it seems we have arrived. Kim Kien gave a long yawn, replying sluggishly. Took so long. Looks like I'll have to build a car. Arriving at the Lower Five Gates, the two quickly stepped inside. Kim Kien walked in front, raising his voice to call. Is the shopkeeper here? The shopkeeper stepped out, seeing guests enter. He welcomed them respectfully. Please come in. How may I help you too? Kim Kien didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. Old master, I heard you sell a special kind of wine here. The last few words were the code. Upon hearing this sentence, the shopkeeper's expression immediately darkened. He didn't hesitate to pull a wooden bar beside the counter, and a door opened. The shopkeeper stood aside, saying respectfully, please follow me. Kim Kien looked down, thinking to himself, it's a basement. He and Dang Koak followed the shopkeeper down. Deep inside was another courtyard, which was the stronghold of the Lower Five Gates. Seeing they had arrived, the shopkeeper hurriedly announced, please enter. The door slowly opened. Someone was already waiting inside. The person looked at the two following the shopkeeper and introduced himself. Greetings to you two. I am Man Ko, the branch manager of the Qinghai branch of the Lower Five Gates. Man Ko cautiously assessed Kim Kien, looking at his nonchalant demeanor, silently commenting in his heart, blood evil sect. Oh no, it's the Mungchio sect. Heard they lost all status and are very declined. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, why appear all of a sudden? Could there be some lucrative business? A moment later, Man Ko spoke up. I wonder what business brings you gentlemen from so far away. Dang Koak's face darkened, thinking to himself, this guy talks so unpleasantly. Conversely, Kim Kien seemed not to care, his gaze already wandering elsewhere. Man Ko also clearly saw the attitude of the two people in front of him, finding it quite amusing. Ignoring me? Trying to say that even though declined, the sect leader is still the sect leader, right? I am an expert at dealing with people like you. Thinking this, Man Ko immediately spoke up, his words seeming apologetic, but actually implicitly mocking. Did this humble one perhaps offend the majestic sect leader of the Great Mingqiu sect? This lowly one is ignorant and failed to grasp the great meaning. If the sect leader is unhappy about anything, please speak frankly. Dang Koak was already angry. Hearing Man Ko say this made his blood boil even more, his face flushing red. He cursed inwardly. Look at the way that damned bastard talks. Does he want to die? Contrary to Dang Koak's attitude, Kim Kien not only didn't get angry, but burst out laughing. Seeing this, Man Ko became even more smug. The first half of his sentence was provocation. The second half added fuel to the fire. He He laughed more and more maniacally, using a sarcastic tone to say, "It seems the sect leader really likes my joke." The two looked at each other, laughing incessantly. Man-ko suddenly stopped laughing, his face turning serious, his eyes shooting a cold glare at Kim Kien, his voice dropping. "So, if there is nothing else to say, I beg to take my leave." But Kim Kien completely ignored his words, only sluggishly turning to ask Dang Koak. "Dang Koak, the lower five gates and the Woolian Alliance have no relation, right?" Dang Koak immediately replied, "Yes, sect leader, no relation." Hearing that, he said softly, "Then that's good." Saying that, Kim Kien pointed at Man-ko, who was preparing to leave, looking at him and ordering, "Go, monster Dang Koak." Receiving the sect leader's order, Dang Koak, who had been enduring all this time, was finally released. He clenched his fist tight, lunging forward. Yes, tiger mouth fist. Dang Koak threw a punch straight at Man-ko's face. The punch was so strong it knocked Man-ko back several steps. Kim Kien slowly walked forward, his voice low and carrying a trace of mockery. "Saw me just laughing and thought I was an idiot?" Standing in front of Man-ko, his whole body radiated a thick, killing intent. He spoke up, "As a sect leader personally coming to visit, you should at least send someone of equal rank to receive me, shouldn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Kien suddenly turned his head, his gaze resting on the old shopkeeper who had been standing silently to the side the whole time. He smiled gently and asked, "Was I wrong?" "The real branch manager. Your back doesn't seem too good. Old sir, why not sit down?" Dang Koak was stunned. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The old shopkeeper who had led the way from the beginning was the real branch manager. Thinking of this, his heart filled with shock. "What? I thought the sect leader was just in a bad mood and acting out. The real branch manager is that old man?" His identity exposed, the old shopkeeper's face turned pale, his eyes widened in surprise, and his trembling lips uttered, "Branch manager." Meanwhile, Dang Koak remained frozen on the spot, not understanding what was happening. Kim Kien sneered and asked back, "Is that not so?" "What a pity," mentioning Kim Kien's information again. "He is an ENFP, a humorous activist who uses his rich imagination to challenge new things." At the same time, a figure was secretly watching from outside. His silhouette gradually faded as he stood on the roof of a pavilion. He asked in a deep voice, "All right, blood evil. Oh no, where is the sect leader of the Mengxiu sect currently?" A subordinate immediately replied, "He is currently at the Qinghai branch of the lower five gates, along with an elder." However, a conflict with disciples of the Kunlun sect occurred in the meantime. Hearing this, he spoke up. "The Kunlun sect? We can't just let that slide, can we? Send a letter to the Mengxiu sect. Tell them that I will come knocking on their door very soon." Saying this, ACTN Bach took off his mask, revealing a ferocious face full of killing intent. "Wash your necks and wait." Man-ko lowered his head, a look of grievance clearly visible on his face, but he only dared to grit his teeth and curse silently in his heart. "Damning Chio sect bastard, how dare he hit me? I am a dignified division leader of the lower five gates. How can I suffer this humiliation? You bastard, just you wait." Kim Kien looked at him and warned, "You've been beaten enough. Can we talk properly now, Man-ko?" Hearing this, Man-ko immediately switched to a respectful tone and replied, "Yes, sect leader, this lowly one knows his mistake." Kim Kien glanced at him, still kneeling, and said indifferently, "Sit down and talk. How can we talk with you kneeling like that?" He immediately responded, "Yes, yes." Man-ko hurriedly sat up straight, raised his head, and put on a fawning smile. "I wonder what business brings the sect leader to grace our humble division?" Kim Kien said straightforwardly, "It's very simple. I want to know information about the 9 great sects in this martial arts world. Basically, all forces related to the Woolian Alliance." Man-ko replied, "What's difficult about that? Our lower five gates is naturally a place that provides intelligence for both the black and white paths. So, what specifically does the sect leader want to know?" Kim Kien continued, "Hidden experts, people with the strength to join me in opposing the Woolian Alliance." Man-ko understood Kim Kien's intention as soon as he heard it, thinking to himself, does he want to confront the Woolian Alliance? Thinking so, he probed, "Do you really want to find those people?" Kim Kien didn't answer immediately, just called out, "Hey." Man-ko faced Kim Kien's terrifyingly gloomy expression. His voice was low, full of threat. "When I ask, you answer honestly and be detailed, understand?" Man-ko was startled and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." He hesitated a moment before continuing. "The information you need can be considered high-level intelligence of our lower five gates, so the price is a bit high. But since it's the sect leader's first visit, I can give you a discount. Information on one person will only cost 30 taels of silver. What do you think?" He calculated repeated in his mind as he spoke. Fine, although this transaction won't make any profit, I can't go head-to-head with this madman. Hopefully, he accepts and gets lost quickly. Kim Kien didn't answer immediately, but turned to Dang Koak, whispering, Dang Koak, what do you think? We surely have enough money to buy this information, right? But I think dead people can't spend money anymore, right? Dang Koak smirked cunningly. Yes, sect leader, you are right. Once dead, one can only spin Joss paper. Hearing the two converse, Manko couldn't help cursing silently. These two lunatics, looks like they plan to extract information from me without spending a single penny. After thinking for a long while, he conceded. Then, 10 taels of silver. What does the sect leader think? Without waiting for Kim Kien to answer, Dang Koak turned around and said in a sarcastic tone, Yes, the sect leader is right. Having money, but a broken body, with arms and legs smashed, that money would only be used for medical bills. Where would you find the time to spend it? Kim Kien praised with satisfaction. Hear one, understand 10. Dang Koak, you are truly my confidant. Hearing this, Manko couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up abruptly, objecting loudly. All right, you two don't need to say anymore. No matter what, you can't just get high-level intelligence from our lower 5 gates like that. Contrary to his tension, Kim Kien calmly said, What are you saying? Of course, we have something to exchange with you. Hearing this, Manko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, hurriedly saying, Yes, it seems I misunderstood the sect leader. Seeing the atmosphere had softened, Manko carefully asked, So, what does the sect leader want to give us in exchange? Kim Kien looked at his demeanor and slowly replied, Seeing you look forward to it so earnestly, I'll say it straight. In front of Manko, Kim Kien and Dang Koak stood there, a thick killing intent radiating from the two of them, making him tremble. Kim Kien's low voice resonated with every word, full of threat. Naturally, the gift I give you is perfectly equivalent to the information you give me. That is your life, understand, Manko? Manko was so frightened that tears couldn't help but flow. He felt extremely aggrieved, but only dared to scream in his heart. What is going on? Going in circles, just to end up like this. Kim Kien looked at him and asked, Well, I've offered such a high price, yet you seem unsatisfied? Seeing Manko silent, Kim Kien continued, Since you're not saying anything, I'll take it as you agree. Now, let's continue discussing the necessary information. Manko was boiling with rage inside, but had to swallow it. This damning show sect bastard. He thought to himself, and then replied, Yes, I will go gather information about the 9 great sects related to the Wulin Alliance to present to you first. Manko fell silent for a long while before speaking up. Of course, your side also needs to verify the accuracy of this information. As for more detailed information on the forces, we need a bit more time. Kim Kien asked directly, Fine, specifically how long? Manko hurriedly replied, reporting to the sect leader, fast would be 1 week, slow would be about 30 days. Not want to wait too long, Kim Kien immediately ordered. 1 week, understand? Saying that, Kim Kien drew his blade. The sharp blade reflected his face, full of killing intent. His voice dropped, full of threat. Within 7 days, you must investigate clearly and accurately the information regarding all forces related to the Wulin Alliance. Then hand it to me. Manko, terrified, hurriedly agreed. Yes, as you command. Kim Kien stared at him for a while, then continued. Also, investigate the Kunlun sect thoroughly for me. Manko was stunned, asking back, Is it that Kunlun sect? Mentioning the Kunlun sect, Manko immediately reported what he knew to Kim Kien. Speaking of the Kunlun sect in the martial arts world, this is a sect belonging to Taoism. They are located on the peak of the Kunlun Mountains, covered in snow all year round. Because of the treacherous terrain and their lack of interaction with people in the martial arts world, there isn't much information about them. But one thing is certain, the reason they could become a great sect in the martial arts world is that although the disciples of the Kunlun sect are few, every one of them is a martial artist with profound skills. However, after the battle with the Blood Evil sect, for a reason not yet announced, quite a few disciples of the sect have descended the mountain. Kim Kien pondered it, a trace of worry rising in his heart. So the people of the Kunlun sect are few, but everyone is an expert? This is going to be troublesome. Thinking for a moment, he asked, So now, have the people of the Kunlun sect all descended the mountain? Do they have many branches in the Wulin Alliance? Manko immediately replied, Yes, their people are few, so their branches are not many either. Hearing this, Kim Kien felt a bit more reassured. Luckily, their numbers aren't large right now. After grasping the necessary information, Kim Kien stood up to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, All right, let's leave it at that for now. Continue compiling the information and send it to me. Understand? He glanced at Manko, speaking with hidden meaning. Manko, what is the relationship between the two of us now? Manko honestly replied, reporting to the sect leader, it is a relationship of cooperation in buying and selling information. Kim Kien heard this and immediately retorted, how can you say that? This is called no fighting, no acquaintance, right? People like us, becoming close after a fight, that makes us brothers. He stopped in front of Manko, patted his shoulder heavily, and asked again, come on, say it again. Manko's face was pale with fear, cursing silently in his heart. Damn it, this bastard beats me up and now wants to be brothers with me. What does he mean? Although he thought so, he still obediently followed Kim Kien's wish. Reporting to the sect leader, we are brothers. Hearing this, Kim Kien was satisfied and turned to leave. Truly quick-witted and sensible. But there is one thing you don't know. In my eyes, brothers like you, I value very highly. That means, for me, you wouldn't even care about your life, right? Pausing for a long moment, Kim Kien continued, that is true brotherhood. Watching over and helping each other, no matter how difficult or dangerous, we must sacrifice for each other. Manko heard this and couldn't help frowning, cursing in his belly. Sacrifice for each other, my ass. You're crazy. I'm not stupid. Kim Kien glanced at him, smiling with deep meaning, his tone not lacking sarcasm. All right, I leave matters here to you, brother. After finishing business at the lower 5 gates, Kim Kien and Dang Koak departed. In the carriage, Kim Kien remembered Tran Ho Alan and couldn't help but be a bit curious. He turned to ask Dang Koak, Third Elder, I wonder what she is doing over there right now? Dang Koak immediately replied, Senior sister works cautiously. There's probably no issue. That's why there's no response. Suddenly, something flew swiftly towards Kim Kien's carriage. Encountering an obstacle, the coachman hurriedly yanked the reins, reining the horse to a stop. Dang Koak inside the carriage shouted angrily, what's going on? The carriage stopped completely. Outside, a woman was standing. Seeing Kim Kien, the woman spoke up, urgent business, so this subordinate boldly blocked the sect leader's carriage. Hope you forgive me. The arrival was Lamnok, vice commander of the Iron Blood Corps, a confidant of the Third Elder. Lamnok bowed to Kim Kien and reported, for your safety, please return to the Mungshio sect immediately. After returning to the main hall of the Mungshio sect, a booming voice rang out. Who are they? At this moment, Kim Kien was holding a letter, the writing on it very clear. Wash your necks and wait for me. Black Blood Sect. Dai Troy raised his hand to ask for instructions. Reporting to the sect leader, do we need to investigate this sect? Kim Kien immediately said, all right, Dai Troy, speak quickly. Dai Troy immediately told Kim Kien everything he knew. The Black Blood Sect can be considered an assassin organization hidden within the Jianghu. Information about them is almost impossible to grasp. Naturally, being assassins, their main job is accepting commissions to assassinate targets. As long as there is money, they will strike at anyone, regardless of age or gender, absolutely showing no mercy. This is an extremely bloodthirsty assassin organization. Kim Kien remained silent in thought. Seeing this, Dai Troy continued, these assassins work for money, without a shred of morality. Since they sent a letter, it seems they have accepted a commission to take your head, sir. But here, at the Mungshio sect headquarters, you can rest assured. The old man paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. This subordinate has a comprehensive plan to deal with them. Night fell, and a mysterious figure appeared in front of the Mungshio sect gate. The guard on duty saw the stranger appear and immediately pointed his spear at the person, shouting, hey, you there, what do you think you are, walking around so casually? The guard next to him also quickly chimed in, stand still. The assassin said nothing, nor did he intend to stop, continuing to step forward. Seeing this, the guard shouted, stop, otherwise, don't blame us if you lose your life. The guard recalled Dai Troy's instructions. There are currently assassins targeting the sect leader if anyone suspicious comes. Returning to reality, following the old man's orders, capture first and report later. The guard immediately swung his staff to attack. Looks like you want to die? But the assassin was one step faster. Unknown when he was already standing behind the guard. In less than 2 moves, the assassin had knocked down 2 guards of the Mingqiu sect. His glowing red eyes glanced in a direction. A volley of arrows tore through the wind towards him, accompanied by shouts of assassin. However, the assassin's speed was even faster. He quickly dodged all the incoming arrows. A guard pointed up to where the assassin had just left, ordering, "Find him quickly." The assassin quickly dropped a smoke bomb. The guards waved their hands to disperse the smoke while trying to see clearly, but the assassin was already standing behind them. Amidst the chaos, an urgent voice rang out. He jumped onto the roof. "This guy's too fast. We can't catch him. Quickly return to protect the sect leader." The alarm passed from one guard to another, echoing throughout the Mungshio sect headquarters. "He's entered the inner courtyard. Call for more men quickly." In the main hall, Dan Koak and Tran Ho Alan looked up at the same time, the same thought flashing through their minds. "Finally here, huh?" The two didn't say a second word, quickly rushing outside. This guy dares to barge in through the main gate instead of sneaking in to assassinate the sect leader. Why is there someone so calm in the Mungshio sect while everyone is in chaos? The room door was slowly pushed open. In the pitch-black room, a figure was sitting silently. The person spoke. "I didn't expect only you to come. You're quite confident." The person leisurely observed the assassin in front of him, not in a hurry to strike. "However, since you are alone, I will treat you properly. One of you is no problem." The person sitting up high continued to question. "So, speak. Who commissioned you to take my life?" As things gradually became clear, that person revealed his true face. It was Luke Fat, impersonating the sect leader to act as bait. He continued to question, "Before you kill me, tell me." The assassin remained silent, tilting his head slightly, slowly reaching his hand into his shirt, preparing to draw a weapon. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Before you make a move, can you tell me the reason?" By the time the assassin could react, Kim Kien was standing behind him, unknown since when. He pointed a gun at the person, saying, "Hey, looks like an assassin like you is too confident in yourself. You've revealed too many openings, you know?" Seeing the assassin say nothing, Kim Kien continued, "Everything went too smoothly, which must have made you lower your guard. But today, you must remember one thing. You didn't wait for the opponent to react, immediately pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced through the assassin's body. He spoke. That is, never expose yourself too clearly in front of the enemy." At the same time, Dang Koak, Triad Hao, and Tran Ho Alan also arrived. They asked in unison, "Sect leader, are you all right?" Behind them, a hearty laugh rang out. "My plan was indeed successful. The sect leader's matter has been resolved." The speaker was Dai Troy. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, his face unable to hide his smugness. "Luckily you eliminated that guy, sir. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. I am truly Kong Ming reborn. The sect leader is indeed divinely skilled." Something attracted Tran Hoa Lan's attention. She walked over to the fallen assassin, observing carefully. As she looked, she said, "It seems something fell out here." Dai Troy looked over, hurriedly warning, "Hey, be careful, there might be poison." But Tran Hoa Lan's next sentence truly shocked Kim Kien, Dang Koak, and Triad How to the core. "It's a letter." The content of the letter was read aloud. "Honored to converse with the sect leader. This humble one is ACTN Bach. Although I wanted to personally come to Mungshio sect to pay respects to the sect leader, worldly affairs are busy, so I could not leave yet. To show goodwill and establish a relationship between our two factions, I specially send the sect leader a gift. This precious necklace will be personally delivered to you by my trusted subordinate. Hope you wash your neck clean and wear it as a souvenir from me. Also considered a token of friendship between our two factions." After reading the letter, Tran Hoa Lan held the necklace, stunned with amazement. Kim Kien, Dang Koak, and Triad How also stood frozen on the spot, their faces utterly bewildered. But the most terrified person right now was Dai Troy, the one who offered the plan to Kim Kien. Cold sweat streamed down his temples. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Tran Hoa Lan turned around, holding the necklace facing everyone. Kim Kien was silent, his face pale, his throat choked. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed the gun straight at Dai Troy, asking harshly, "This matter, was it also part of your plan?" Seeing that he had caused a major disaster, Dai Troy's face darkened, too scared to speak. "This time I'm really done for." Facing Kim Kien's gun muzzle, Dai Troy trembled and stammered, begging, Wait, sect leader, please listen to me first." The old man hurriedly justified himself. "We are in the same boat after all. Before that assassin came, he also killed quite a few of our disciples. So, this matter can still be salvaged." From out of nowhere, a voice echoed, "Sect leader, elder." A group of people appeared at the door, led by a dark-skinned soldier. He shouted loudly, "Are you two all right?" Dai Troy looked at them, unable to help being astonished. "Huh? Why are you standing there? The black soldier smiled and replied, Luckily, he only knocked us out. Hearing this, Dai Troy's face turned pale, his mouth muttering, I'd rather just die. The soldier didn't understand, saying bewilderedly, Sir, you're joking, right? The gun muzzle was still pointed straight at Dai Troy. The old man's body stiffened, cold sweat pouring out, only one thought remaining in his head. It's over. Kim Kien remained silent, but his face grew darker. Dai Troy silently lamented in his heart, done for. By this time, everyone was present. Triad Hao looked at Kim Kien and spoke. If this matter leaks out, the Wulin Alliance will pay attention to our every move. He paused for a moment, then continued. Thus, the great cause of unifying Wulin will face many obstacles. Tran Ho Alan quickly proposed a solution. Not to mention unifying Wulin, we might follow in the footsteps of the past. Quickly contacting the Black Blood sect to apologize is the best policy. However, the first person to object was Dan Koak. Hearing this, he roared in anger. How is that possible? What are you saying, senior sister? Apologize? Our great blood evil sect has to go apologize to some nameless nobodies? All eyes turned towards Dan Koak and Tran Ho Alan. Dan Koak continued. Moreover, after all, didn't they act shadily first? Tran Ho Alan disagreed, retorting, Third brother, if it were your people who died, would you still say that? Amidst the tense atmosphere, a timid hand was raised. That person spoke cautiously. Sect leader. Dai Troy looked hesitantly at Kim Kien, then asked carefully, Can I speak my thoughts on this matter? Kim Kien immediately pointed the gun at Dai Troy, gritting his teeth. Sure, if you want to die, go ahead and speak. Dai Troy was scared pale. Seeing his pale appearance, Kim Kien snorted contemptuously. He didn't make it difficult anymore and quickly holstered the gun. Fine, all right. Dai Troy was still dazed on the spot, not yet understanding the situation, only daring to steal glances at him. Unknown what Kim Kien thought of, he suddenly smirked, laughed, pointed at the person in front, and ordered, You go handle it, and that's that. Dai Troy shook all over. Panicked, pointing at himself. What, me? Kim Kien spoke calmly, his tone full of pressure. What do you mean, me? Kneel down or cry and beg or something. He looked at Dai Troy with a terrifying expression. Figure out yourself. Dai Troy could only stand there stunned. By the time the old man regained his senses, he was already in the territory of the Black Blood sect, cursing silently in his heart. Truly damn it. Accompanying Dai Troy were two other people. A guard looked around and whispered, Elder, it seems they are waiting for us. Dai Troy replied briefly, Okay. In front of the three was a magnificent fortress. Dai Troy looked around and muttered, Is this the place? A disciple of the Black Blood sect was already waiting there. The masked person looked up, signaling to someone sitting on the roof of the pavilion. The gates of the Black Blood sect opened. Dai Troy's group quickly walked in. Dai Troy wondered as he walked, why is it this place? He looked at the people here, having doubts in his heart, but daring not to speak. Everyone wearing masks like this looks too scary. Another masked person signaled to Dai Troy. The sect master is in the room ahead. Subordinates of the Black Blood sect lined up in two neat rows to welcome them. Dai Troy quietly looked around. Then his gaze stopped at the door in front. The door opened, followed by the sect master's voice. I just sent the letter, didn't expect to meet so soon. The person waiting, there was the sect master of the Black Blood sect. He quickly introduced himself. Pleasure, I am the sect master of the Black Blood sect, ACTN Bach. ACTN Bach looked at the three people in front, greeting them enthusiastically. Hearing the news that Mengqiu sect is visiting, we try to prepare thoroughly. Wine and meat are already set on the table. ACTN Bach continued. I hope your sect will be satisfied. You must be tired from the long journey. Please have a meal first. ACTN Bach's friendliness made Dai Troy quickly drop his guard and chat comfortably. The sect leader truly understands us. That damn sect leader really makes me sigh. Dai Troy's face was already flushed red. He downed another mouthful, his voice getting louder. Just thinking about him makes my blood boil. A hand was placed on his shoulder. The guard next to him whispered, Elder, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. Being interrupted made Dai Troy very annoyed. He turned around abruptly, frowning and scolding loudly. When adults are talking, you just need to fulfill your duty as a guard. ACTN Bach looked at Dai Troy and asked, By the way, Elder, where is the subordinate I sent to the Mengqiu sect? Why don't I see him coming along? The smile on Dai Troy's face instantly stiffened. He looked worried, stammering in reply. The thing is, actually, something happened within the Mengqiu sect. Just a small accident, not caused by me. He swallowed his saliva, trying to find a reasonable excuse. The thing is, how should I put this? After a long while, Dai Troy finally answered. He died. Dai Troy's answer made ACTN Bach stunned for a moment. This made Dai Troy even more worried, his hand gripping the hem of his pants, trembling incessantly. He calculated in his mind. This guy wears a mask. God knows what he's thinking inside that head. Maybe I should just make up an excuse and slip away. However, contrary to Dai Troy's thought that ACTN Bach would get angry, he laughed heartily. It's just a small matter. Why be so tense? ACTN Bach looked at Dai Troy and asked. The elder also knows this kind of thing is common in the martial arts world, isn't it? Dai Troy was slightly surprised, but also went along with it and replied, yes, just common occurrences. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of reaction is this? Saying that, ACTN Bach stood up amidst Dai Troy's astonishment. Well, that doesn't matter. What's important is, did the sect leader like the necklace I gave him? Dai Troy smiled and replied, of course. He liked it very much, carries it with him all the time. ACTN Bach turned and walked towards a window. He looked outside, replying casually, is that so? In a hidden corner where none of the three could see, he finally took off his mask. His red eyes flashed in the dark night, accompanied by a cunning smile. He exclaimed, what luck. At this moment, ACTN Bach took off the mask and put it down. He said softly, it seems that now the death of that subordinate is actually a good thing. I was worrying about how to apologize to the elder. Dai Troy froze, asking suspiciously, what are you saying? ACTN Bach immediately replied, when a mask was completely removed, revealing ACTN Bach's scarred face and evil smile, he continued, now we are even. My precious subordinate has also died. But before Dai Troy could digest the sentence just now, ACTN Bach dropped an even more shocking piece of news. And your precious sect leader has also died. Dai Troy dared not believe it, asking in panic, what did you say? ACTN Bach slowly walked over, quickly answering Dai Troy's question. The necklace I gave contained a colorless and odorless poisonous herb. Just being in the same space with it for 2 hours, the body will start to weaken. Without realizing when, ACTN Bach was standing behind Dai Troy, placing both hands on his shoulders and continued. Another 2 hours, the limbs will gradually become paralyzed, unable to move. ACTN Bach looked more and more vicious as he spoke, his red eyes glowing in the night. After that, Dai Troy sat motionless, thinking to himself, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the sect leader is now? Thinking of this, he couldn't hold it back anymore, abruptly turning around and roaring in anger. How could you do such a despicable thing? Conversely, ACTN Bach just calmly replied, what's strange about an assassin using toxic herbs? His sharp gaze swept over Dai Troy, his tone becoming even more harsh. If you're not convinced, then you can die in his place. Dai Troy wanted to save his life, fell silent for a moment, then whispered, well, what's done is done. Regret won't help anything. Finally, he raised his head to look straight at ACTN Bach. We have nothing more to say. I will take my leave first. ACTN Bach asked back, did I say you could leave? Hearing him say that, Dai Troy also vaguely understood his intention, trying to calm down. He asked, so, is there anything else you want to say to me? ACTN Bach hurriedly continued, it's not like that. Speaking of this, he drew his blade, the sharp edge accompanying his vicious smile. I also didn't say I would spare you. Dai Troy trembled, trying to beg, wait, you already killed the sect leader. That guy's death is not a pity. I'm on your side. Seeing his life threatened, Dai Troy hurriedly turned to his 2 guards and screamed, hey, you bastards, do you only know how to stand and watch? Today you are my guards. Hurry up and block him. The guard standing nearest was scared pale. Seeing him like that, Dai Troy became even more angry. Hey, damn it, what are you afraid of? Back to a few hours ago. Dai Troy knelt on the ground, tears welling up, pleading in panic. Sect leader, please wait, please reconsider. If I go alone, I'm just going to throw my life away. Kim Kien glanced at him, calmly said, rest assured, there is no need to worry uselessly like that. Dai Troy asked in confusion, what? Speaking of this, Kim Kien smiled slightly, because you will have very reliable guards going with you. Dai Troy heard this and immediately thanked him happily. The sect leader indeed has a comprehensive plan. Back to the present. Dai Troy saw ACTN Bach's sharp blade about to slash down, panicked in his heart, only silently cursing. Damn it, giving me guards like this and still talking like that? ACTN Bach looked at the person below, whispering, now die. Dai Troy was even more terrified. screaming and begging. Wait, stop. Just then a soft laugh rang out. Interesting, truly very interesting. ACTN Bach stopped, the sword about to strike down, hovering in midair. The bearded guard walking behind Dai, Troy, finally exclaimed. Sure enough, this type of person exists everywhere. ACTN Bach and Dai Troy looked towards the speaker at the same time. The guard didn't care at all, continuing, in the place I used to live. The guard spoke, while raising his hand to remove the mask. I once helped an old lady and was gifted a bottle of energy drink. When the mask was taken down, Dai Troy's face revealed a look of extreme horror. The other person's words continued to echo. From now on, I will absolutely never drink that stuff again. The mask fell to the ground. ACTN Bach looked at the person in front of him, asking in astonishment, Why are you here? That person didn't answer this question, but continued to walk forward, asking while walking, Do you know why I don't drink that water? When the distance between ACTN Bach's face and the gun muzzle was very small, that person answered, Because now I know, no matter where I go in this world. Kim Kin pointed the gun at him, smiling and saying, But the so-called kindness is just a transaction that never existed. Kim Kin smiled slightly, tightening his grip on the gun. The muzzle pointed straight at ACTN Bach. A few hours ago, a knock on the door was heard. A respectful voice rang out. Sect leader, your subordinate asked for permission to enter. Kim Kin replied briefly. Come in. Try how entered. After bowing slightly, he asked, Sect leader, can I see the necklace from earlier? Kim Kin remained silent, thinking, at this age and still has this hobby? Thinking so, he casually replied, You can see it, but I don't know where it is either. If you like it, just take it. Next to him, Mengxiu was still intently playing with the necklace. Kim Kin glanced over and said, Mengxiu is playing with it over there. Try it. Hao picked up the necklace, looked at it intently, a trace of anxiety flashing across his face. I'm afraid what I worried about has come true. On this side, Kim Kin was playing with Mengxiu while listening to Try It How say in the sect leader's necklace. Just as the last words were spoken, Kim Kin was immediately horrified. There is poison. His face turned pale. He turned abruptly to Try It How, his voice becoming serious. What? Poison? Try It How immediately replied, Yes. It seems this is not a gift of goodwill. Try It How observed Kim Kin's expression while carefully speaking. It seems the Grand Elder was right. Kim Kin jumped up, his voice full of worry. Wait, Mengxiu just played with it. Could it be that Mengxiu is poisoned? Try It How quickly reassured. Sect leader doesn't need to worry. It hasn't been long. So, his eyes swept over Mengxiu, who was still playing, lowering his voice. It's just that if it were a bit longer, I'm afraid. Kim Kin's face looked even more terrifying. Unknown when the gun had been drawn, killing intent surrounding him. These bastards, where are they? I must go kill them all. Try It How looked at his murderous appearance, hesitating for a moment. He knew it was useless to say anything now. Even if he tried to stop him, the sect leader wouldn't listen. After thinking for a long while, Try It How finally spoke. Then, sect leader, rushing in like that will be very dangerous. How about trying this way? Back to the present. The mask, just removed, lay silently on the ground. Seeing Kim Kin, Dai Troy was visibly overjoyed, hurriedly flattering. Sect leader, you are safe and sound. This subordinate never doubted for a moment, truly worthy of the reputation. Kim Kin's face darkened. He glanced at Dai Troy, speaking softly. Hey, we'll talk about that later. Right then, a burst of loud laughter rang out. ACTN Bach finished laughing, sighed, and slowly said, How could a sect leader like you die from that childish poison? However, you will regret it soon. He tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a wicked smile. If only you had died then, it would have been better. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Kin gave a sneer full of mockery. I'm really speechless. Are your eyes for decoration? His face became serious, eyes ice cold, hand still gripping the gun tightly. Don't you see what is in front of you? ACTN Bach looked at the gun less than a span away from him, not only not afraid, but also smiling provocatively. Truly a strange weapon I have never seen. But will you have enough time to use it? He spoke while slowly backing away, his tone full of arrogance. My ultimate technique has been witnessed by many people. ACTN Bach lowered his center of gravity, preparing to attack. At this moment, a stream of black smoke enveloped him. He spoke softly, his voice sounding like it echoed from hell, but no one survived. The wine in the cup suddenly rippled. ACTN Bach continued to execute his ultimate technique, his whole body submerged in thick black smoke. Black Blood Sect ultimate technique. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. He gripped the sword tightly, intending to use the black sleeve sword move. But before he could make a move, fresh blood gushed out from ACTN Bach's head. Actn Bak collapsed before he could unleash his move. Kim Kien stood there, lowering the gun. He spoke, "My ultimate technique is the same." He looked down at the corpse on the ground, uttering words of mockery. There were also those who saw it, but no one survived to tell the tale. Actn Bak died with his eyes open. "Just like you." Finished speaking, Kim Kien glanced to the side. The sound of rushing footsteps got closer and closer. Standing opposite him was the group of Black Blood Sect subordinates. One hand of Kim Kien gripped the gun tightly. The other held the saber firm, his voice low and full of murderous intent. "All right, whoever wants to die, come here, all of you come." Without a superfluous word, the entire Black Blood Sect subordinates rushed up one after another. Kim Kien continuously fired his gun towards them. A cold blade flew over. Kim Kien leaned to dodge the subordinate's knife, simultaneously slashing across the subordinate's body quickly. He raised his head, red, glowing eyes looking in a direction. Immediately after, Kim Kien blocked a slash with the saber in one hand, pulled the trigger with the other, quickly taking down another enemy. With the sharp blade coordinating with the gun in his hand, Kim Kien didn't know how many people he had killed. Dai Troy, standing outside observing the battle, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva, exclaiming inwardly, "Indeed, no matter how many times I witness it, the sect leader's martial arts are still that terrifying." The ground was littered with enemy corpses. Kim Kien still stood there, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Suddenly, he paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, something is wrong. In a split second, memories of the past came rushing back. When I was small, I often had to fight many people alone, not one-on-one. Kim Kien pondered in his head. He quickly found the answer. But the way to win a battle of few against many is actually very simple. It wasn't until those people attacked first, repeatedly punching him in the face, that he realized what he should do. Amidst the screaming, those holding him tried to stop him. Kim Kien decisively landed a kick on the leader. "Hurry over here and hold this guy down. Hurry up, Min Seo, I'm dying." After the fight, Kim Kien looked at the leader lying sprawled out. In that moment, he understood what he needed to do. Take down the leader. Just decisively take down one, and the ferocious pack of wolves will turn into obedient sheep. Back to reality. His gaze swept over those hiding in the darkness. It should be like that. They rushed up one by one. The former fell. The latter risked their lives to rush forward again. Why do these guys keep charging? Kim Kien glanced at the gun in his hand. The ammo was also running low. The appearance of something caught his attention. Kim Kien stared blankly ahead. Dust and smoke covered this place, making it impossible to see everything clearly. A hand slammed hard onto the table. This is what happened before Kim Kien went to the Black Blood Sect. Tran Hoa Lon, upon hearing the decision, hurriedly questioned, "Second Elder, you should have stopped the sect leader more forcefully. How could you let the sect leader rush into the tiger's den alone?" Triad How calmly stood up slowly, his voice gentle. "Third Elder, no need to be too worried." She angrily said, "How can I not be worried about this?" Triad How calmly took a sip of tea, while Tran Hoa Lon was still anxious. "This won't do. We must go support him." As he spoke, he put the teacup down. "Third Elder, do not be hasty. I only said I sent the sect leader off. I didn't say I let the sect leader go alone." Everything was within Triad Hao's meticulous calculations. He had arranged for Dang Koak to go protect Kim Kien. At this moment, Dang Koak had arrived. He looked at Kim Kien and asked, "Sect leader, are you all right?" Kim Kien looked blankly, momentarily not understanding why he was here. Dang Koak frowned and asked, "Sect leader, there's blood on your face." Kim Kien reached up to wipe the blood from his face, then replied nonchalantly, "Ah, it's not my blood." Facing the group from the Black Blood Sect, Dang Koak angrily cursed, "You bastards daring to touch our sect leader." Veins popped out on Dang Koak's face. He looked at everyone present, shouting angrily, "Tomorrow you all will definitely be eating breakfast in hell." Kim Kien stood by the side, explaining in a low voice, "It's not my blood, though." Kim Kien stared blankly at Dang Koak, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Hey, Dang Koak, could it be that you?" He looked towards the door, stammering the last part of the sentence. "That came alone?" Dang Koak smirked slightly. He landed a thunderous punch on a guy's face, saying, "How is that possible?" The subordinate took the full force of the punch, his whole body flying out and smashing hard into the wall. Dang Koak's hand clenched into a fist, heat seeming to radiate around it. A man with a headscarf stepped up. That was Dang Koak's subordinate, a member of the specialized assault team, Tiger Mouth Corps. Following him was a group of aggressive men, their spirits sky high. All were present. Dang Koak grabbed the heads of two masked men, his face full of determination, and shouted loudly. Subordinates of the Tiger Mouth Corps, listen to the order. All assemble. Kim Kien stood by the side witnessing this scene, unable to help but exclaim, "It's been a long time since I witnessed an action scene, so to my liking. Right? Revenge has been taken, it should end now." Dang Koak immediately jumped up high, delivering a fatal blow to take down one guy. At the same time, he used a spinning kick to knock down another. He fought more vigorously as he went, then quickly rushed towards the enemy, pulling his hand back to gather momentum, preparing a powerful punch. In just a few blows, he beat that guy to pieces. His force was so strong that the stone floor also cracked. The others in the outer circle just stood silently watching. Immediately after, Dang Koak appeared from who knows where, his whole body radiating murderous intent as he walked over. "What are you looking at?" His steps became faster. Not planning to make a move, Dang Koak didn't wait for them to answer. He immediately threw a strong punch, knocking one guy into the wall. He attacked as fast as lightning, his punching force powerful, as if wanting to tear the air apart. Dang Koak rushed forward like a storm. The opponent took a fatal blow, fresh blood splashing everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, wearing a mysterious smile. Dang Koak was ready to destroy the next unfortunate soul. Fast as lightning, with a sharp gaze, it seemed he had prepared to unleash the final blow. Dang Koak exploded with power, his clenched fist wrapped in a violent aura. As for Kim Kien, he stared straight ahead, the scene before him making him think in astonishment. Indeed, this army is very capable. Suddenly, Dai Troy panicked and whispered, "Wait!" Right behind Kim Kien, an assassin appeared intending to sneak attack. The old man shouted a warning, Sect leader. However, in the blink of an eye, Kim Kien had used a dagger to deal with that guy. He glanced over. "What are you screaming for?" The old man timidly replied, nothing." After that, the masked group was surrounded by the people of the Mengxiu sect. Dang Koak stood by the side and asked him, "Sect leader, how should we handle these remnants?" He was extremely looking forward to dealing with them. They were those who dared to draw swords against the sect leader, deserving to be minced into 100 pieces. He didn't answer immediately, but rested his chin on his hand and thought. But seeing the way they risked their lives to fight to the end, this group seems usable. Perhaps subduing them is also. Suddenly, something caught his eye. What is that?" Then Kim Kien abruptly turned and walked away, not answering, leaving Dang Koak bewildered. Sect leader? He slowly walked down the steps. In front of him was a child. The small figure was holding a sword, threatening him, but the child's hands were trembling incessantly. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, then slowly removed that mask. Before his eyes was a little girl, tear streaks still on her face, biting her lip tightly, her whole body trembling with fear. Kim Kien saw the girl, his eyes immediately widening, looking extremely scary. Elsewhere, on a sidewalk bustling with passers-by, two people were kowtowing and begging. Suddenly, a curly-haired man slammed hard on the boy's head, then roared, "I told you to kneel down and beg properly, didn't I? You have to look more pitiful." His face flushed red. He said angrily, "Or do I have to break one of your legs for you to listen?" The boy sitting next to him, with a gaunt face and no vitality, heard the threat and whispered, "I will do it. Sorry." At the same time, at the Black Blood sect, Kim Kien knelt down in front of the child. He asked gently, "Hey kid, are there any other children like you here?" The child hurriedly shook her head, tears still flowing ceaselessly. He slowly stood up, his expression darkening. "Is that so?" At this moment, another person standing nearby cut in and threatened, "Stupid brat, have you forgotten your status?" As soon as the words were spoken, that person was shot dead by him with a single shot. He still spoke gently to the child. "Hey kid, close your eyes from now on." As soon as the child closed her eyes, he cursed softly, a bunch of animals. Even forcing a child to hold a sword to kill people. His eyes, filled with fury, looked at them. "Are you lot still human?" He knew leaving the girl here wasn't okay, so he led her by the hand outside. "Zhang Hua, I'm taking this child away first." He handed over everything for him to handle fully. The remaining ones, kill them all. As soon as the words were spoken, Dang Koak rushed into the battle, the scene immediately becoming chaotic. As for him, he took the girl away from this place. After the battle ended, Kim Kien, the girl, and his subordinates got into a carriage together. The carriage creaked on the road. but no one in the carriage said a word, making the girl feel the atmosphere was a bit suffocating. Dang Koak was very moved by Kim Kin's action, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the sect leader to have this side. Cold on the outside, but so warm on the inside. So he decided to turn and greet the girl. Hey, little kid. He suddenly brought his face close, looking very like a pervert, and even widened his eyes to ask, What's your name, kid? This action made the girl scared to the point of being about to cry, not daring to say a word. That's right, he was also extremely panicked because of that. I didn't do anything. Why is this girl crying? Kim Kin saw this, so he gently comforted the girl. Hey kid, he won't eat you. Don't be afraid. The girl whispered, yes. Suddenly, she spoke softly, rubbing her hands together nervously as she spoke. Thank you for saving my life, sir. But perhaps I can't help much. Then she spoke with a determined and resounding voice. But if you have any orders, I will definitely do my best to complete them. He frowned and replied, Hey, do you think I'm so free that I'd go save a useless kid like you? Hearing this, the girl stammered guess. Huh? So you are. He cut in, saying a sentence that stunned the girl. Bring you back to play. He looked at the sky outside, while saying, children just need to eat well and sleep well. At the Mengxiu sect, everyone joyfully welcomed him back. Sect leader, you have returned. Triad Hao stepped forward to ask him, You aren't injured anywhere, are you? He calmly replied, Yeah, I'm fine. Tran Ho Alon glanced to his side, seeing there was a little girl. She asked curiously, This little girl is? Kim Kien replied coldly, Picked her up on the road. She looked at the girl attentively, full of praise. Oh my, look at this cute appearance. Suddenly, he interrupted. Third elder, I have a favor to ask. She listened seriously. Yes, please speak. Then he instructed her. This little girl will stay here. Please arrange a place for her. Mengxiu scampered out. Mengxiu, my darling, come here. But it turned in another direction, making him a bit annoyed. Hey, Mengxiu, why don't you come here to Papa instead of running off like that? It ran to the little girl and sat down in front of her. The little girl looked at it with sparkling eyes, reached out to pat its head, then squatted down, happily playing with it. He witnessed it all, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Everyone saw this scene, and they were all astonished. What? Sect leader, did you just smile? He didn't pay attention, turned away, and massaged his sore shoulders. Oh, whatever. Third elder, I'm counting on you for that matter. I'm tired, going to rest now. That's right. He remembered something he needed to ask the little girl. Kid, what is your name? The little girl answered awkwardly. 121. I don't have a name. Everyone has always called me that. Kim Kien fell silent for a long moment, thought for a while, then said, Then, from now on, let's call you Not Not. He thought of a very good name. As soon as he called it, Not Not's eyes lit up. From now on, your name is Not Not. Nyat, nyat, nyat. He quickly explained the meaning of a name. It doesn't have any special meaning. Just hoping that every day of yours passes in happiness. Just one sentence was enough to stun the little girl. She stood there blankly. Thank you, sect leader. Not burst into tears. I will definitely live very happily. Hearing that, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the second elder held a scroll in his hand. Sect leader, before you rest, perhaps you should take a look at this letter from the Mingji sect. He slowly opened the letter to read. He pondered for a long time, then said, Dang Koak. Get ready. Dang Koak was bewildered. Kim Kien smirked and said, Looks like we have to go on an adventure and find a few more companions along the way, meaning cannon fodder. In the dim room, a yellow lamp flickered by the bed. Kim Kien was sitting on the bed, looking at something with a serious expression. He read every word in the letter intently. The letter said, requesting an audience with the sect leader. I am Man Ko, the stronghold leader of the Qinghai branch of the Havu sect. But in reality, when writing these words down, Manko felt extremely awkward, so troublesome. After introducing himself, Manko went straight to the point. To consolidate the power of the Mengxiu sect, I believe the first step should be to target the Black Forest 36 strongholds. What do you think? The Black Forest 36 strongholds is an evil faction force opposing the Martial Arts Alliance. The image of Luke Tnac and his murderous subordinates gradually appeared. They are numerous. If subdued, they would become a great support for the Mengxiu sect, especially the chief of the Black Forest 36 strongholds. Luke Tnac is not only among the top 100 experts, but is also rumored to be a figure comparable to the contemporary top 10 experts. He fell into deep thought. Top 10 experts? Although not equal, compared to those people, surely he's only slightly inferior. Kim Kien tiredly lay down, looking at the ceiling and thinking. If he agrees to submit to me, he would indeed be a capable assistant. Outside, the sun was warm and birds were singing. Kim Kien was also exhausted, so he put that matter aside, saying, "Whatever, let's deal with that later. I'll sleep for a bit." He had just closed his eyes when he was woken up by Dang Koak and Not. "Sect leader, it's morning. Everything is ready. Please set off." "Sect leader, good morning." He hurriedly urged again with an excited face. The result was a slap from Kim Kien that twisted his mouth. "Hurry up, whether you want to go or not. You have to. To accompany you, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." He was startled and screamed, "Ah!" A female ghost appears. He sat up, confusedly asking Not, "Kid." "No, Not, why are you here?" The little girl hadn't answered yet, actually, then glanced at Dang Koak standing behind, covering his face with his hands. Dang Koak put his hands down and said cheerfully, "Ah, I wanted to let you admire my just woke up beauty." The result was immediately being threatened by him. "Do you want to die?" He put on his sandals while speaking. "Fine. Are you guys all ready?" Dang Koak was still busy with something nearby. "Yes, everything is ready." But then he turned to Kim Kien, beaming. "What do you think of this outfit?" "Sec leader, try it on." Kim Kien looked at the clothes. The more he looked, the more they became an eyesore, and frowned, shouting, "Damn it, are we going to an amusement park? Wearing something so flashy. This guy is crazy." Nanat's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Wow, so beautiful." Dang Koak stood by, hesitantly replying, "But the sect leader probably doesn't need to wear it, right?" He was stunned, thought for a moment, then put on the outfit he had just criticized. Unexpectedly, just one sentence from Not could make him change so quickly. "Zang Kwak Smai Smuli." "Indeed, fine feathers make fine birds. It suits you very well." Not saw him wearing it and kept praising. "Sect leader, you are truly handsome and dashing, looking incredibly good." He hurriedly turned away. "Let's go." Suddenly, Not called, "Sect leader." He glanced back, replying, "What is it?" The little girl respectfully clasped her hands and said, "I will stay home and play nicely. Please rest assured on your journey." He smiled gently, softly saying, "Yeah, that's good." He left Mangxio to play with the little girl before feeling reassured enough to leave. "Have fun playing." He walked out and saw his subordinates carrying a pile of luggage, big and small. He was extremely puzzled, asking, "Only 2 people are going, why bring so much stuff?" His face immediately changed, sweating profusely, awkwardly replying, "Ah, that." Before he could finish, Hoa Lan interrupted. "Greetings, sect leader." She cheerfully explained, "That is my luggage. This trip might be very long." He was a bit surprised. "What? You're going too?" She calmly replied, "Of course. What if something like what happened at the Kunlun sect happens again?" He thought about it and found it reasonable. True, having the third elder along would be more reassuring. But third elder. He looked at her outfit and couldn't help but be startled. "You intend to wear that?" She replied shyly, It's a bit flashy, isn't it?" He frowned and said, "Go change into something else. Hurry up." After that, everyone began their journey. But while sitting in the carriage, he got curious. "By the way, where are we going?" Dang Koak explained the itinerary to him. "Since we can't go straight to the Black Dragon Stronghold to meet the chief, we will go to the Black Tiger Stronghold to meet the vice chief first." He didn't quite understand and asked another question. "Can't we go straight to the Black Dragon Stronghold?" Tran Ho Lan spoke up. "Ah, sect leader, it's like this." She explained that they had no way to contact the chief directly, so they sent a letter to the vice chief, asking him to arrange a meeting. He was a bit curious about that person. "So that's it. What kind of person is the vice chief?" She was about to continue speaking about the vice chief when the horse suddenly stopped, panting heavily. He immediately realized something was wrong, loudly asking outside, "What's happening?" The person outside reported, "Sorry, sect leader, the horse seems tired." He was quick-witted, so he said to Kim Kien, "We should also rest a bit and eat something. How about we camp here tonight?" He agreed. "Let's do that." The 3 of them sat around the fire. Tran Hoa Lan sat opposite and asked, "Sect leader, how is the food?" He chewed voraciously while saying with satisfaction, "Not bad." Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from the nearby grass. Tan Hoa Lan Gen Li no Tit Eat. Dang Koak also quickly turned his head, looking vigilantly in that direction. A figure stumbled out from the grass. "Can you give me something to eat?" Tong Lan walked over slowly, her face gaunt but still smiling excitedly. "Hee, I haven't eaten for days." Hoa Lan crossed her arms watching the woman approaching, thinking, the situation seems not good. She glanced at the opponent's scratched arm. She politely replied, "Being hungry and giving some food is common courtesy." But, she speculated, "Looking at this behavior, it seems like you are being pursued by someone." "Sorry, it was my negligence, I cannot." The woman didn't mind much. hurriedly saying, "No problem, I'll eat quickly and leave right away." After that, she sat down to eat with them. She voraciously stuffed food into her mouth, eyes shining like headlights, clicking her tongue in praise. "Wow, so delicious." She excitedly asked for more food. "Give me a little more." Meanwhile, Kim Kien looked at her eating manner and was dumbfounded. Is this girl crazy? She ate for a while before remembering something. "I was so busy eating I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tong Lan. Thank you all for this delicious meal. I will definitely repay you." Seeing this, Tran Hoa Lan hurriedly and tactfully chased her away. "No need to be polite. If you have finished eating, please stand up and leave Mississippi. As I said, our whereabouts need to be kept secret." She also knew her place, immediately stood up preparing to leave. "Sorry for disturbing you all. Then I shall take my leave." Tran Hoa Lan quickly saw the guest off. "Please go." After Tong Lan left, she turned back to look at the food, only to discover it had been completely devoured by her. With so many leftovers gone, who will eat now? Seeing this, she said to Kim Kien, "Sect leader, I'll go get more rice. Please go into the carriage to rest first." He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sorry to trouble you." He reached out to open the carriage door when he suddenly heard a loud noise. A group of people riding horses was approaching them. One of them held up a paper with a portrait of a woman and asked, "Hey, have you guys seen this woman anywhere?" It didn't take long for Kim Kien to recognize her. Looks like the girl from earlier." He glared at them, thinking, "This bastard dares to use that tone with me?" He exhaled, telling himself, "Calm down, don't cause trouble, let go. Endure a little for peace and quiet." He waved his hand, wanting to shoo the group away. "Don't know, tired, get lost." He silently praised himself. "Good job, managed to control it." That guy felt looked down upon, angry to the point of blushing. He grit his teeth and cursed. "You son of a bitch, dare to speak to this official like that. Do you want to die?" Kim Kien's face darkened, sternly asking, "So do you know who I am?" At this moment, Tran Hoa Lan appeared out of nowhere to bail him out. "We haven't met that woman." She quietly warned everyone, "Let's go our separate ways. Don't cause more trouble." Officials do not enter the martial world. The martial world does not offend officials. Her face also hardened, glancing at those people. Shouldn't shed blood over a small matter. That guy swallowed hard, seeming afraid. But he still talked tough? Fine, but I need to check to be sure. Let me search the carriage. She looked up at him. "Sect leader." He said annoyedly, "I said she's not there. Are you delusional?" Then he slowly opened the carriage door. Tong Lan was calmly sitting in the carriage eating and nonchalantly asked, "Why did you come in so early?" I forgot to tell everyone. I only said I was leaving. I didn't say where I was going. The rice here is really delicious. Smells amazing." He froze on the spot, stood still as a statue. "Why'd you go in there?" Kim Kien and Tran Hoa Lan's attitude changed immediately. "What? Why did you enter without permission?" The guy was smug, as everything went as he predicted. "I told you, you fools. Did you think I would believe you? Your actions are clearly a violation against the government. What are you standing there for?" He immediately drew his sword, shouting orders. "Arrest them all for me." The sound of horse hooves clattered. Other horses also rushed forward. They swarmed in, each with a sword. He remained calm, slowly pulling a self-defense weapon from his clothes. He laughed coldly. That have never shied away from any battle. Tran Hoa Lan worried something would happen to him. So she spoke up to stop him. "Sect leader, please listen to me." He smirked, preparing to declare war. "Third elder, it's too late." Before he could act, Dang Koak made a move first. "You bastards." He glared threateningly. "Who do you dare draw swords against?" Suddenly, he called out, "Dang Koak." He turned around sharply. "Yes, sect leader." He smiled mysteriously, saying, "Get them." Dang Koak smiled ruthlessly, replying, "Yes, sect leader." He didn't hesitate, rushing him like a madman, taking him down one by one. Another guy nearby tried to explain, wait, we're just taking that woman away." Before he could finish his sentence, Dang Koak kicked his face in. Then he attacked like a storm, striking violently. Dang Koak jumped onto a horse's back, then used the momentum to jump high, grabbing a guy's head and smashing it into the ground. The leading officer witnessed the scene, terrified. These madmen, at this rate, everyone will die. He hurriedly spurred his horse to flee. I must escape to report this to everyone. He thought no one would notice him running away, but unfortunately, Dang Koak had targeted him. Abandoning subordinates to save your own skin, truly a coward. Dang Koak had locked onto him. "You're definitely dead by my hands." He ran for his life with all his might. "Idiot, you have to look at who your opponent is before fighting." He thought this would go smoothly, but the next moment, a bullet embedded itself straight into his head. "Now I just need to report to the superiors." The horse gradually slowed down, and he fell from the horse's back. Kim Kien had just finished off a guy, his face still cold as ice. Tran Hoalan had been silent all this time, now finally had a chance to speak. Sect leader, that action was truly too reckless. She was extremely worried about the future of the Mengxiu sect. We have provoked people from the government. I fear it will implicate the Mengxiu sect, giving me a headache to death, and even implicate the entire Wulin. Kim Qian just laughed. Third Elder, what are you saying? Did we do something? This confused her, huh? He looked into the distance, saying, in the place I used to live, there was a saying. He looked at the corpses lying scattered in front of him, saying, no witnesses means no crime. She heard this and felt it was very persuasive. Although we were here, it's like we weren't here. Sounds reasonable. He walked towards the carriage while saying, besides, I've also found a way to meet the chief directly. She heard this and was surprised. Huh? He pointed to a piece of paper over there. Look at this paper. She looked closely at the paper, immediately stunned. Oh? On the paper, it was written, Criminal Tong Lon. Crime, intentional injury. Identifying characteristics. Daughter of the chief of the Black Forest 36 strongholds. She herself was surprised. What was that just now? Clearly, I didn't see that one a poster just now. As for Tran Hoalan, she was still thinking, meaning that woman is the daughter of the chief? Tong Lon said with some annoyance. No wonder those soldiers suddenly appeared and chased after me. He asked, hey, do you have anything else to say? She said happily, right, truly thank you all so much. This kindness I will definitely carve into my bones and heart and repay later. Kim Qian said coldly, no need for any big repayment. Hearing this, she asked curiously, then what do you want? He also frankly expressed his intention. Introduce your father to me. Tong Lon heard this. Scared until her face turned pale, she misunderstood. Huh, could be you like me? He gritted his teeth and threatened. Do you want to die? Daring to say such things. She and everyone got on the carriage, going to place. Arriving, she got off first and said, from here, my people will lead the way for you. Kim Qian looked up at the sky, then looked around. I didn't expect this place to be so vast. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the forest. A person with a panicked expression ran over. Miss, are you hurt anywhere? Miss, how could you run out on your own without saying a word like that? Tong Lon greeted them happily. Songni, long time no see, sorry, I just wanted to go out sightseeing, experience a bit. They glanced at Kim Qian and Tran Hoalan, eyes full of suspicion, asking, Miss, who are these two? Tong Lon also enthusiastically introduced. These are my life-saving benefactors. So that's it. They immediately clasped their hands in unison. On behalf of the young miss, we would like to send our thanks to the two benefactors. Then she turned to Kim Qian and Dang Koak, asking, the two benefactors want to meet my father? Hearing this, they were a bit worried. But although they are the Mrs. Benefactors, if we arbitrarily bring outsiders in, if something happens, Tong Lon hurriedly reassured them. It's okay. I know what you were worried about. These two are good people. I will take responsibility. Just lead them to meet my father. At the Black Dragon stronghold, the air was fresh, the sky blue. The three of them were led inside. Dang Koak was stunned with amazement. The gatekeeper pointed to the door, politely saying, please go this way. Kim Qian silently exclaimed, why is this gate so huge? The large gate opened. The three of them slowly walked in. Suddenly, Luke Tien Ac's voice rang out, making his heart stop, freezing him in place. Although you saved my daughter, I still want to know what your purpose for coming here is. Kim Qian looked at the chair in front, thinking to himself, such strong pressure. That old man appeared behind them, saying, you want to meet me? Kim Qian turned his head to look, a question inevitably popping up in his heart. What is this lump of meat? Hualan stipet fawat lai di. Speaking first, it is an honor to meet the chief. We are from the Mengxiu sect. This is the sect leader of the Mengxiu sect. Luke Tien AC interrupted. No need to introduce. I know who you are. He walked while saying, what I want to know is, what is your purpose for coming here? He sat imposingly on the chair, saying sternly, all right, if you have something, say it straight. Kim Qian also explained, then I will speak frankly. We want to borrow. Oh no, we want to invite you to join the alliance, to fight against the Wulin alliance together. His last sentence, I have a dream of hegemony. I must unify the Wulin, made Luke Tin AC burst into laughter. The old man's laughter was too ear-piercing, causing Kim Qian to cover his ears. This old man's internal energy is truly profound. Luke Tien AC stopped laughing, saying seriously, truly an unexpected answer. It is true that I hate the Wulin alliance. But he frowned, looking at Kim Qian scrutinizingly. But why should I help a stranger like you? Suddenly, one of his subordinates entered. Chief, please listen to me. The subordinate ran over and whispered a report into his ear. Kim Kien stood there, unable to help being curious. What are they whispering about? At the same time, Luke Tnac said to the subordinate, that works too. Then he smiled cunningly. So that's how it is. He slowly stood up, walking in front of Kim Kien. Luke Tnac looked at him with threatening eyes. Kim Kien stared at him, watching what he intended to do next. Luke Tnac suddenly reached out his hand, causing Kim Kien to react instantly. Planning a sneak attack on me? He placed his hand on Kim Kien's shoulder, asking quietly, sect leader of Manhwa sect, to build a relationship, there must be some binding, right? He laughed loudly, speaking vaguely, since that's the case. Hearing this, Kim Kien couldn't help but be on guard. Then marry my daughter. Father. No, call me father-in-law. Dang Koak and Tran Ho Alan were astonished when they heard Tnac laugh and say, marry my daughter. Father. No, call me father-in-law. Luke Tnac looked at Kim Kien with a puzzled look. Why aren't you answering? Could it be? He glared, questioning sternly, you despise my daughter? Kim Kien didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a long while. Then he spoke up. My answer. He looked up at Luke Tnac, raising his middle finger in a friendly manner and saying, is this? Luke Tnac didn't understand the meaning, asking back, what do you want to say? You agreed? Kim Kien coldly cursed straight out. Are you crazy? Why do I have to marry your daughter? Right at that moment, Tran Ho Alan quickly covered his mouth, laughing and interjecting. Chief, please give us a moment to discuss. She said in a friendly manner, this is not a matter that can be easily decided. Meanwhile, Kim Kien still raised his middle finger. Father-in-law what? Do you want to know what unfilial means? Luke Tnac rolled his eyes, pondering. That's true. After all, this is a major lifelong event for my daughter. I give you 1 hour, then give me an answer. In a closed room, the three of them, Kim Kien, sat down to discuss. Dang Koak, sweating profusely, glanced at Kim Kien. Tran Ho Alan spoke first. Sect leader, what do you intend to do? Kim Kien asked back in confusion. What else can be done? He frowned, saying with displeasure, of course, I don't agree. Why do I have to marry a strange woman? She couldn't help but show sympathy. True, suddenly forcing someone to get married is indeed too much. Tran Ho Alan secretly regretted in her heart. What a pity. It seems we can't borrow the power of the Black Forest 36 strongholds. But her mouth suggested, then let me go reason with him. Kim Kien looked down at his hand, asking, hey, what are you planning to do? He slightly shook the phone, and the mission board appeared. Mission, alliance with the Black Forest 36 strongholds. Completing the mission without killing anyone will receive a special reward, 230-round magazines. He was so angry he cursed silently. Damn it. After accepting the mission, Kim Kien fell silent. Tran Ho Alan said loudly, sect leader, I'm going. Just then, Kim Kien stopped her. Hey, third elder, wait. Kim Kien smiled cunningly. Right, there's this way. He slammed the table, standing up abruptly, calling softly, third elder. Kim Kien wanted to go meet Luke Tnac personally. Let me go talk to him. The three of them went together before Luke Tnac. The atmosphere became tense. Luke Tnac probed. So, sect leader of the Manhwa sect, have you made your decision? Kim Kien calmly replied, yes, I have decided. Kim Kien said nonchalantly, I will not marry your daughter. Luke Tnac Fronak approached impressed. What? Is my daughter not worthy of you? Kim Kien smirked. It's not that. Then he leisurely continued. You are right. Building a relationship requires a bond. So, his next words stunned Luke Tnac. Let's become sworn brothers. Luke Tnac asked in astonishment. You want to become sworn brothers with me? Kim Kien bluntly replied. That's right, sworn brothers. I am willing to be your younger brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of loud laughter rang out. Luke Tnac looked at him with interest, saying, you really are an unpredictable fellow. He didn't agree easily, deliberately making things difficult, but becoming sworn brothers depends on the status of both parties. What qualifications do you have to become sworn brothers with me? Kim Kien immediately proposed seriously. I knew you would say that. So let's make a bet. Luke Tnac agreed with interest. What trick are you planning to amuse me with now? Speak quickly. Kim Kien seemed to be waiting for this, his lips curling into a cunning smile. We will play Capture the Flag. Kim Kien explained the rules. The rules are very simple. Each side sends out 3 people. Whichever side captures the opponent's flag first wins. Finally, Kim Kien stated the condition. If I win, you must become sworn brothers with me and help the Manhwa sect. If we lose, I will quietly withdraw in silence. How about that? Very simple. Isn't it? Luke Tnac rubbed his temples, mocking. You want me to look at you differently just because of this childish game? But fearing the old man wouldn't agree, Kim Kien provoked. Why are you dilly-dallying? Are you afraid? Provoked. Luke Tnac clenched his fist and retorted, "Fine, I agree. But that doesn't seem very fair. If I win, not only must you become sworn brothers with me." Kim Kien's face twisted as he listened uncomfortably to the old man continue. "But you must also become my son-in-law. Did you say something just now?" The voice was mixed with unconcealed excitement, the face revealing clear anticipation. Tnac laughed. "Oh, scared?" Everyone moved to a large courtyard. On the Mungshio sect side, Kim Kien's trio was deep in thought. He observed the surroundings while thinking to himself, "Chief, I thought he was a fool. Didn't expect him to be an old fox. No matter what, I must win this match." Kim Kien continued to calculate. The rule is to capture the flag, not defend it, so that old man Luke Tnac will surely go to capture the flag himself. He glanced at the person behind, probing, "Dang Koak, if you face Luke Tnac, how long can you hold out?" He stammered, "This." After a while, he said seriously, "If I fight with my life, perhaps I can hold out for a quarter of an hour." This made Kim Kien horrified, thinking, "Is that old man Luke Tnac that strong?" He frowned tightly, thinking deeper. "That means we have to capture the flag within 15 minutes. Kim Kien turned to Tran Hoa Lan beside him, calling, "Hey, third elder." She quickly replied, "Yes." Sect leader, he ordered sternly, "As soon as the signal is given, immediately use your fastest speed to rush to the flag point. Try to avoid conflict with them. If you encounter them, just ignore them. Just run." He pulled out his pistol and cocked it, saying in a low voice, "Leave them to me to deal with." Right after that, the bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Kien urged, "Third elder, run quickly." Tran Hoa Lan received the order, immediately flying towards the flag point at high speed. "Yes." Kim Kien called the remaining person, Dang Koak. He immediately responded, "Yes." Sect leader, Kim Kien instructed seriously, "I'm a person who believes in bachelorhood. You must try to hold out." Dang Koak couldn't help but look bewildered. "Yes, I understand." After assigning tasks, he also quickly ran towards the flag point. "It seems we're almost there." Running for a while without meeting anyone made Kim Kien a bit suspicious. Why is there no one? Could we have gone a wrong way? Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Kim Kien immediately hid behind a large tree by the road. From a distance, he saw the opponent's flag standing alone there, unguarded. He suspected silently, "It must be here," yet no one is guarding it. It seems all three of them have focused on our side. Determining the target had no people, and there were no ambushes around, he made up his mind. Good, take this chance. Just as he ran out intending to seize the flag, Kim Kien suddenly startled, remembering, "Wait, the third elder should have arrived before me." His face showed panic, wondering, where did she go? Just then, Luke Tnac appeared out of nowhere beside him. Speaking up, "Peekaboo." He keenly glanced to the side, but by then the old man had launched a palm strike at his chest. A stream of energy slowly exploded, causing Kim Kien to freeze, unable to react in time. Then came a violent energy explosion hitting him. Kim Kien was immediately knocked, flying more than 10 meters away, his whole body pushed backward by the force. Crashing into a tree, dust flying everywhere. Kim Kien staggered and sat down on the ground. Luke Tnac walked over, speaking, "I heard you used evil arts to control my daughter, so I was looking forward to your performance. But how disappointing, sect leader of the Mungshio sect. Is this all the skill you have?" Kim Kien remained silent, clawing at the ground, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I'm all alone." He looked up at Luke Tnac, standing like a fierce god before him, feeling uneasy. "Do I really have to break this wall?" Sigh. Luke Tnac spoke in disappointment. "It seems this match won't be interesting anymore." Sigh, how boring. Saying so, he turned around, mocking as he walked. "Let's end this here." Suddenly, Kim Kien spoke up. "Hey, old man, where do you think you're going?" He stood up, pointing the gun straight at the person in front, frowning. The real fun hasn't started yet. He widened his eyes, calculating in his mind. Without the gun, there's no way to take him down. But aiming is very difficult because my eyes are bleeding. Looking at the weapon in Kim Kien's hand, Luke Tnac turned back with interest. "Is that the martial arts of the Mungshio sect leader?" "Very well. Stand up and try attacking me. But this will be the last time you can do that." Saying so, Luke Tnac nimbly glanced to the side, his face excited. He used one hand to grab the head of Tran Hoa Lan, who had just sneak attacked. His giant hand squeezed so tight that her face was spotted with blood, starting to tremble. Luke Tnac's voice rang out. "I surely gave you a chance just now, didn't I? With your scratching cat kung fu. You should have known you couldn't even touch a finger of mine." While the old man, kept rambling. Yet you attack me one more time like that. Then I have no choice but to finish you off right here. At this moment, Kim Kien was cocking the gun while calculating. I injure my ribs during the impact, but I must get up quickly to save the third elder. I have to save her, otherwise she will be in danger. Just then, Dang Koak rushed out from nowhere, intending to sneak attack TNAC. The old man detected it quickly, but couldn't block in time, so he was knocked back a distance. TNAC stared at him, feeling excited, laughing inwardly. It's been a long time since I met a martial artist with such mighty strength. Dang Koak asked Kim Kien worriedly. Sect leader, third elder, are you two okay? Seeing him, Kim Kien asked back in suspicion, but what about our flag? He scratched his head, replying honestly. The fighting here was too loud. I was worried about the sect leader. Dang Koak hadn't finished speaking when Kim Kien shouted, "Hey, you crazy guy." He frowned in anger. Are we going to lose like this? We worked so hard to get here. Is this the result? Just firing the gun and hitting him would solve everything. Right then, Luke TNAC spoke up. Don't worry, sect leader. Luke TNAC looked towards Kim Kien's flag and said, your flag is still there, isn't it? Luke TNAC's whole body burned with fighting spirit, loudly declaring, I came to this match alone. Kim Kien was even more astonished, unable to believe it. What? He came alone? Does he mean he is confident he can single-handedly defeat all of us? At this moment, Dang Koak was also stunned into silence, then spoke up. No matter how strong you are, facing us alone. Finishing his sentence, he slowly moved his steps, then started to accelerate. Finally, Dang Koak clenched his fist, aggressively charging forward, shouting loudly. That is the reason you will fail in this match. Luke Tianaktini Smirka Kuldli. Is that courage or not? He swung his arm, executing his martial arts, his tone extremely arrogant. Then use your own strength to judge for yourself. A cloud of dust filled the air, spreading everywhere. The fists of the two collided, temporarily undecided who was the winner. Luke Tien AC laughed and suggested, let's settle this like men, using fists. Dang Koak did not back down, replying, this is exactly what I want, Chief. Saying so, he clenched his fist again, preparing to engage the old man. A thunderous punch hit straight into the chest, causing the old man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Luke Tien AC grinned broadly, seemingly very happy. Then, he glared, punching the opponent, his tone mocking. That punch was quite strong, but still not enough to satisfy me. You have to punch like this. Dang Koak took a punch, immediately spitting out fresh blood. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-piercing pain, glaring at Luke Tien AC. Dang Koak quickly counterattacked. Luke Tien AC couldn't dodge that blow in time, getting hit until his face skewed, nose blood flowing out. Luke Tien AC froze for a moment, then laughed sinisterly and rushed forward, every punch using full strength. He continuously attacked Dang Koak. Dang Koak didn't easily admit defeat. He gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing killing intent, putting strength into his arm, punching towards Luke Tien AC. The two, just like that, frantically exchanged powerful punches back and forth. Although both were covered in injuries, the winner was still undecided. Dang Koak couldn't help but be astonished. How can there be such terrifying strength? He was just stunned for a moment when he was hit by two streams of power, unable to dodge in time. He immediately spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood again. Luke Tien AC stood tall, speaking unsatisfied. Still not enough, still not enough. He laughed sinisterly, eyes burning as he looked at Dang Koak. With this speed, this strength of yours, it is still not enough to impress me. Just as he was getting excited, Luke Tien AC suddenly widened his eyes, snapping back to reality. One of his legs had been hit by a bullet at this moment, bleeding. His expression darkened, glancing behind him. Kim Kien's voice rang out. The mistake was underestimating an enemy with a gun in hand. He raised the gun with an unhappy look. Isn't that your fault for looking down on me? Dang Koak saw this scene, rejoicing in his heart. It's finally here, the sect leader's secret technique. Luke Tien AC fell silent, his expression becoming serious, and replied, this is indeed a mysterious martial art. Luke Tien AC turned his head to look at Kim Kien, assessing. To be able to attack me from such a distance, and even make me feel pain. However, this is still not enough. Luke Tien AC tensed his facial muscles, smiling coldly. If this is all your skill, then my flag, no matter what, you will not get. Kim Kien scratched his head with the gun, looking a bit impatient as he spoke. If you are that kind of monster, I still have a way. But do you know? even an incredibly solid rock, seemingly indestructible. He imagined the scene of chiseling rock, then the image of a miner mining stone, then continued. If you continuously attack its weak point, eventually it will be destroyed. Thinking of the giant rock splitting in half, he couldn't help but feel confident. Even a rock that seems unbreakable must eventually yield. Luke Tnac heard this and spoke up, not understanding. I don't understand what you want to say. Right then, he shifted his steps, getting into a stance, then shouted loudly while rushing towards Kim Kien. But just use your strength to prove it. Kim Kien laughed coldly and replied briefly, simply put, then raised his gun and fired several shots continuously at his leg. Bullets flew successively towards Luke Tnac, who was rushing in. Kim Kien's voice echoed, just attack one spot hard enough. Luke Tnac suddenly stopped due to the sensation in his leg. The spot hit by the bullets began to bleed. Luke Tnac was in so much pain, he had to bend over. Right at that moment, Kim Kien immediately signaled, "Dang Koak, run." He quickly used his fastest speed to run toward the flag. Luke Tnac muttered to himself, "It seems I underestimated everyone." Just as Dang Koak was about to touch the flag on Luke Tnac's side, the old man appeared in front of him with a whoosh from out of nowhere. Luke Tnac clenched his fists and spoke. But from now on, he suddenly landed on the ground, causing a large patch of earth to crack open. Dang Koak was also blown away. Luke Tnac's face was full of killing intent, becoming extremely serious. "I will go all out." Having said that, he rushed towards Dang Koak again. He continuously used his fists to attack Dang Koak, beating him back repeatedly. The final punch hit the target, sending him flying a great distance. But Luke Tnac did not stop there. He rushed forward to attack ceaselessly again. Then a thunderous punch sent Dang Koak flying just above the ground for over 10 meters. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. Luke Tnac laughed and asked, "How is it? Is that punch enough for you to rest for a while?" After speaking, his eyes glanced in another direction. Kim Kien was behind him, taking the opportunity to steal the flag. Luke Tnac leaped up, flying over to grab him. "Where do you think you're going? What's the rush?" Kim Kien looked up at the person behind him, his heart in a tangle. He's still that strong. Luke Tnac hovered in the air, speaking in a tone full of arrogance and provocation. "Didn't you declare you wanted to dominate the martial world? Then just wait and see at the end of this match if you're just bragging." Luke Tnac gripat Kim Kien's shuldigli, mockingly declaring, "It seems your side has lost, sect leader." At this moment, Kim Kien remembered, back when he and Meng Xiu were in his room. He stared at the mission update displayed on the phone. In the 5th mission, defeat the enemy without killing. Provide mission reward. Mission completed. He thoughtfully looked at the reward, wondering, is this a supplementary reward? Kim Kien observed and assessed it for a while, still looking confused, not understanding what this thing did. The flashback ended. Now he immediately took that reward out, temporarily trying out to see. He tossed an object high up, causing Luke Tnac to look curiously as well. He wondered aloud, what the hell is that thing for? Looking closely, he couldn't recognize what it was. Luke Tnac was curious inside. What is this? Right at that moment, that thing exploded, the blinding light making Luke Tnac's figure become blurry. Kim Kien's proud voice rang out. "This is science, old brother." Luke Tnac immediately shut his eyes tight, shouting in pain. "What did you do? What is this? What's wrong with my eyes?" Kim Kien paid him no mind, quickly stepping to the flag stand before speaking. "How is it? This is quite fun, isn't it?" By this time, his hand had touched the flag stand. Kim Kien proudly said, "This is the greatness of science." He hoisted the flag onto his shoulder, looking at the person in front of him. "Anyway, I won." He glanced at Luke Tnac with a smug expression, speaking in a mocking tone. "From now on, I'm relying entirely on you, Chief." Kim Kien finished stealing the flag, looking down at Luke Tnac below. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he spoke. "I got the flag, I won." Luke Tnac stood motionless, his face sullen, not answering. Kim Kien frowned, asking with some suspicion, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Not convinced. At this moment, a long burst of laughter rang out. "Luc tient assez à pili prest, mon cul sect leader." "You are truly an interesting fellow. For so many years, no one has made me this happy." He approached Kim Kien, heartily fulfilling his promise. "I will keep my promise." Luke Tnac looked at Kim Kien excitedly, declaring, "From now on, just consider me your big brother." Kim Kien was stunned for a moment. before looking down at him and whispering, The two immediately shook hands, becoming sworn brothers. But when shaking hands, Luke Tien AC squeezed hard, causing Kim Kien to groan in pain. Hey, let me go. Hey, why aren't you letting go? Luke Tien AC, with an expectant face, excitedly demanded, Call me big brother, worthy brother. Kim Kien got goosebumps and shouted, What are you doing? Look in the mirror. With that face of yours, you want to be a big brother? Finally. He still sighed helplessly. Kim Kien reluctantly agreed, calling out once, All right, then I'll rely on you. Big brother. He grimaced, gritting his teeth, struggling to squeeze out the word. Big brother. By that evening, they roasted a pig together to celebrate. Luke Tien AC laughed loudly, saying, What a joyous day. He excitedly announced to everyone, Come, a toast to the brotherhood of Mengqiu sect and the Black Forest 36 strongholds. His subordinates also roared in agreement. Menku sect, Menku sect, Menku sect. Menku sect. Kim Kien stared blankly at Luke Tien AC, who was excitedly draining his cup of wine, cursing silently in his heart. Who possessed this guy today? Why is he? He turned to Dang Koak beside him and asked, Hey, Dang Koak, where did the third elder go? Dang Koak asked back, Is the sect leader talking about her? Only then did Dang Koak reply, The third elder said she was injured, so she went back to her room to rest first. Kim Kien thoughtfully recalled, unable to help feeling a bit worried. That's right, being tormented like that. It must be very painful. At the same time, Tran Ho Alan stood alone by the window, gazing at the sky. She was silent, focused on her thoughts. In her heart, she felt extremely guilty, thinking, Today's result didn't help at all. Could it be that I am just a burden to the sect leader? Right at that moment, a voice called from outside, startling her. Hey, third elder, are you in there? Tran Ho Alan glanced towards the door, replying, I am, sect leader. Kim Kien pushed the door open and entered, asking, Why are you sitting here alone? Are you feeling better? She panicked and replied, I'm fine. Perhaps the chief stronghold leader went easy on me, seeing that she was all right. Kim Kien intended to leave. That's good then, you rest. Tran Ho Alan spoke in a low, guilty voice. Sect leader, I'm sorry. Kim Kien asked back with some surprise. What's wrong? She replied in a sad tone. Today I couldn't help you with anything. I didn't expect myself to be so useless. Kim Kien immediately cut her off. That's enough. What are you saying? He chose his words to comfort her. Luke Tien AC is inherently a monster. Why blame yourself? Kim Kien put on a matter-of-fact face, trying to reassure her. Is there anyone in this world who has never stumbled? Moreover, what's wrong with stumbling? His next sentence stunned Tran Ho Alan. No, we just temporarily stumbled a little. Just dust off your knees and stand up. Then he turned around, speaking as he walked. I will have a rematch with him soon. Don't think nonsense anymore. Go eat quickly. After speaking, he added another sentence, then left. I'm going. Tran Ho Alan was moved to the point of blushing, replying softly, Yes, sect leader. Upon going outside, Kim Kien saw Dang Koak and Luke Tien AC, both of whom had drunk until their faces were flushed red. Luke Tien Aktini Shota. Hey, worthy brother, come here and have a drink. Dang Koak also joined in. Sect leader, drink a cup with me. Kim Kien rolled his eyes to avoid the two, calculating in his heart. Damn it, I need to go rest. Seeing him turn to leave, Luke Tien AC provoked him again. What's wrong? Could it be that my worthy brother doesn't know how to drink? Zhang Huak Laoli Zito. Bottoms up. Chief, what are you saying? Kim Kien spoke with a dark, unhappy face. You've never seen me drink either, right? Fine. Today we'll drink to the death. A while later, he collapsed drunk in front of the other two, unconscious. Early the next morning, Luke Tien AC spoke gently. All right, worthy brother, if you need any help, just tell me. He held a jar of wine, speaking excitedly. Brother is always ready to fight for you. Glancing at the person behind him, Luke Tien AC spoke up. All right, my daughter has something she wants to give you. Donglan Silis Dam. This is something I prepared to give to the person in my heart. Dang Koak saw this, happily admiring. As expected of the sect leader, indeed, the most charming man, Kim Kien reached out to receive the gift. It's a gift, just accepting it is fine. She also extended the gift, saying for you. Tong Lan held the gift in front of him, then called the name of the person beside him, Master Dang Koak. She looked at Dang Koak with both shyness and expectation. It was made by my own hands. It might be a bit hard to eat. Who would have thought Dang Koak would bluntly refuse, making Tong Lan extremely disappointed. Sorry, I cannot accept. The sect leader is here. How would I dare accept a lady's gift? He refused with his mouth, but his face was already blushing, smiling a somewhat sly smile. However, food cannot be wasted. This is so awkward. Why does everyone like me? It's so annoying. Kim Kien stood by the side, looking with a contemptuous expression, just wanting to curse. Is this guy being narcissistic? Finally, Kim Kien's group returned to the Mengxiu sect. Someone cheered joyfully. Sect leader, you have returned. He nodded, then narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, who is this little girl? Nyat Nyat, who had rounded out a size, heard this and replied in surprise. Huh? It's me, Not Not. At this moment, another voice chimed in to explain. I saw that Not Not didn't know how to enjoy life. Luke Fat laughed and said, so I taught the kid a few moves. His angry roar rang out. So you're the ringleader. Returning to his private room, Kim Kien talked to Mengxiu. Mengxiu, my darling, without daddy here, have you been good? Right then, a call came from outside. Sect leader. Sorry to disturb you so late. There's a guest. He immediately sat up, annoyed, replying, what? At this hour? Let them in. A moment later, a person walked in smiling. Apologies to the sect leader for bothering you. Tong Lan appeared, sweating profusely. My father forgot to give this letter to you, so I personally brought it over. That drunk old man, really? Kim Kien looked at her with some surprise. You traveled all this way just for this? Then he spoke up. All right, let me see it. He took the letter and read it through. His face confused. What? The Wanderers Guild is coming soon? Outside, the sky was pitch black, lit only by the lights from roadside stalls and a few scattered pedestrians. A young woman enthusiastically invited. Guests, please come in. This little girl will definitely serve you well. In front of a tightly locked, red-painted wooden door, the bell hanging on the door rang a few times. Immediately after, someone came out to welcome them. Please come in. I wonder who you were looking for. The person whispered, I heard there are a few people like us staying here. The owner looked at the person's outfit and thought, white clothes. The innkeeper replied, yes, they have been staying for a few days. They haven't paid for the room, and they keep demanding wine with sleeping powder. The person took out a bag of silver. This silver should be enough. This person was Ko Qiuhuan, the eldest disciple of the Kunlun sect, the future sect leader. He demanded, take me to them. The owner led him there. They're in this room. Inside the room were 3 people who were dead drunk, but still yelling for wine. Hurry up, bring the wine. One of them saw the newcomer and said excitedly, eldest senior brother, you came here to drink too? Come here and have a drink with me. The guy didn't notice Ko Qiuhuan's face, suppressing anger to the extreme, continuing to shout, hey, bring wine and beauties for this young master. Qiuhuan whispered to the person next to him, have you grasped their characteristics? The masked person replied firmly, yes, I know them like the back of my hand. In a quiet late night outside, he ordered with satisfaction, go to all the neighboring towns, paste wanted posters of them on all the inns in the area. At this moment, on the town's notice board, 3 wanted posters just pasted up attracted everyone's curiosity. The first person was Dang Koak, charged with intentional injury. Someone regretted, such a handsome man, why would he do such a thing? The next person was Tran Hoalan, similar charge. The person next to him saw her beauty and clicked his tongue in disappointment. This girl is truly beautiful. What a pity. A resident in the town stared at the remaining wanted poster and declared, it's him. This guy is definitely the mastermind. On the drawing was a portrait of Kim Kien drawn terribly ugly. The person asserted, my eyes are never wrong. He definitely shifted all the blame onto those 2. At this time, Mengxiu sect was holding an internal meeting. Sect leader Kim Kien spoke up. I have read the letter sent by Man Ko from the lower 5 gates. He asked for the opinions of others. In a letter, he mentioned finding the Wanderers Guild for help. What kind of organization is that? Try It How stepped forward to explain. Reporting to the sect leader, it is a Jianghu organization. Simply put, they provide martial artists who work for money. That organization belongs to neither the orthodox nor the evil faction. The second elder continued to explain the deep-rooted reason why this guild does not depend on any force. The second elder recalled a scene. Those people gathered, talking and laughing happily. There was one person who didn't join the conversation, so someone curiously asked, hey, what's wrong with you? Sitting there all day without saying a word. Try It How explained while speaking. That is because each individual finds it hard to integrate into the collective. The second elder imagined the appearance of the others again, saying, moreover, the members are all people forced to leave their hometowns, now gathering together, so it is very difficult to understand each other. Images constantly appeared in the second elder's mind. Finally, this is naturally a powerful organization. Each member is an outstanding individual, so this organization is strong enough not to depend on any force. Try It How visualized. Of course, their main profession is mercenaries, doing anything for money. Finally, The image of them and Kim Kien looking imposing appeared. The second elder said seriously, working for money, then whichever force provides them with enough money, they will serve that force. At this moment, the image in the second elder's mind became bloodier and crazier. The second elder spoke up. As for the weakness, it is the lack of loyalty. As long as another organization pays a higher price, they can betray at any time. Try it how finished explaining and added. In other words, if you want to hire them, you need to consider carefully because they can betray at any time. Kim Kien suddenly fell into deep thought. Working for money? He said in a decisive voice, it's truly simple and easy to understand, and we just need to pay them a higher price. The second elder didn't understand, asking, yes, but I don't understand what that thing the sect leader mentioned is. Kim Kien, simirkit juningri. He articulated every word decisively. It is life. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone in the room was stunned. Kim Kien continued, after all, one needs a life to spend money. There is something higher than everything, even surpassing money. He sat upright in the middle, under everyone's gaze, eloquently declaring that is one's own life. Kim Kien confidently promised, when I can dominate this martial forest, I will eliminate all opposing factions. His face was solemn, his tone arrogant, decisively analyzing. Therefore, it can be seen that naturally there will be many guilds willing to pay a huge price to hire them. But among them, there are also many who value their lives more than anything else. So, they might not want to confront us. He crossed his arms over his chest, seriously calculating. Besides, I will promise them a large bonus. If they serve me, they will also be moved. Having both money and keeping their lives, who wouldn't want that? Triad How heard this and thought to himself, the sect leader makes some sense. Then he spoke up to remind, but currently we don't have that much silver. So speaking of the bonus, right then, he immediately interrupted. I just said it, the thing more precious than money is... The second elder quickly continued, life. He smiled and nodded. That's right, we just need to give them that. Daitrok was speechless, thinking in his heart. So in the end, the sect leader just wants to use force to threaten them into selling their lives for him. Kim Kien issued an order. For this trip, Dang Koak and Tranho Alan will go with me. At this moment, someone raised a hand to object. I apologize. Tranho Alan refused the offer. I'm afraid I cannot go with the sect leader this time. Hearing this, he was stunned with surprise. She spoke up to explain, last time at the Black Dragon Stronghold, I realized I still have too many shortcomings. Therefore, now I probably need to urgently cultivate more. But Kim Kien did not agree. Trying to persuade her, I already spoke about that matter. That old stronghold leader has astonishing strength. Your failure is normal, nothing big. Tranho Alan remained firm with her decision. I understand the sect leader's words, but my mind is made up. She smiled as brightly as a flower, promising him to be able to increase my strength and help the sect leader better in the future. I need to go into secluded cultivation once. Tranho Alan added, wait until I am prepared, feeling that I am strong enough. Then I will continue to follow and assist the sect leader. Seeing she was determined, Kim Kien also nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Then third elder, you just cultivate well. He turned to Triad How, requesting, this time I need you to go replace her. So can the second elder go with me? Triad How also tactfully refused. I apologize. There are too many affairs in the sect that need to be taken care of. Triad How worriedly explained. If I leave the sect now, a lot of work cannot be handled, nor can the sect goals be completed. Kim Kien gradually lost patience. He glared. Then, he rolled his eyes around. Only Daitrok and Lukbar remained, meaning there are only these two guys left. Finally, he pointed to the person next to him. All right, this time you go with me. Lukbar was stund. Me? Just then, Daitrok immediately cheered joyfully. So I escaped disaster. He shouted happily, completely ignoring Kim Kien's expression. So lucky. Kim Kien cursed silently. This old baldy is truly useless. More trouble than help. Night fell. The whole town sank into silence. Dang Koak asked shyly, Miss Tong Lan, why were you willing to follow me? Tong Lan glanced at him lightly, replying, I followed you because I felt I could help you with many things. Lord Dang Koak. He immediately put on an act and said to Kim Kien, Sect leader, you can rest assured this time. At the same time, someone outside announced, Sect leader, we have arrived. He observed the surrounding atmosphere, exclaiming, is it here? Kim Kien asked again, are you sure is this place? Dang Koak replied firmly, yes, no mistake. He spoke up to tell Kim Kien, this is the location man co-mentioned in the letter. However, the contact person probably hasn't arrived yet. So I feel there is no one here yet. Just as they were examining the terrain, someone was secretly observing. That person drew a bow and notched an arrow, aiming straight at where they were standing and firing. Luke Bot keenly sensed something unusual. While the other four were not paying attention to the surroundings, an arrow tore through the wind, rushing towards them. Luke Bot suddenly ducked. What is that? Immediately after, the arrow pierced straight into his side. A voice rang out, truly disappointed in your strength. Dang Koak immediately shielded in front of Kim Kien. Which bastard is it? That person slowly emerged from the darkness, tone disdainful. Can't even dodge such a simple arrow. How can I discuss cooperation with you? The guide moved closer, tone full of provocation. People like you want to contact our Wanderers Guild. Isn't it no different from seeking death? Kim Kien frowned and cursed silently. The Jianghu is truly a bunch of lunatics. Dang Koak replied. Who are you to dare attack us? That person sneered. Who am I? I'm a liaison for the Wanderers Guild. The guide seemed very disappointed, adding, but after testing you, I see you have no real strength. Coming here like this is just throwing your lives away. At this moment, Kim Kien stepped forward and replied, so you were the guide. Good that you showed up. He frowned, unhappily questioning the other. But you attacked our people as soon as you arrived. Do you want to die? That person was a bit surprised, evaluating. This guy is indeed the most spirited of this bunch. Then, that person spoke. I can certainly lead you into the guild, but first you must show me your strength. The guide arrogantly stated the requirement. To enter the Wanderers Guild, besides money, you must have the strength to stay alive, understand? If you pass my test, I guarantee to take you where you need to go. These words made Kim Kien fall silent. Meanwhile, no one paid attention to Luke Ba, who had just been shot with an arrow. I'm dying. Someone save me. The guide presented the challenge. The test is very simple. We stand here. He pointed to a target in the distance and said, hit the bullseye there. Kim Kien asked blankly, just hit that one? The guide nodded. Correct. But the bullseye behind it. He pointed to a target even further away. See that furthest one? Kim Kien frowned it, asking for clarification. You mean have to shoot through the front bullseye and hit the back one too? Ignoring the collapsed Luke Ba, the guide drew an arrow after stating the challenge. All right, let me demonstrate so you understand. Saying so, he drew the bow and aimed. The arrow left the string, tearing through the air as it flew forward. Kim Kien was stunned by this sight. That powerful arrow miraculously pierced through the first target, flying towards the target behind. The arrow rushed into the target, planting firmly into the bullseye. He confidently provoked. See? Simple, right? Do that, and you pass. The guide cheerfully handed him the bow and arrow. Just like that, take this bow and shoot. Unexpectedly, Kim Kien did not accept it. I don't need that useless thing. He pulled out a pistol, quickly loaded it, and smiled. I will use this piece of mine to hit the bullseye, understand? Kim Kien raised the loaded gun to aim. The guide had never seen such a thing before, asking curiously, what is that? Strange weapon. A moment later, he had aimed precisely at the target, then pulled the trigger. The first bullet was fired, gun smoke spreading along the bullet's path. Everyone held their breath watching. Both the front and back targets were hit, but not the bullseye. Seeing that, the guide laughed heartily. I told you can't do it. He smirked, laughing provocatively. Don't be discouraged. This isn't something just anyone can do. He was talking enthusiastically when he suddenly froze. Kim Kien ignored the guide's mockery, continuing to raise the gun, firing rapidly. When he stopped firing, the gun barrel was still smoking. He spoke. This kid really talks too much. After a barrage of bullets, he finally hit the bullseye, and one target was even broken in half. He shouted in a low voice. Now, is it good enough? The guide was bewildered, saying confusedly, wait, what is this? Kim Kien shouted, hey, didn't you say just hitting the target is enough? He turned back, smiling cheekily at the guide. I didn't say I couldn't hit the front target. Then he demanded the guide to lead the way. All right. Hurry up and lead us to the Wanderers Guild. But inwardly he thought, this real bullet should have gone straight into this kid's head. The guide was stunned into silence, softly replying, fine. But it's already dark. Let's set off tomorrow morning. In the silent forest, misty with night fog, a series of hurried footsteps were approaching an old house. Looking at the subordinate in front, Ko Kyu-Huin spoke suspiciously. Did they go in here? They were about to enter when a voice called them back. Hey, the guide spoke from the tree. Seems you're not looking for me, but I haven't heard of any guests visiting either. His expression became serious, drawing an arrow and asking, who are you? Ko Kyu-Huin was not afraid at all. Instead, arrogantly replied, let me tell you. He took out the wanted order to show him and said, we are from the Kunlun sect. Heard the person we were looking for is here. Just came to confirm. If not, we will leave immediately. Hearing that, the guide stopped the motion of drawing the arrow. He looked closely at the 3 wanted posters. Never met this young lady. Truly beautiful. Oh, isn't that guy one of the guests from earlier? It is him, the guy who just did that weird thing. He observed for a while, calculating silently. Seems there is a grudge between them. If I hand over master's guests. Ko Kyu-hwin asked impatiently. Why don't you answer? Did you meet them? The guide retorted defiantly. Hey, why should I tell you? That guy frowned in anger. What do you mean? This isn't a hard question to answer. The guide retorted again. I mean, why should I tell you? The guide stood on the tree, drew the bow, sighed, and threatened. All right, this is our territory. If you're done, then you should understand the hint, right? Ko Kyu-hwin could no longer stay calm. He drew his sword and demanded, looking at your attitude, I know the answer. Hand them over to me. The guide looked at him with a serious expression. The guy also looked up waiting. Just then, Kim Kien and Dang Koak opened the door and stepped out. Hey, aren't you sleeping? What devilry are you up to in the middle of the night? The guide was so angry he was speechless. No, I try my best to cover for you. Ko Kyu-hwin glanced at them, ordering, bring the wanted poster here. He looked at Dang Koak behind Kim Kien and said, that guy looks very much like the one we were looking for. Ko Kyu-hwin held up the wanted poster, on which seemed to be a portrait of Kim Kien. The person on this wanted poster, is it you? Kim Kien's face darkened. Silently looking at the portrait, that guy immediately asked loudly, it looks exactly like him. Why don't you answer? He roared in anger, damn it. What does it look like me? Kim Kien looked around at those surrounding him, feeling annoyed. Looking at these outfits, sure enough, it's the bunch from the inn that day. Come for revenge? After Ko Kyu-hwin confirmed it was the right person, he drew his sword again. It really is you. The people you injured a few days ago are all my junior brothers. He raised his sharp blade, frowning. As their senior brother, I cannot stand by and watch. Kim Kien cut him off. Hey, bearded one, speak properly. Kim Kien retorted annoyedly. Clearly your junior brothers started trouble first, got beaten up, and ran back to tattle to their senior brother. Kim Kien tilted his head, looking contemptuously at the group in front. Do you even have the right to call yourselves men? Ko Kyu-hwin opened his mouth to rebut. No, not that. That's not the reason. If word gets out that we were defeated by a bunch of nobodies, he cannot accept this. So he resolved to fight. The sect's honor will be damaged, so he came here to settle the score. Kim Kien did not back down either, immediately drawing his gun to take a stance. Then let these nobodies teach you a lesson you'll remember. Ko Kyu-hwin's face darkened, arrogantly declaring, you are really confident. Today, even if you beg for mercy, it's useless. Finished speaking, he shouted loudly and immediately rushed forward. Die. Just as he closed in, a fist blocked his face. Wait, he froze at those words. Then a thunderous punch immediately smashed straight into his face. Ko Kyu-hwin took the hit, his whole body flying back quite a distance. Dang Koak swung his fist, smirking. There must be an order to things. If you want to touch them, you have to step over my dead body first. Ko Kyu-hwin's subordinates immediately rushed up, intending to retaliate. You dare to touch eldest senior brother. That guy hadn't even swung his sword close when he was hit by a bullet right in the middle of his forehead. The one standing next to him was stunned with horror. That guy turned around, also dazed for a moment. Kim Kien stopped pulling the trigger, calmly saying, why is a woman interfering in men's business? Ko Kyu-hwin gritted his teeth. Very well, let's have a fair duel. Finished speaking, Ko Kyu-hwin and Dang Koak simultaneously charged for a head-on confrontation. Dang Koak caught one of his sword strikes with bare hands. Smiling, speed isn't bad. Then he clenched his fist and swung it at Ko Kyu-hwin. Dang Koak sneered contemptuously, but the force is too weak. Ko Kyu-hwin took this punch, hissing in pain. He roared, damn it, you can still laugh? Just as he finished, Ko Kyu-hwin began to execute the Kunlun sect's secret technique, reverse light sword, slashing straight at Dang Koak. Hit by that move, blood gushed from one of Dang Koak's arms. Not bad, but he continued to laugh provocatively. You have some skill. Ko Kyu-hwin was purple with rage, shouting, let's see how long you can laugh. Right at this moment, Kim Kien, holding a dagger, rushed up to sneak attack him. Kim Kien spoke up, where are you looking? Seeing Ko Kyu-hwin dodge the attack, leaving only a small scratch on his neck, he laughed coldly. Dodge that move? While the opponent had not yet recovered. Kim Kien secretly pulled out his gun to aim, voice full of provocation. Then how about this move? Ko Kyu-hwin caught a glimpse of that weapon, immediately frowning and cursing. Despicable. One-on-one, and you dare to play dirty. Hearing that, Kim Kien clicked his tongue. So naive. Kim Kien put on a face that was both cheeky and roguish. retorting. Fighting involves distinguishing between dirty or not. Who taught you that? Ko Kyu-hwin angrily cursed Kim Kien for playing dirty. You despicable wretch. Didn't you say one-on-one? How dare you? Kim Kien replied with a face that couldn't be more shameless. You are too naive. What need is there for rules in a martial arts contest? He even provoked further. How were you raised? Ko Kyu-hwin heard this and was tongue-tied. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, although I don't know what weapon that is, it's certain that the martial arts he displays are extremely dangerous. Seeing Kim Kien keeping the gun pointed at him, he couldn't help feeling afraid. Ko Kyu-hwin lowered his voice. Wait, if you're from the Willian Alliance, you surely understand what honor in a martial art contest is. If you interfere then, Kim Kien immediately cut him off. Damn it, if you want to live then, say it straight. What's with the honor? Kim Kien smiled kindly, saying, hey, look at me. Do I look like someone from the Willian Alliance? I am an assassin. Kim Kien still pointed the gun at Ko Kyu-hwin, his voice sounding like a life-claiming demon, continuing, only no killing. He raised the gun barrel, aimed straight at Ko Kyu-hwin's head. See you in hell. Ko Kyu-hwin sensed something was wrong, roared, and rushed forward. Stop talking nonsense. Bang! Ko Kyu-hwin's weapon fell to the ground. He also knelt down. By this time, he had been seriously wounded by Kim Kien's shot. He clutched his bleeding shoulder, looking at Kim Kien with hatred. Smoke was still rising from the muzzle of Kim Kien's gun. He said, you're really lucky. I am an assassin. Kim Kien looked at Ko Kyu-hwin and continued, not a maniac. He said with a warning tone, this is my final warning to you. If you come looking for me because of this again, he approached like a demon, threatening in a low voice, then there will be another hole in your head. Not if you understand. Ko Kyu-hwin was terrified by now, but his mouth remained stubborn, cursing, humph, you bastard. He cursed inwardly, damn this guy. Then he stared at Kim Kien again. Full of questions. I ordered this guy to be dealt with a long time ago. Why is his neck still intact? Just then, Kim Kien realized someone was coming. An old man appeared. This old man was the sect leader of the Kunlun sect, nicknamed the Great Demon, named Tich Kui Kwong. Seeing the sect leader, Ko Kyu-hwin hurriedly shouted, Sect leader. He thought in terror, why is the sect leader here? Thinking so, Ko Kyu-hwin panicked and explained to the sect leader, Sect leader, things aren't what you think. Dik Kui Kung spoke gloomily, Ko Kyu-hwin, expressionless, his eyes revealing killing intent. He said in a deep voice, Who allowed you to speak here? Kim Kien looked at him, wondering, who is this old man? Then Kim Kien spoke up. Hey, old man, this matter is already settled. Why do you want to drag it out? Tich Kui Kwong replied, you have no right to decide. The one you just beat into a cripple is a disciple of my sect. Kui Kwong glared at him. This matter must be decided by me. Hearing this, Kim Kien was speechless. There's really nothing left to say. So what? You want to turn me into a cripple for revenge? Kui Kwong quickly denied no. He gave a strange smile, twisted and full of excitement, saying, why complicate things? He said, as if it were nothing, I just need your head to fall to the ground. Seeing that look on his face, Kim Kien couldn't help but be wary. He quickly loaded his gun, saying, hey, the problem is, do you have the skill? Kui Kwong saw he was ready to deal with him. Calmly said, you'd better not use that weapon on me. It looks like no ordinary weapon, but that's the extent of your petty talent. I've already seen through all the flaws of that weapon. He stated the flaw, surprising Kim Kien. Your weapon can only attack in one direction. As long as I guess the direction you will attack, blocking it is just a trivial matter. Hearing this, he pointed the gun straight at Tich Kui Kwong, saying arrogantly, you've got guts. Then try blocking this. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Tich Kui Kwong had taken a defensive stance, but surprisingly, no bullet flew towards him. Instead, a miserable scream rang out. That scream belonged to Ko Kyu-hwin. His other shoulder was also hit by Kim Kien, and he howled in pain. He resentfully questioned Kim Kien loudly, bastard. Why did you shoot me? Kim Kien replied with a rogue and cunning look. Because that old man said he could block it, I thought you could too. Hearing this, Ko Kyu-hwin was completely speechless, his face looking extremely ugly, thinking he is truly a madman. Done joking. Kim Kien said seriously to Kui Kwong, enough. You think you can block a gun? I've met many like you, and their endings were all the same. He said arrogantly, that is getting shot to death. Farewell. Bang! He fired a bullet. Kui Kwong was highly focused at this moment, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, easily slicing the bullet in half with a sword strike. After slashing, he put on a cool pose. The bullet was now broken in two halves. He spoke gloomily, I told you. Tich Kui Kwong looked at Kim Kien smugly. That was just a trivial matter. Dang Koak stood behind, stunned with fear, thinking he actually blocked the sect leader's hidden weapon technique. Kim Kien was terrified, his face changing color, thinking, what? He really blocked my bullet? He couldn't believe it. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Then he pointed the gun barrel at Tich Kui Kwang again. Before Kim Kien could fire again, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Tich Kui Kwang's voice rang out. So now it's my turn, right? Tich Kui Kwang had glided behind Kim Kien without him noticing, swinging his sword at the back of his neck. Kim Kien was still dazed, unable to react in time. Suddenly, something blocked Tich Kui Kwang, surprising him. A voice rang out, you dare? The owner of the voice was Luke Ba. He had used his arm to block Tich Kui Kwang's attack. After blocking, he mimicked Kim Kien's pretentious tone. Which bug landed on my hand? It's itchy, so much blood. Dang Koak didn't sit still waiting to die either. He rushed up from behind Tich Kui Kwang and launched a strike. While attacking, he said to Luke Ba, brother, wipe the blood, just stay there and don't move. Leave the rest to me. Saying so, a fierce attack also landed. Boom, boom, dust flew blindly. Tich Kui Kwang, with agile movements, dodged it. He jumped out of the cloud of dust. Not giving Tich Kui Kwang a chance to catch his breath, Dang Koak rushed up to attack consecutively again. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed several moves in a row. Tich Kui Kwang was an expert after all, blocking them all. While fighting fiercely, Dang Koak suddenly realized something. Tich Kui Kwang had glided behind Dang Koak with extreme speed, killing intent flashing in his eyes, saying, where are you looking? Only then did Dang Koak react, turning his head to look back. Bam! Tich Kui Kwang had delivered a fatal blow. Luckily, Dang Koak reacted quickly and dodged. Kim Kien watched the battle, wanting to help but powerless. The battle between the two was still extremely fierce, one attacking, one defending, back and forth ceaselessly. Kim Kien tried to aim at Tich Kui Kwang, but because his speed was too fast, he helplessly gave up. Suddenly, a dazzling halo appeared behind Kim Kien, as if something was rushing over with incredible speed. Dang Koak and Tich Kui Kwang, who were fighting, also sensed it. Both looked over in suspicion. Boom! A terrifying force struck. Both hurriedly dodged. The wind pressure created by that terrifying force was immense. Kim Kien tried to open his eyes to observe the situation, thinking, what's happening now? He saw something and widened his eyes in surprise. The terrifying energy just now came from an arrow. Kim Kien looked at it, secretly terrified. Just an arrow? He looked towards the forest, emitting the energy. Just one arrow could cause such a great tremor? Tich Kui Kwang, interrupted by someone else, was extremely angry. He roared, insolent. Who dares to ruin my great business? A calm voice carrying a hint of mockery rang out. A dignified sect leader interfering in a battle of juniors. Aren't you ashamed? A person walked out from the forest. That person continued. They're guests invited by us. Then that person mentioned someone hiding behind a tree. I also have to take the one hiding behind that tree away. Can we go our separate ways now? Tich Kui Kwang was even more furious hearing this. Presumptuous. This is our business. Before I settle this, no one leaves here. Suddenly, he stopped to evaluate the mysterious person. Wait, this guy's aura seems familiar. The person held a bow, an arrow, slowly approaching, replying to Tich Kui Kwang. Since he said that, it seems a storm of blood is unavoidable. The person revealed his face, radiating an overwhelming aura, eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, Tich Kui Kwang suddenly realized, remembering a person. Could it be Bao God Ha Kim Long? Ha Kim Long slowly advanced towards Tich Kui Kwang. Tich Kui Kwang was still lost in shocked thought. Why is the Bao God here? Seeing his expression, Ha Kim Long drew an arrow while speaking. It seems you've recognized who I am. Then he drew his bow. If force is the only way to resolve this. A blue light flashed in Ha Kim Long's eyes. The arrow aimed straight at Tich Kui Kwang. I absolutely will not let you escape. Seeing this, Tich Kui Kwang gritted his teeth in anger. You suddenly disappeared from the martial arts world. Everyone thought you were dead. But I don't know why you appeared and interfered here. Ha Kim Long replied coldly. You don't need to know the reason. If you want to live, get lost. Hearing this threat, Tich Kui Kwang was trembling with rage, but he had to accept it. He conceded. Fine, since you are so determined, I will spare them today. He decisively turned to leave, leading the way and shouting, Disciples, let's go. Ko Kyu Huin obediently followed behind, but still glared resentfully at Kim Kien. After walking a short distance, Tich Kui Kwang suddenly spoke up, confusing Kim Kien. But those who have made enemies with me, remember this well. His voice continued to echo. Those people will not have a good ending. Once targeted by me, the image of fierce fire burning others appeared in his mind, making his words even more threatening. He'll be hunted to death, tasting every suffering. Living is impossible. Dying is also impossible. After speaking, Tich Kui Kwong swung the sword in his hand hard. He laughed coldly, killing intent revealed in his eyes, uttering cruel words to Kim Kien. Today here, out of respect for the Bao God, I spare your life. But next time, things won't be so simple. After dropping the harsh words, the group left. Kim Kien stood behind watching them leave. Suddenly, he pulled out his gun, a thought flashing in his mind. I can't let this old man go so easily. Seeing his action, Hat Kim Long reminded him, "Stop it. Don't make things more complicated." Kim Kien was startled hearing this and stopped his movement. He explained, "If you kill him, the Kunlun sect won't let it rest. My disciple will also be dragged into this dispute because of it." Saying that, his figure suddenly flickered. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Hat Kim Long appeared beside the guide. He spoke up, startling him. "I told you to bring him here to meet me, didn't I?" Hearing his master question him, he stammered an explanation. "Yes, master," I thought. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Hat Kim Long. Enough, saying anything is useless. He raised his bow high, preparing to strike the guide hard. Kim Kien watched this scene, secretly exclaiming in his heart, "So a bow can also be used as a stick." Having dealt with the disciple, Hat Kim Long turned to Kim Kien. He said, "All right, since you have personally come to meet me, if you have a purpose, just say it straight." Hearing this, Kim Kien hesitated no longer and spoke without reservation. "I want to plot to conquer the Walin." He was stunned upon hearing Kim Kien's words. Kim Kien continued, "Therefore, I just want to find more allies." Hat Kim Long burst into laughter after hearing this. "I didn't expect you to be so blunt. I heard you're the sect leader of the Mengqiu sect. Is that right?" He asked with a smug smile. "Do you think you have the ability to conquer the Walin?" Hat Kim Long began to explain to Kim Kien, to make him sober up and stop boasting. "The Kunlun sect leader you just met is merely a weakling in the Jianghu. To achieve what you say, your strength must be extremely high." He turned away and continued, "Although you say that, I still respect your thoughts. I will take you to the Wanderers Society. Rest for now, we will set off tomorrow." Kim Kien remained silent, listening to him from beginning to end. He kept his head down, not saying a word. That night, dark clouds obscured the moon high above, preventing even a single ray of light from filtering down. At this moment, Kim Kien lay on the bed, his arm resting on his forehead, thinking about something. Images of the previous events replayed in his mind. The battle with Tich Kui Kwong. He thought helplessly, the Walin is truly a strange place. My gun could be so easily blocked by experts like that. His mind began to wander, vague thoughts taking over. Then, how strong are the hidden experts in the Jianghu? That old man from the Kunlun sect was just a weakling. Kim Kien picked up the gun again. "Bao God, I'm afraid I can't beat him either. It seems I've relied too much on this gun." A few hours later, dawn broke. Sunlight spread across the land. A voice rang out. "All right, are you all ready?" It was Hat Kim Long and Kim Kien's group of 3. He waved his hand and said, "The road is long. Let's move quickly." Kim Kien, with a gloomy face, said something that surprised everyone. "I'm not going anymore." Then he ordered Dang Koak, "You go to the Wanderer Society and find people to help us." Dang Koak agreed upon hearing this. Then asked, "What about you, sect leader?" Kim Kien immediately replied, "To find shields for our followers, I already know what I need to do in this war." Hearing Kim Kien's words, Hat Kim Long turned back with some suspicion and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Hearing his question, Kim Kien replied firmly, "Your bow and arrows and my weapon both require strong destructive power and sufficient distance from the enemy. I need to obtain power like yours so that I can converse with those experts in the future." He proposed, "Therefore, please teach me how to obtain power like yours. Is that okay?" Hat Kim Long understood after hearing this. Then he asked a very difficult question with a calm expression. "But why should I teach you?" Hat Kim Long's disciple spoke up to mock Kim Kien. "A useless person like you wants my master to accept you as a disciple?" Smack! Hat Kim Long decisively punched him in the head, causing him pain. "Shut up." At this moment, Kim Kien said, "I don't want to be your disciple. You and Chief Luke of the Black Dragon Stronghold are sworn brothers, right?" Hearing him ask this, Hat Kim Long did not hide it and replied, "That's right, so what? He and I are indeed sworn brothers who help each other." Kim Kien revealed a shameless expression and continued, "Then, I can also call you Big Brother. Today, third brother pays respects to Big Brother, hoping Big Brother will provide guidance." Hearing these words, Hat Kim Long opened his eyes wide in surprise. At this moment, he revealed his true nature, saying to him, "Someone like Big Brother surely wouldn't fuss over such small matters, right? Hak Kim Long's disciple heard this and roared in anger. You're so much younger than my master. How can you address him like that? Hak Kim Long remained calm. All right, that's enough. He spoke solemnly. The words you say are truly crazy. Surprisingly, he appeared happy. Remembering the three generals of old times, a thought occurred to him. It seemed to remind me of the three sworn brothers of the Peach Garden. Afterwards, Hak Kim Long agreed with him. He instructed Dang Koak. All right, just follow the directions on the map, and you will reach the Wanderer Society. Then he took out something that looked like a command token. When you get there, show them this token, and everything will go as you wish. Dang Koak happily accepted the token and thanked him. Thank you. Then he turned to Kim Kien, acting out a tearful scene of brotherly affection. Sect leader, I'm going. I will return soon. Kim Kien replied with disgust. All right, just go. Afterwards, the carriage carrying Dang Koak slowly departed. As the two looked at the carriage, Hak Kim Long suddenly spoke. Third brother, it is not difficult for you to learn martial arts from me. But to be honest, I will be very strict in this matter. He warned, think it over again. If during the training process, I find you too incompetent, then I will not teach you anything else. Do you agree to that? Kim Kien did not waver and replied firmly. Of course I agree. He nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Good. Then I will teach you the basic techniques first. True to his word, Hak Kim Long immediately demonstrated for him. His legs gradually became blurry. He gave pointers. For people like you and me, we need to use weapons at a safe distance. His figure gradually faded, and in the blink of an eye, Hak Kim Long had retreated backward with astonishing speed. He continued, lightness skill is the most important thing. In a flash, he was standing at a place very far from Kim Kien. Only with a sufficient safe distance can you attack the opponent. Next, Hak Kim Long appeared behind Kim Kien without him knowing when, and the enemy's blind spot is the target we aim for. Kim Kien was stunned with amazement, thinking to himself, how does he move so fast? Next, Hak Kim Long continued to instruct. All right, pay attention. This is very important. He demonstrated while guiding. Quickly widen the distance from the enemy, then get ready. These are the basics. Can you do it? Hearing this, a thought flashed through Kim Kien's mind. It doesn't look difficult. Kim Kien replied, I have remembered everything Big Brother said. Are there any more advanced moves? Seeing that he seemed impatient, Hak Kim Long said, all right. It looks easy, but to master it and apply in real combat is not simple. Kim Kien immediately retorted, that's just body movement and observation skills. Does Big Brother have any more powerful moves? Hearing him boast, Hak Kim Long suggested, if you say it's that simple, then practice it until you master it. He stated a number for Kim Kien to practice, scaring him out of his wits. Today, practice this 100,000 times for me first. Kim Kien thought blankly. What? At a cave, a bat growled upon seeing someone. Immediately after, a swarm of ferocious bats swooped down, attacking Tran Hoalon. She reacted quickly, a purple light flashing in her eyes. She unleashed a move, slashing out several waves of energy towards the swarm of bats. Before the bats could react, they were hit and shattered to pieces. In a flash, Hoalon stood there with a gloomy expression, looking at the shattered bats. But it seemed she was not satisfied, thinking she had to be even faster. She began to remember the sect leader, wondering how he was doing now. The scene shifts to Kim Kien's side. It was already dusk. The sound of counting rang out. 8694, 8695. At this moment, he was training hard, drenched in sweat. Kim Kien lamented inwardly. I'm dying of exhaustion. This is no joke. He recalled the conversation with Hak Kim Long a few minutes ago. He said, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, we will continue. Kim Kien said unwillingly. Wait, he asked weakly. So I have to practice another 100,000 times? How can I possibly do that? Hearing this, Hak Kim Long was too lazy to explain and said straight out, it seems my third brother still has much to learn. Then I will open your eyes. Kim Kien witnessed a scene that stunned him. Before his eyes, Hak Kim Long was moving back and forth with astonishing speed. He thought to himself, how can I do what he does? After displaying his skill, Hak Kim Long stopped and asked him, all right, did you see clearly? Hak Kim Long clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, you just need to practice diligently to become like me. That was why the scene of him training hard right now existed. Kim Kien cursed silently while training. This damn old man, how could I do something like that? Suddenly, His phone rang, and a notification appeared. "Hello, I have good news for you. Hidden mission, become a disciple of the Bao God." He read the line of text, thinking to himself, a notification at this time? I'm so happy. Suddenly, Hak Kim Long's disciple appeared. He looked at Kim Kien practicing and evaluated silently. Truly a fool. Don't think that just because Master teaches you, you can learn it immediately. Those things are not simple at all. Looking from afar, he was sitting on a tree branch, continuing to observe Kim Kien. Next, he teleported in front of Kim Kien, mocking him. Practicing stupidly like that won't be effective. Kim Kien, already exhausted, heard these words and retorted angrily. "I'm nearly dead from exhaustion. And you're standing there, making sarcastic remarks?" He stopped to gasp for breath, continuing, "If you think you're so good, come here and try, you bastard." Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. At this moment, Hak Kim Long's disciple had rushed forward, slashing a blade towards his neck. Fortunately, Kim Kien reacted in time and was only slightly injured. He quickly jumped behind the opponent and threw a punch. "Do you want to die?" Just then, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have dodged that move by reflex. The voice of Hak Kim Long's disciple rang out, explaining his attack. "If you train properly, you can dodge the opponent's moves." He continued, "It seems you have grasped a few things. Just learn this way, and you will improve." Kim Kien listened blankly as he continued to point out with an indifferent tone, "Now focus on practicing more." Truly a fool, needing someone to guide you by the hand for everything. Kim Kien was still stunned on the spot. Hak Kim Long's disciple had gone far, but his voice still echoed back. "Practice well, don't disappoint my master's expectations." Although he spoke harshly, he was not a bad person. A new day arrived, bright sunlight shining on the birds on the branches. The familiar voice rang out again. 22021. 22022. Kim Kien was still continuing his training. In the distance, Hak Kim Long was walking over to watch him practice. He looked at Kim Kien, gasping for breath, gave a hum, and asked, "It seems you haven't practiced the full 100,100 times yet, have you?" Kim Kien was still panting, replying in frustration, "How could I possibly do that?" He collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "I'm going to die. I can't do anything." Seeing him in this state, Hak Kim Long comforted him, "But you did very well." Kim Kien couldn't believe it, asking back, "What? You call this good?" Hak Kim Long replied, "That's right. I acknowledge your effort." Then he revealed the meaning of this exercise. This training was mainly to see how much you could learn and practice. Kim Kien was astonished. "What?" Hak Kim Long turned to leave, continuing, "The most important thing is one's will and determination, not yielding to anything. As long as you don't give up, that's enough." He taught with hidden meaning. Even a single drop of water can wear away stone. Hak Kim Long smiled with satisfaction. "You have passed the training. I see that you have put in a lot of effort. You are worthy of my pride." Hearing these praises, Kim Kien stared at him blankly, not saying a word. Then, he turned around again, looking thoughtful. "But like this, you still won't be able to learn all my martial arts." Hearing the "but" from Kim Long, Kim Kien asked in confusion, "Big brother, what do you mean?" Hak Kim Long quickly explained, "To be honest, your body has a bit of difficulty circulating internal energy. So learning martial arts is also harder." Hearing this, Kim Kien hurriedly jumped up. "Then what should I do?" Seeing him anxious, Hak Kim Long said, "Haste makes waste." Having said that, the two sat on the ground, assuming the posture of transferring energy found in martial arts legends. Kim Long instructed him, "Now, I will use internal force to clear your meridians. You must try to endure it." Kim Kien still had questions in his heart, opening his mouth to say, "But big brother, explain it more clearly." Not letting him ask much, Kim Long unhesitatingly transferred internal force to him. A strong light shone directly onto Kim Kien's panicked face. While receiving the energy transfer, he screamed in pain. Hak Kim Long instructed while transferring energy, "Feel the stream of aura I am transmitting to you." On the surface, he looked very calm, but by now he was sweating from exhaustion. Hak Kim Long was exhausted. He thought to himself, sure enough, his body is still not suitable for cultivating martial arts. He imagined Kim Kien's body as an old, broken bowl, but didn't expect it to be this bad. Can it withstand this meridian clearing? A while later, the two sat still, focused. By this time, sweat was dripping endlessly from Kim Kien's fingers, enough to fill a cup of water. In Kim Kien's abdominal area, an abundant stream of internal energy appeared. He focused on feeling it, then frowned in thought. Why is my lower abdomen burning like fire? Ha Kim Long seemed to hear his inner thoughts, immediately saying, that is the dantian. Finishing the task, he stood up and continued. Like this, from now on you can improve your physical strength and mental power because there is internal force in your dantian. He threw a martial arts manual onto the ground. This is a basic martial arts manual. Learn it yourself. Next, he threw a pill to Kim Kien. Kim Kien quickly caught it, holding the pill in his hand. Ha Kim Long continued to instruct in a steady tone. With these two things, dealing with anything will be easier for you. Kim Kien was sniffing the pill. Looking at his face, one could tell how fragrant it was. Ha Kim Long ignored his comical action and continued teaching. But next time it will be many times harder. However, as long as you persevere, you will definitely do it. After this training session, you will surely transform, becoming a completely different person. Kim Kien sat attentively listening to every word. Ha Kim Long asked him in a half-joking tone, can you persevere to the end? Kim Kien smiled gently with confidence. I can. No matter what, he confidently declared, I will continue to move forward. A few days later, the carriage carrying Dang Koak and the other brothers returned to where Kim Kien was staying. Conversation rang out inside the carriage. I wonder how the sect leader is doing now. Aren't you worried about him? Hearing this, Luke Ba on the carriage calmly said, he will be fine. Tong Lan beside him also added, he is a very strong person, so he will be okay. Hearing the two say this, Dang Koak also felt somewhat reassured, replying, is that so? A moment later, the carriage arrived. Kim Long's disciple, who was sweeping the yard, also saw the carriage approaching. A booming voice rang out from the carriage. Sect leader, Dang Koak moved instantly in front of him with astonishing speed, hurriedly asking, Sect leader, where is he? The disciple helplessly pointed. He's cultivating at the waterfall over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Dang Koak's figure had disappeared. Whoosh, he flew off swiftly, his mouth still calling out loudly. Sect leader. At a waterfall, Dang Koak arrived, having heard that Kim Kien was cultivating alone here. He wailed miserably, shouting loudly, Dang Koak is here to pick you up. Suddenly, he was startled by something. What is that? Dang Koak looked into the waterfall. A powerful force radiated from Kim Kien inside. Dang Koak was suspicious. Such powerful internal force. That is where the sect leader is cultivating. Sensing someone's arrival, a pair of eyes inside the waterfall slowly opened. An arm reached out from the cascade. Dang Koak opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Then he covered his mouth with his hand, moved to tears. Immediately after, Tong Lan and Luke Ba also arrived to pick him up. Luke Ba ran while saying, Sect leader, we have arrived. Another foot stepped out. A handsome and majestic figure walked out. Kim Kien's voice rang out. You guys are here? Seeing the scene, Tong Lan couldn't help blushing, covering her mouth with her hand, trying to suppress her boy-crazy nature. Clang! Kim Kien appeared with a completely new appearance. He smiled confidently and said, long time no see. After Kim Kien's handsome debut, the scene shifts to a certain room. A person was kneeling on the ground in fear. In front of him was an old man interrogating him. So, you were forced by them to help? The person kneeling was Man Company. By now, his face was beaten black and blue. Hearing the question, he immediately spoke incessantly. Yes, my lord, I am truly very wrong. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be your loyal dog. The person standing in front of Manko was Tich Kui Kwon. He muttered, Blood Evil Sect? No, it's the Mungchio Sect now. I didn't expect that guy to be the sect leader. If I had just stayed put, it wouldn't have come to this. Cough, cough. Tich Kui Kwong revealed a look of excitement. He asked himself, are there that many reasons to kill him? Back to Kim Kien. Tong Lan was looking at him infatuatedly, a smile gradually blooming on her lips, accompanied by a shy blush. Dang Koak saw that expression, humming in confusion. Then he frowned, looking extremely pained and disappointed. Boo-hoo. Kim Kien ignored his expression and asked, Hey, Dang Koak, are you here to pick me up? Hearing him ask, Dang Koak's expression changed in the blink of an eye, answering happily, Ah yes, that's right. Then he began to recount his experience. Dang Koak, along with Tong Lan and Luke Ba, entered an inn. A voice rang out asking, Do you guests have any business here? Dang Koak followed Ha Kim Long's instructions, holding out the token, speaking clearly. I want to hire people who are truly strong. The innkeeper immediately replied, Yes. So what is the reason you want to hire people? Dang Koak used an extremely arrogant expression to threaten. Do I have to tell you people this too? The innkeeper sweated, saying awkwardly, we also have our rules. Then the innkeeper suggested, how about you talk to the people who come here yourself? Dang Koak angrily disagreed. Too late. The sect leader is alone in a desolate place. He spoke with spittle flying onto the innkeeper's face. I must quickly go protect the sect leader. If anything happens to the sect leader, can you shoulder it? Luke Ba stood behind, watching Dang Koak, silently evaluating his heart. Although he is my junior brother, he really is an idiot. Suddenly, Dang Koak thought of a way. Oh, right, I have a way. Give me paper and a brush. After getting the paper and brush, he went to a corner and wrote something on the paper. Finished writing, he instructed the innkeeper, paste this paper on the wall, let everyone see it. The other person looked at him in confusion, but still obediently pasted the paper on the wall. He grumbled as he walked, damn it, I have to quit this job. And on that paper was written, if anyone is stronger than my sect leader, feel free to come. Of course, there's no such person. Scared, aren't you? Like that. The strong will find their way to the Mungshio sect themselves. Before he could finish his sentence, Dang Koak was punched by Kim Kien, dislocating his jaw because he was too stupid. Kim Kien scolded him. This guy is crazy. You should have used sweet words to recruit talent. But he thought, whatever, I want to test how much stronger I become anyway. Afterwards, Kim Kien went to bid farewell to Hak Kim Long. Hak Kim Long was a bit reluctant, holding him back. So you plan to return to the Mingxiu sect? It's already dark. How about staying one night before leaving? Kim Kien firmly refused. I've been here a long time. It's time to go back. Hearing him say that, Hak Kim Long had to say, all right then, if you need help, just tell your big brother. Take my disciple with you too. It's time for him to go out and train. Kim Long's disciple heard this, his face blank. Hak Kim Long put his hand on his shoulder, saying gently, after all, he is my disciple. Surely he won't be bullied by others. You just follow my junior brother. The disciple's face was full of anger, pointing at Kim Kien saying, hey, don't be too smug. I don't want to go either. Immediately after, Hak Kim Long threw a thunderous punch, punching him so hard he woke up. A few days later, at Kim Kien's old lair, those who had read the paper all found their way here. A person looked inside, saying scornfully, is this the lair of that sect leader? I heard it had declined to this extent, yet they still dare to be arrogant. Another person said, taking this opportunity, I must let the world know Big Brother's strength. The one called Big Brother spoke up. I've hidden my skills long enough. It's time for the Black Flame Dragon to emerge. Suddenly, he bumped into another person. The Big Brother glared angrily. What the hell are you doing? A blond man who had just bumped into him also retorted, not showing any weakness. Who are you? Then, angry and scornful voices rang out everywhere. Where's the sect leader? Let me see how formidable he is. Meanwhile, the two people who had just bumped into each other were still looking at each other tensely. Daitrok stood in the crowd, sweating cold sweat from worry. What kind of trick is this damn sect leader playing again? Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the noise of this place. Everyone make way. The sect leader has arrived. Immediately after, a few familiar figures appeared. The boss saw that Kim Kien had arrived, and a plan formed in his mind. The opportunity is here. I must leave a deep impression on everyone. No sooner said than done. He walked up to Kim Kien, arrogantly tilting his head. I don't know which idiot you are. He leaned in close, face to face with Kim Kien. But if you're the sect leader, then fight me. Suddenly, a slap rang out. Kim Kien struck as fast as lightning. The boss was beaten to the ground. He looked up at Kim Kien from below, stammering, This guy, having taken down one person, Kim Kien loudly declared, listen clearly, you small fry. Whoever loses to me must join the Mungshio sect and be absolutely loyal to me. Hearing this, everyone looked unhappy. Kim Kien continued, but if anyone can defeat me, I will yield the position of Mungshio sect leader to that person. Saying this, he gave a very punchable smile. Then he draped his arm around Dang Koak's shoulder, continuing, wait, since it is a fight for the position of sect leader, I cannot just fight anyone randomly. If you can defeat my subordinate, I will fight that person. Whoever wants to take my position, step onto the ring. Then, on the ring, a challenger appeared. Dang Koak arrogantly provoked. Fine, I'll let you make the first move. The bald guy standing in front heard him being looked down upon and got angry. This elder is truly arrogant. Next, the bald guy shouted loudly and rushed up, throwing a punch. You asked for it, don't blame me. Dang Koak's eyes momentarily became serious. He suddenly launched a strike. The bald guy took the hit and immediately flew backwards. The bald guy fell flat on the ground, clutching his nose in pain. He asked, full of suspicion, "Didn't you say you'd let me attack first?" Unknown when Dan Koak had closed in on the bald guy. He waved his hand, smiling radiantly as he replied, "Fighting, and you still stick to formalities?" Kim Kien, watching from above, saw his subordinate playing tricks and smiled smugly. Having dealt with one, Dan Koak shouted confidently, "All right, next." Another person went up and was knocked down. Next, another one was beaten half to death by Dan Koak. Next, finally, one was thrown to the ground by him. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. "I object. Is there a rule that we must fight him?" That person pointed in a direction and continued, "I want to fight the person beside the sect leader." Hearing himself being named, Ha Kim Long's disciple was very surprised. Then, he got angry at being looked down upon. "You underestimate me too much. Want to taste defeat? Fine. Let me see what skills you have. Get on the stage." The two stepped onto the ring, ready to fight. The opponent looked at his weapon, analyzing in his mind, daring to use a bow in such a narrow place. "The position of sect leader is mine." Seeing the other guy dawdling, the disciple angrily drew his bow and said, "If you won't come up, I'm coming to you." Seeing him knock 3 arrows at once, the opponent was a bit scared. 3 arrows? But the guy still rushed up confidently. Stupid. You think quantity can change the outcome? Whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot straight toward that person. At this moment, the guy realized he had met an expert. He panicked. This arrow seems to have a mind of its own. A terrifying scene occurred. 3 arrows plunged straight into the guy, killing him on the spot. The disciple spoke up confidently. "Anyone else want to try?" Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. "What interesting game are you playing? I came just in case. Didn't expect to see such a lively scene." Kim Kien heard this voice and was a bit surprised. It seemed he recognized who it was. That voice continued, neither fast nor slow. "Taking this opportunity, I can seize the position of sect leader and avenge an old grudge, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Tajda. Tich Kui Kwong appeared with his punchable face. Ha Kim Long's disciple looked down at the old man and said, "Old man, if you're not fighting, go somewhere else to babble." He glanced at Tich Kui Kwong. "If you want to fight, hurry up onto the stage." Suddenly, Kim Kien spoke up. "No." He slowly stood up. "I also want to try and settle the grudge with that old man while I'm at it." He looked at Tich Kui Kwong with eyes full of killing intent, his whole body radiating a terrifying murderous aura. "It's my turn this time." Seeing Tich Kui Kwong frowning with an unpleasant expression, Kim Kien exclaimed, "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." He paused for a moment, trying to recall. "What's your name again? Why can't I remember?" Tai something." Kim Kien suddenly remembered. "All right, it's Tai Jiam, right?" The Kunlun sect leader, Tich Kui Kwong, was utterly shocked upon hearing this. A guy in blue whispered suspiciously, "Good heavens, how did it come to this?" The guy in black responded in surprise. "Could it be that when you get old, that thing stops working? Fruits wither, let alone people." Ha Kim Long's disciple stood above and urged, "Hey, eunuch, if you want to fight, hurry up." Tich Kui Kwong was provoked, smiling coldly in contempt. "Truly a bunch here who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I don't see a shred of upbringing in any of you." The guy in green frowned and corrected, "Hey, old man, although being a eunuch is pitiful, you must have some manners in whatever you do." The guy in black angrily warned Tich Kui Kwong, "Hey, old man, there's no respecting the elderly here." Tich Kui Kwong commented in annoyance, "Everywhere I go, there are bastards who don't know their place." Hearing this, the guy in red scolded angrily, "This crazy old man." The guy in green continued, "Relying on your age to make others indulge you?" Right at that moment, Tich Kui Kwong launched a move. That move sent the 2 of them straight to heaven. Fresh blood splattered, causing the crowd behind to instantly fall silent. Tich Kui Kwong said angrily, "Now it's quiet." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Hey, old man." Kim Kien calmly stepped up to advise, "Don't take your anger out on others like that." He waved his hand at him. "If you have skill, aim at me here." The guide unhappily intervened. "Wait, I haven't finished warming up. Leave this match to me." Kim Kien remained calm. Before saying that, "You should worry about your own back first." The guide was startled hearing this. Tich Kui Kwong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he quickly rushed up to attack. The guide reacted quickly, using his sword to block his slash, but was still knocked flying by him, falling into the yard and kicking up a cloud of dust. Not accepting weakness, he pulled out sharp arrows. Tich Kui Kwong immediately used his sword to slash through each arrow. The guide leaped up, drawing his bow in mid-air and aiming down. "I know why you became a eunuch. Dare to play sneak attacks with me?" Tich Kui Kwong mocked contemptuously. "Regrettably, I have to tell you, attacking when the enemy is off guard is also a technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Tich Kui Kwong leaped up. The guide was panicked, unable to believe it. What is this? Why is he so fast? Tich Kui Kwong agilely swung his sword, knocking him down from midair. The guide couldn't react in time, falling straight to the ground, debris scattering. Luckily, he blocked the attack. His mind was in turmoil. Damn it, truly worthy of being the Kunlun sect leader. Next, Kim Kien intervened to advise. Hey, you fought enough, go back. He raised his gun, saying confidently, from now on, I will deal with him. Tich Kui Kwong laughed arrogantly. I really don't know if you're stupid or foolish. He said haughtily, you know very well that thing is useless against me. Kim Kien said confidently, true, but that was in the past. It's different now. Let's see if you can block it this time. The scene changed. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Hak Kim Long calmly spoke. Third brother, the weapon you use, although I don't understand how it attacks, he concluded seriously. The method to increase its destructive power is just like a bow and arrow. Hak Kim Long drew the bowstring to demonstrate. For example, if you just use a bow and arrow to attack in one direction, the arrow hissed as it left the string, piercing through a tree trunk, snapping the tree in half. And it crashed down. He pointed in that direction and reminded, its destructive power is only enough to take down a tree. Kim Kien couldn't believe it. Only enough? Is he crazy? That was already very strong. Then, Hak Kim Long drew the bow again. But if you channel internal energy accumulated in the dantian into the arrow and bow will be like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy wrapped around the arrow. After channeling internal energy into the arrow, he immediately fired it, tearing through the wind, carrying immense internal energy straight forward. The powerful arrow destroyed a section of the forest, dust flying blindly. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a forest area razed to the ground. Hak Kim Long asked calmly, see that? A world of difference. Isn't it? He said sternly. Now I will teach you this technique, so you can become stronger. How about it? Do you think you could do it? Back to the present. Kim Kien smiled. At this moment, the notification sound of a phone rang out. A hidden mission appeared. Become a disciple of the Bao God. Mission completion reward details. Learn the Bao God's moves. 230-round magazines. He channeled internal energy into the gun, thinking decisively, of course. Next, Kim Kien fired a shot. If there is anything that can bring about change, it is this thing. But Tich Kui Kwong agilely dodged, circling behind him. If you can't hit me, what's the point? When he swung his sword down to attack him, he was surprised to find he missed. Kim Kien leaped up, saying calmly, that's not the only thing that has changed. He friendly raised his middle finger at him. This time you're going to take it all. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a shot directly. Tich Kui Kwong angrily swung his sword and rushed forward. Just with that boring kind of attack? He frowned and roared in anger. Now I will finish you. You will regret opposing me. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. Tich Kui Kwong was full of suspicion. What is happening? Clearly, I just saw a mountain goat rushing towards me. Why has it turned into something else now? He couldn't help but be stunned. What on earth is this thing? It charged hard and rammed straight into Tich Kui Kwong's chest, knocking him flying. Right at that moment, Kim Kien gifted him 2 more bullets, embedding them into his 2 arms. Dang Koak thought in surprise. Although I knew the sect leader had changed a lot, I didn't expect that in such a short time, he would become this strong. On this side, Tich Kui Kwong was hit, spurting a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured, murmuring dejectedly, my body has no strength left. I must get up quickly. But where did my sword fly off to? Kim Kien arrogantly walked over and mocked. What's wrong? Didn't you say you could block that move? That's why I hit a bit harder. Tich Kui Kwong began to recover his strength, cursing, you bastard. He was angry, his face full of killing intent, questioning, what kind of trick did you use to change so much in such a short time? I've never seen such a move. Knowing Tich Kui Kwong was unwilling to accept defeat, Kim Kien coldly said, that's right, you must feel very aggrieved. But don't blame me. Looking at him covered in injuries, he arrogantly declared, before this duel even began, I was already the winner. Kim Kien's eyes were icy, using a cruel tone, because I'm the main character of this game. Safe travels, old man. At this moment, someone fearfully stammered. Sorry, sect leader, please reconsider. Kim Kien was slightly surprised to hear this. Do try it how carefully analyze the pros and cons. If you kill him, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid war with the entire martial arts alliance. Tich Kui Kwong also struggled to persuade. Yes, you should think carefully. The moment you kill me, the war with the entire martial arts alliance will immediately erupt. Kim Kien remained unmoved, calmly saying, what are you talking about? The war started a long time ago. Tich Kui Kwong, taking advantage of him talking, triumphantly rushed forward. intending to sneak attack from behind. But a gunshot rang out. Kim Kien calmly affirmed, from the moment he came to our door. At this time, Tich Kui Kwong sensed something, looking down in surprise. Kim Kien continued expressionlessly. All right, you said it was your first time seeing this kind of martial arts, right? This martial art is the strongest in the world. Is the gun god technique. The bullet fired from the gun left a large hole in Tich Kui Kwong's body. Zaiang Tich Kui Kwong Di. Kim Kien was very calm. Just like that, he revealed a look of contempt. Dead men naturally cannot speak. He looked at the people kneeling on the ground, calmly speaking up, all right, next. Then, he curled his lips in disgust, sneering. Anyone else want to hear my explanation? Anyone else want to learn about this martial art? Kim Kien gripped the gun, emitting black aura tightly. Don't be polite, just step out. I will send you off properly. Kim Kien suddenly turned around, coldly speaking. All right, then. He arrogantly smirked and asked, anyone else want me to explain this martial art? The two people were sweating profusely from fear. Suddenly, one of them knelt on one knee, understanding clearly that if he couldn't be the dragon's head. Next, he loudly declared, I am willing to become a loyal subordinate of the sect leader. Finished speaking, he thought to himself, being the dragon's claws isn't bad either. He turned to the blonde guy and shouted, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kneel before the sect leader. The blonde guy was bewildered, unable to believe it. He angrily snapped, what did you say? Am I your underling? Or are you my parents? Kim Kien coldly called out, hey. Immediately after, he rushed over, punching the blonde guy's face into deformity. The blonde guy fell flat on the ground, looking stupid. Kim Kien cursed in disgust. What are you looking at? He frowned, angrily asking, still not kneeling? The blonde guy had to obey, yes. When he suddenly turned around, the two standing behind him jumped in fright. They immediately knelt on one knee. Everyone clasped their hands and respectfully swore loyalty. Kim Kien stood on high, coldly saying, congratulations to you all. From now on, you are the warriors chosen by the Munxio sect. The crowd thought in despair. Damn it, I want to go home to my mom. At this moment, he slowly spoke. Because you will join me in creating history, unifying the martial arts world, accomplishing a miracle without precedent. His words shocked everyone to the extreme. Kim Kien leisurely offered a choice, but I won't force you. Whoever wants to run now, go ahead. Hearing this, Dang Koak felt puzzled. Suddenly, Kim Kien's expression changed. But if I catch you, then you must die. The crowd was desperate to the point of tears. Mom, I'm going ahead first. Kim Kien pondered for a moment, then said, now, I need someone to lead this army. Then he decided, who is suitable? All right, at this moment, the other guy was excitedly waiting to be named. Kim Kien pointed at the guide, ordering, you do it. The guide panicked and wanted to refuse. What? Why me? I was about to leave. Kim Kien bluntly replied, hey, if you want to leave, you have to pay off your debt to me first. The bearded guy silently observed for a long time, sinking into a gloomy atmosphere. He was so aggrieved, he frowned sullenly. Seeing his dejected look, the blonde guy mocked. Bootlicking all day, isn't the result the same as mine? The blonde guy's words made him tremble with anger. It's going to get interesting from now on. Let's just wait and see. Suddenly, Kim Kien interjected. Also, you will lead this army with him. He pointed straight at the bearded guy, declaring, it's you. The blonde guy was so surprised his head was full of question marks. He awkwardly cried out, huh? What? The other guy triumphantly spat on the blonde guy's face. Back at the sect in a spacious mansion, Do Try It How cautiously opened. Sect leader, the elder of the Kunlun sect, is dead. This news will surely reach the Kunlun sect soon, perhaps even the Martial Arts Alliance. Saying this, Do Try It How was extremely troubled. Kim Kien hesitated for a moment, then asked the fifth elder, Dang Koak, have you investigated thoroughly? Dang Koak calmly reported the investigation results. Yes, sect leader. I have checked the scene carefully. It seems he came here alone. Hearing this, Kim Kien coldly replied, very good, then there's nothing to worry about for now. Then Kim Kien decisively made a decision. Take his body and burn it. Do Try It How was startled, his face blank, but Dang Koak immediately agreed. Yes, subordinate obeys. Do Try It How panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Sect leader, that is a human life after all. We must. He immediately interrupted. Hey, Kim Kien frowned, warning. Do you want to kill my subordinates for the sake of that so-called morality? Next, he analyzed for Do Try It How to understand. The so-called morality is to put the lives of one's own people first. Do Try It How had to listen. Yes, sect leader. Then, as if remembering something, Kim Kien calmly said, right? That elder, he seemed to know our location very well. Is there something fishy in this? At this moment, Dang Koak raised his suspicion. Sect leader, as far as I know, besides that person, no one knows your true identity. Kim Kien slowly rubbed his shoulder. I think so too. That person, it can only be him. Seeing Man Ko's cunning face, Kim Kien decided, indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Man Ko was a bit unhappy. Sect leader, why? His words were not finished when he was punched by Kim Kien until his face swelled up. Kim Kien stood on high, interrogating Man Ko. You tell me, what is our relationship? He panicked and answered, It's friends. Man Ko lowered his head, angrily cursing silently. I'm not a sandbag. Hit if you want, curse if you want. Kim Kien calmly said, between friends, one should know how to sacrifice for each other. Right? Suddenly, the atmosphere became gloomy. Kim Kien stared at the gun, his tone full of threat. But you sacrificed me for yourself. So this time, I want to let you know what true friendship is. As soon as he finished speaking, Dang Koak, with a fierce face, grabbed Man Ko's shoulder. Man Ko was so scared he stammered and begged. Wait, sect leader. He stammered and confessed everything. They threatened my family. I really had no other choice. There won't be a next time. But Kim Kien did not easily let him off. How can I trust you? A traitor will forever be a traitor. Hearing this, Man Ko's face changed drastically, hurriedly swearing. No, please give me a chance. I am willing to be your loyal hunting dog. Kim Kien thought in disgust. You really want to be a dog? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered, interrupting. Where is that dog barking coming from? Seeing the savior, Man Ko sobbed, eyes tearing up. Is it the camp leader? Tran Noyet Ni, the sect leader of Han Goman, just walked in. He joyfully cheered. Sect leader. Kim Kien was quite surprised. That woman is the leader? She disgustedly stepped on his head. I didn't expect you to have this day too. Kim Kien also couldn't understand Man Ko's behavior. Why is this guy acting so weird? He calmly observed her. Tran Noyet Ni bowed, cautiously opening. If the sub-branch leader made any mistake, I would like to apologize to you on his behalf. Or can we talk privately? Then, Man Ko happily acted as a flesh chair for her. Tran Noyet Ni whispered, How careless. We made a serious mistake. Kim Kien pointed out the loss they had to bear. It was because of this that we almost suffered heavy losses. She did not flinch, but sect leader, as far as I know, this transaction. Then she reminded, was a one-way transaction, not two-way. Moreover, we didn't receive any benefits. This made Kim Kien very unhappy. Tran Noyet Ni calmly asked, So why do we have to be responsible for this? Kim Kien understood in his heart. You have a point. Suddenly, a sentence from her surprised Kim Kien, but I didn't come here to assign blame. Tran Noyet Ni gently placed her hand on his. She used a sincere expression to express, I came here. Wanted to ask for your help. She parted her red lips. If you agree to help me, you will have a solid backing, which is me. Tran Noyet Ni boldly declared, I will offer this whole world to you. Kim Kien was stunned, unable to believe it. Under his astonished gaze, she carefully analyzed. I heard you want to unify the martial arts world, but with your current situation, that is nothing but a pipe dream. Kim Kien frowned unhappily. Tran Noyet Ni continued without fear. That's right, with your current strength, it is indeed impossible. But if you have my help, your dream of unifying the martial arts world will no longer be just a dream. The reason I do this, you must have guessed part of it. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Tran Noyet Ni slowly confessed, because my request is extremely dangerous. It might cost you your life. Kim Kien's face immediately changed. What? She stood up, paced back and forth, slowly saying, But if you agree and complete it. So, seeing her sudden action, he is startled. Just like that, Tran Noyet Ni sits on his lap. Man Ko panics and wants to stop her. Hey, wait, sect leader. Facing him, she whispers softly, The martial arts of the world, and even this body, I offer them all to you. Tran Noyet Ni leans close to his ear, suggesting softly. Kim Kien blushes in embarrassment. Man Ko trembles with anger, cursing unwillingly. Bastard, daring to touch our sect leader. Tran Noyet Ni speaks calmly. What do you think? She smiles gently, offering the invitation. Can you grant my request? He hurriedly dodges away, then quickly regains his composure. Wait, that might cost me my life. At least tell me what it is. Tran Noyet Ni slowly moves away, saying, You are right. My request is actually very simple. Then, she states the condition. Please help me find my younger sister. She recalls her sister entering the dense forest full of poisonous spiders and wild beasts. Tran Noyet Ni recounts. My sister went to gather information for a mission. then got lost, and ended up in a mysterious place called the Southern Wild Beast Palace. The Southern Wild Beast Palace is a place isolated from the outside world, with no interaction with outsiders. It is one of the forces in the peripheral region. It is located in a deep, dense forest, with majestic high palaces. Therefore, information about this place is extremely scarce, but it is rumored that humans there live in harmony with animals. Animals and humans live happily together. Besides, the reason we know so little about them until now is that they're extremely hostile to outsiders, especially the Central Plains martial arts world. At that time, both humans and animals become ferocious, ready to deal with enemies. At the same time, their strength matches their ferocity. They're usually accompanied by wild beasts. Someone once brought treasures to plead. This is just a small token. Please accept it. Many sects have tried every way to gain their power and form an alliance. Not long after, the people of those sects received a box as a reply. But the outcome for those who dare to invade their territory is forever only one. Only a head is sent back. Hearing the story, Kim Kien cannot help but be curious. But why did you let your sister go to such a place? Tran Noyet Ni returns to her seat, explaining slowly. Of course I tried to stop her, not letting her go. But I was helpless. The one who commissioned us to gather intelligence on the Southern Wild Beast Palace was the Martial Arts Alliance. Hearing this news, he immediately feels annoyed. She continues sadly. Because it was too dangerous, I firmly refused. But they started pressuring us, burning our camp, even threatening our organization. These words leave Kim Kien speechless, not knowing what to say. After consideration, he agrees. All right, tomorrow I will set off to find the sect leader's sister. Do try it how interrupts, stopping him in panic. Sect leader, no. That place has always been a forbidden ground for the orthodox martial arts. Daitrok also adds worriedly. That's right, sect leader. I also think your action this time is too dangerous. Kim Kien pretends to ponder. So what do you think? Just then, someone announces loudly. The third elder has arrived, attracting everyone's attention. Manhwa Lan Staiyin. Dang Koak is confused, thinking to himself, since when was she here? I didn't sense her aura at all. Seeing Kim Kien's calm demeanor, Dang Koak tells himself confusedly. Did the sect leader know she was here all along? She greets solemnly. Long time no see, sect leader. Well, I wasn't here. Sect leader has changed a lot too. Kim Kien replies calmly. I don't just know how to play around. And you, what do you think? Tran Ho Alan answers cautiously. Actually, my opinion is no different from the other elders, but I can understand the feelings of the Han Gamon sect leader. She rests her hands on the table, advising softly, we have all lost loved ones because of the Martial Arts Alliance. Fajink Kim Kien. Tran Ho Alan questions frankly, we understand that pain better than anyone, so how can we turn a blind eye to that situation? Then she emphasizes again, because of that, this time I want to help the Han Gamon sect leader. Do try it, Hao says hesitantly, but I heard there are many dangerous beasts there. Kim Kien coldly interrupts the second elder. Hey, he retorts unhappily. People who love animals are never bad. At this moment, Daitrok speaks up, but sect leader. He cautiously expresses his personal view among those who love animals. There are always some bad guys. Before Daitrok finishes, Kim Kien shows him what discipline is. Then, Kim Kien corrects angrily. People who love animals are never bad. Daitrok is speechless, thinking blankly. Damn it, looks like the baddest guy here is you. Afterwards, he picks up the cute little dog and asks, Mingxiu, I haven't played with you much lately. Are you very sad? He whispers to the dog, but I have to go on a trip for work again. You'll be fine, right, Mingxiu? The dog looks gloomy and sad. Kim Kien tries to coax, but why come back this time? I'll buy you many, many gifts. Come on, go play. As soon as he puts Mingxiu down, the dog happily runs off to play. Kim Kien looks at not stroking Mingxiu, sighing internally. That's why they say raising kids is useless. The next day, he sets off deep into the forest with Dang Koak, Tran Ho Alan, and Lukba. Kim Kien is pale with fatigue, asking, Hey, do we really have to walk like this? Tran Ho Alan analyzes calmly. The Southern Wild Beast Palace is a tribe with extremely keen senses. They can communicate with animals. If we go by carriage, we will be easily detected. Dang Koak complains tiredly, but the more I walk, the hotter I feel. Suddenly, a plaintive voice rings out. Sect leader, I can't walk anymore. Luke Ba collapses on the ground, exclaiming, Just kill me. I'm too tired. Kim Kien agrees cheerfully. Okay, I'll kill you right now. Dang Koak is bewildered. Huh? Seeing the cool river, Dang Koak suggests, Sect leader, how about we rest over there for a bit? Kim Kien puffs his cheeks, rolls his eyes, soaks in the water, then surfaces exclaiming, "So comfortable, so cool." Seeing this scene, Tran Hoa Lon blushes with embarrassment. Since when is the sect leader's body so nice? Suddenly someone urges her, "Hey, third elder, you come down and bathe too." She is startled, hurriedly refusing. "I can't." Dang Koak says casually, "We are all family. What are you shy about?" Kim Kien also chimes in, "That's right, it's so hot. Take a bath." Tran Hoa Lon is very awkward, hesitating for a long time before accepting. "All right, I understand." She takes off her outer robe, then sits on a rock, slowly enjoying the cool water. Just then, a figure flashes past nearby. Tran Hoa Lon senses something, immediately becomes alert, draws her dagger and warns, "Everyone be careful." Kim Kien asks in surprise, "What's wrong? What happened?" Kim Kien also notices that thing. He sees a small, dirty fox stepping out, thinking to himself, "It's a fox." A group of people with ferocious faces walk over laughing. "Finally caught you." Even if it's a spirit animal, it's just a beast. It slowly walks to Kim Kien's side, then leans against his leg and falls asleep. This action reminds him of that pouring rainy night. Suddenly seeing something, Kim Kien stops. Little Mengxiu was trembling listlessly in the rain. A brown-haired man laughs slyly and warns, "You'd better not touch it. We spent a lot of effort to catch it." Kim Kien frowns, cursing angrily. "What's the point of catching such a weak animal? You bastards." That guy argues back angrily. "Whether I want to cook it or sell it is up to me. It's none of your business." That guy steps forward, reaching out to pick up the fox. "Don't be nosy. Go your own way." Kim Kien says no more, grabs that guy's hair. Then he uses both hands to grip his hair tightly, gathers momentum, and delivers a kick that makes him cough up blood, falling backwards. Kim Kien is burning with rage, his whole body radiating killing intent. "I don't like it, so what? You bastards." The group angrily grabs their weapons and rushes up. This bastard, Kim Kien coldly watches their every step, his eyes becoming deep. He immediately leaps up, beating each one of them until they are covered in blood. Hearing the whole story, looking at their bruised faces, Kim Kien speaks calmly. "So you mean the Martial Arts Alliance sent you to catch this fox?" They kowtow on the ground, answering hurriedly, "Yes, that's right." Kim Kien asks with disgust, "What do you intend to do with this little animal?" They confess everything. "Actually, we don't know what they intend to do with this fox either." They explain clearly, "We did this only because they promised to give us a large sum of money." "Oh, money." Kim Kien questions annoyedly. "You don't know the reason, yet you still acted so cruelly towards this little animal?" They cry and beg, "We were wrong." He waves his hand to signal them, "I understand. Get out of my sight now." They stammer, "Sorry," but still gather the courage to beg, "Can you return that fox to us? We spent months working hard to catch it." Looking at the sleeping fox, Kim Kien suddenly remembers, "Right? I almost forgot." Hearing that, they rejoice and thank him profusely, not letting them finish their nonsense. Kim Kien gives them a severe beating their faces until they are swollen. He curses angrily, "I almost forgot. I haven't given you a few more beatings yet." Night falls. The four people sit around the fire. Seeing the fox sleeping soundly, Kim Kien asks worriedly, "It still shows no sign of waking up. Is it badly injured?" Tran Hoa Lon speaks up immediately to reassure, "You don't need to worry too much. It's not injured heavily. I have also treated it. It will wake up soon." She also instructs, "Sect leader, tomorrow morning we will enter their territory. From tomorrow, we must be even more careful." Kim Kien asks hesitantly, "But we don't have much information about the Hangamon sect leader's sister. How do you plan to search?" Tran Hoa Lon offers a solution. "First, after entering the territory, we will search the surrounding area first, then narrow down the search range." At this moment, Dang Koak volunteers enthusiastically, "I will search the surrounding area with senior sister." Kim Kien agrees immediately. "Do that then." But he pouts, showing a look of disgust at Luke Ba. "Are you very hungry? Did you come here just to eat? If you're eating, then eat quietly. Did you mix your manners into your rice and swallow it down your belly?" This remark made Luke Ba look full of grievance. Sensing something approaching, Kim Kien and Dang Koak watched with serious faces. A giant wolf was slowly walking forward on 4 heavy limbs. Seeing this ferocious wolf, he thought to himself, "It's a wolf." But observing its massive size, he confusedly thought, "Is that really the size of a wolf?" Tran Hoa Lon immediately stood up and drew her blade. "Sect leader, please stay where you are." Dang Koak continued. We will handle it. Kim Kin coldly stopped them. Hey, don't overreact. He calmly spoke up. One look, and you can tell this animal is lost. There are no bad animals in this world. Only scumbag humans. Dang Koak said in confusion. But sect leader, it looks very dangerous. Kim Kin, expressionless, said indifferently. Is that so? Then, you loser over there. You have work to do. Luke Ba was speechless, thinking to himself, it doesn't look lost. Looking at the drooling wolf. Luke Ba thought, it knows its way very well. Luke Ba was trembling with fear, sect leader. This animal seems to be so hungry it came here looking for food. It's drooling over there. Kim Kin's face darkened, and he said in a threatening tone, Anyway, I said it's lost. Don't worry, you just need to treat it with sincerity, and it will understand your true feelings. Luke Ba was silent, unable to say a word. Next, Luke Ba was too scared to refute, hypnotizing himself. That's right, since the sect leader said so, I have no reason to hesitate anymore. Luke Ba slowly reached out his hand. Come here, be a good boy, I won't hurt you. The wolf sniffed the scent on Luke Ba's hand. Seeing this, Luke Ba happily discovered, oh, it's true, just like the sect leader said, it really can understand my heart. How could I think badly of such a gentle animal? Unexpectedly, it chomped down on Luke Ba's head, then swung him back and forth. Luke Ba screamed in panic. Help! Kim Kin fell in a deep thought. Could I be wrong? Suddenly, the fox woke up and gave a big yawn. It jumped onto Kim Kin's shoulder, startling him. Seeing the fox beside him, the wolf stopped and threw Luke Ba to the ground. Under the bright moonlight, the wolf's entire body erupted in raging flames, and it let out a loud howl. Seeing the wolf unleash its power, everyone shouted in panic. This time it's really bad. Please leave it to us. They blocked in front of him. Kim Kin said coldly, Hey, that's enough, move aside. He took a step forward and said casually, It just hasn't been trained and taught yet. Why are you all panicking? Tran Ho Alan anxiously tried to stop him. Sect leader, wait. But she was stopped by Dang Koak. He comforted her. Senior sister, please trust the sect leader. She was still uneasy. No. But, hey, Kim Kin faced the wolf, clicking his tongue to give orders. Come here, you're a good boy, right? Sit down. Even though it was growling, he remained calm. Hey, I said sit down. If you keep acting like that, I'll get angry. I'm saying this for the last time. Kim Kin decisively pulled out his gun. Sit down immediately. The wolf raised its claw, and he immediately felt something was wrong. However, when it extended its sharp claws, it shocked Tran Ho Alan and Dang Koak to the extreme. Kim Kin commented with satisfaction. As expected, the large wolf obediently lay on its back, allowing him to do as he pleased. He said happily, You really understand me. Kim Kin just stroked it. Do you like it? Feels good, right? Dang Koak saw this scene and was extremely amazed. Sect leader, you are truly formidable. Tran Ho Alan immediately realized something unusual. That's not right. That wolf clearly wanted to attack the sect leader. She looked at the fox beside him, thinking, but the reason it suddenly stopped attacking, I'm afraid is because it sensed something from that fox. Tran Ho Alan felt an aura of fire enveloping the fox. Although it was just a brief moment, I also felt it. An aura that made my hair stand on end, indescribable in words. Kim Kin looked happy. See, I told you there are no bad animals. He said slyly. Maybe it thought that guy was a pig, so it bit him so hard. Luke Ba cursed in despair. Damn it. At this moment, Kim Kin urged Dang Koak. Right, Dang Koak, give me the item belonging to the sister of the Han Gamon sect leader. Dang Koak was stunned for a moment, then obediently replied, yes, sect leader. He gave the item to the wolf to smell. Can you find a place emitting a similar scent? It carefully sniffed the path. Kim Kin saw it was effective and said excitedly, Oh, looks like we just need to follow it. Tran Ho Alan smoothed her hair and reported, Sect leader, it seems there are some uninvited guests. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned ice cold. With an agile body, she took a leap and flew up. Tran Ho Alan powerfully launched sharp daggers, dealing fatal blows to them. As soon as she landed, the group of people fell weakly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Kim Kin praised with satisfaction. Hard training finally bears fruit. But the guests are more numerous than I thought. The four of them were surrounded by a group of burly men. He was not afraid at all, raising his gun. But this number is just a small matter to me. What are you looking at? Not planning to fight? Dang Koak saw a giant object rushing towards them and stammered a warning. Sect leader. Kim Kin cursed impatiently. Damn it, are you summoning a soul? Shit. A person riding an elephant aggressively approached. He exclaimed in surprise. This worldview is truly beyond imagination. Kim Kin looked up at the elephant and said unpleasantly, You bringing an elephant in seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? He was stunned in disbelief. A hoarse voice rang out. "This is the territory of the Southern Wild Beast Palace. How dare you act recklessly here?" The person arrogantly exuded an oppressive aura. "You entering our territory without permission is already a big mistake." Kim Kien fronet, saying unpleasantly, "My neck is getting tired from looking up. Can you come down here to talk?" The person stood up and grumbled, truly knowing no manners. "Fine, I will come down personally to talk to you." Then he took a leap, somersaulting a few times in the air. "Consider this, Your Honor." Saying that, he landed lightly on the ground. "I will make you wholeheartedly convinced." He carelessly twisted his ankle and fell flat on his face in front of Kim Kien. Kim Kien looked disgusted. "What kind of trick is this?" The person quickly stood up and exclaimed, "It seems you're also a martial artist. Our Southern Wild Beast Palace absolutely does not welcome martial artists from the Central Plains." He was angry, his face darkening. "You should know this, right?" Kim Kien replied calmly. "Since you said that, I understand." He calmly explained clearly, "But we came here only to find a woman. We have no intention of causing a war. If you let us pass, we won't bother you." He said expressionlessly, "It seems you came here for nothing. No one has set foot in our place for a long time." Kim Kien calmly refuted, "How can I believe your words? I must see it with my own eyes to believe it. I don't believe what you say." He spoke up coldly, "Fine." Then he immediately drew his sword. Then, as soon as the words fell, the group of people and animals immediately moved into formation, preparing for battle. He said slowly, "There is only one thing left to do." The giant elephant roared ferociously. "Chanhualan ansuli waitet fokim kinsha kautama." If we fight the Southern Wild Beast Palace here, both sides will suffer unnecessary losses. Even if we win, our strength cannot be preserved. She whispered to Kim Kien. "Sect leader, perhaps we should quietly retreat and plan later?" Confronting them directly will only lead to mutual destruction. Lukba panicked and chimed in. "That's right, sect leader, the third elder's words suit me very well." Kim Kien did not listen, bluntly declaring, "In my concept, the word retreat has never existed." A cold light flashed in Kim Kien's eyes. Thinking of a way out before even starting, what could be accomplished then? If we keep being like this, how can we dominate the martial arts world? Lukba hesitated a bit, but still said, "Sect leader, but retreating first and planning later is also a good idea." Kim Kien immediately retorted, "You're thinking too simply." Dang Koak, do you have any opinion? Dang Koak immediately showed his loyalty. Whatever the sect leader does, this subordinate obeys. Hearing this, Lukba couldn't help but feel confused. Seriously. Kim Kien suddenly turned back and questioned, "What did you say?" Lukba awkwardly explained, "This subordinate shares the same idea as Dang Koak." At this moment, the other person slowly asked, "Are you done discussing? Then can we start?" Kim Kien said without any fear, "You guys just come at us. It will be too late to regret then." Provoked, the guy rode a wolf and rushed forward to deal with a braggart like you. I alone am enough. Hearing the gunshot echo in the sky, he covered his ears in pain. Where did that thunder come from? Suddenly, the wolf slowed down, and the guy also fell silent. Kim Kien spoke coldly. "This is the first time, and also the last time I warn you. Charge again, and you will die." After shooting, Kim Kien said calmly, "You are very confident in your speed, but is it faster than this hidden weapon of mine?" At this moment, the gun in his hand had developed a few more cracks. Seeing this thing, the guy thought in surprise. I saw that he was just an ordinary martial artist. How could his hidden weapon attack so powerfully and quickly? At this moment, an old tree behind him had snapped in half. This power was too destructive, capable of making an entire old tree collapse. He unleashed a powerful aura, understanding clearly in his heart. But if I back down and surrender now, how will I have the face to look at the people of the Southern Wilds later? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, exclaiming in surprise. His inner mind was in turmoil. But wait, he ordered everyone stop. Then he looked in amazement at the fox on Kim Kien's shoulder. "Spirit Fox? Why are you with him?" Kim Kien was bewildered. You mean this fox?" Seeing it happily rubbing against his face, Kim Kien said casually, "I helped it so it's following me." The guy exclaimed in surprise, "You are indeed not an ordinary martial artist." He gripped his sword tightly, making a decision. "Since the spirit fox has chosen to follow you, then our Southern Wild Beast Palace also considers you a friend," he said calmly. The next morning, everyone followed him. Kim Kien was silent, thinking to himself. As expected, entering their territory shows they can tame so many animals. Kim Kien asked impatiently, "How much longer do we have to walk?" The guy replied coldly, "Almost there." After that, Under Kien's amazed gaze, he led him to a place. We have arrived at our territory. This is a place where animals and humans live together in harmony. Welcome, everyone. Suddenly, the fox burrows into Kien's shirt. Kien is a bit confused. It looks around warily. The guy says, "It must be very novel for you all coming here for the first time. An environment where so many wild beasts live together. You probably rarely see that." Kien calmly replies, "I understand what you mean." He notices the probing gazes of this group and the scrutinizing looks of another group looking at him. Kien's mood is a bit complex. "But why are your people looking at us with such strange eyes?" The guy calmly explains, "Perhaps because the spirit fox is following you, and they also very rarely see outsiders here." Feeling something strange on his head, Kien is surprised. Seeing that black shadow flying over, he is a bit confused. What is it now? A giant beast covering the sky flies over. A giant, riding a tiger, quickly lands in front of him. The older man and the fierce tiger step forward, his expression solemn. This muscular giant is the palace master of the Southern Wild Beast Palace, Tumatuk. Kien silently exclaims, "So huge. That tiger too." He strokes the tiger's head to calm it down, then slowly steps forward, sizing them up. The spirit fox rarely follows outsiders, yet it follows you. Truly unbelievable. Tumatuk laughs happily, remarking, "Like this, you are qualified enough to become a friend of our Southern Wild Beast Palace." He observes the small fox looking unhappy and exclaims in excitement. Sure enough, looking up close, this fox is really cute. Suddenly, Tumatuk's expression changes, speaking unhappily. "Speaking of which, I heard you were looking for a woman, right? It has been a long time since any outsiders came here." Kien says coldly, "If she's not here, then we have to continue searching." We also followed the tracking scent to get here. An image of a wolf laughing happily appears. The person riding the elephant earlier explains everything to Tumatuk. Before this, a group of people approached our area, then disappeared. That woman was probably among them. Hearing this, Tumatuk thinks carefully. "What you say seems reasonable." Kien cuts in. "Who is that group?" Tumatuk calmly answers, "Besides us, there is another group of people here. We do not acknowledge them as fellow kin. They're a rather barbaric bunch. They always gather around a large cauldron of boiling water and joke around. They want to throw outsiders into the cauldron because they have a custom of eating human flesh." Tumatuk continues analyzing. "They believe that eating someone's flesh will grant them that person's remaining lifespan. It seems the woman you mentioned was most likely captured by them." Kien frowns, his expression vague. Truly unbelievable. A message line appears. Kien opens in surprise. The message displays, "I am Kimmy Dong. We notice your mission progress seems a bit slow, so we will provide a few side missions to help you get more interested in this martial arts conquest mission. New mission, destroy the cannibal tribe. Reward, 2 additional 30-round magazines. Accompanying the reward is also a penalty for you. Please be prepared." Finishing the message, Kien is terrified to the point of turning pale. The message adds a sentence about the penalty. If failed, Mengxiu will lose his life. Kien roars in anger. "Where are those cannibal bastards?" He immediately draws his gun, getting into a combat-ready stance. "I must teach them a lesson." Suddenly, he feels something is wrong. Watching the components of the gun continuously falling off. At this moment, Tumatuk happily says, "Thank you so much for helping us solve this difficult problem." Kien is dazed, completely not understanding. His face turns pale. The sound of the gun shattering is like thunder in his ears. "Without a gun, I'm finished." Kien, with a face full of murderous intent, stares straight ahead. "Hey, old man, where are those bastards?" He grits his teeth and says, "I will catch them and tear them apart to feed the beasts." Suddenly, he seems to see something, freezing. Looking at the gun in his hand, his inner mind is shaken, only able to let out an Tumatuk stands in front of Kien, smiling brightly. Then I thank you for helping solve the trouble." Kien still says nothing, just makes an S sound. Although he is smiling, his words hide majesty. "I speak as the palace master of the Southern Wild Beast Palace." Kien finally comes back to his senses, speaking up, but wait. His words are cut off by Tumatuk. "You have helped us handle the trouble." He looks proud, his meaning clear without speaking, continuing, "For those to whom I am grateful and who have bravely solved trouble for us." Tumatuk looks at everyone, ordering, Start the feast. Kim Kien frowns tightly, his eyebrows almost able to pinch a fly to death. Damn it. He looks at Dang Koak, Luke Ba, and another person drunkenly wrapping arms around each other's necks and dancing. Kim Kien slaps his thigh hard, then bites his fingernails, looking extremely frustrated. Why didn't I think of that? Pistols also have a certain durability. Recalling how he used the gun earlier, he secretly regrets. I should have paid attention. When channeling internal energy into the gun, the power might exceed its durability. At this moment, someone walks over looking at him. Sect leader, are you worried about something? Kim Kien looks at her, not answering immediately, letting out another Tranho Alan looks at him worriedly. Your complexion isn't very good. Kim Kien replies coldly. It's nothing. But in his heart, he is thinking about another problem, not asking it aloud. What did you change clothes? He looks at Tranho Alan, ordering her away. Go to your work. Don't mind me. Seeing him unwilling to speak, she also finds it inconvenient to stay. Yes, then I'll go first. Kim Kien stomps his foot, and another person appears to ask. Sect leader, are you worried about something? Luke Ba giggles and remarks. Your expression isn't right. Anyone looking would think you lost your secret weapon. Just as he finishes speaking, Luke Ba is smashed in the nose by a gun, but fresh blood splattering. His nose bridge seemingly broken. Kim Kien's face darkens, looking at Luke Ba sprawling on the ground. Lost what? I'm still using it to beat you right here. He looks at the gun in his hand. This thing is more useful than I thought. Tuma Tuk walks over from afar, asking, why so angry? Then smiles and invites. I know a place with beautiful scenery. Let's go together. Kim Kien refuses without thinking. I don't like it. Although saying he doesn't like it, he still follows Tuma Tuk. Tuma Tuk turns to look at Kim Kien. How is it? Very beautiful, right? Kim Kien replies stiffly. Just SOSO. Tuma Tuk asks, You seem to be worried about something. Is it because of that cannibal tribe? Kim Kien looks at him. No, not that matter. Tuma Tuk looks into the distance, sharing his thoughts. I think our reputation in the martial arts world is probably not very good. Kim Kien pours cold water on him. I didn't ask. Tuma Tuk ignores his words, continuing to share. But those rumors didn't originate from us, but from that group of people. Kim Kien listens to him share, telling himself inwardly, no, I'm not curious about this. Tuma Tuk continues sharing. Of course, we are also very wary of outsiders. Kim Kien continues grumbling. Damn it, so annoying. Tuma Tuk doesn't mind at all. However, we do not harm others without reason. But they're different from us if an outsider falls into their area. Tuma Tuk recalls the scene back then. I brought a small gift to show goodwill. A small token. Hope you accept it. Just as he finished speaking, their subordinates beheaded that person, blood splattering everywhere. Regardless of the reason, regardless of who the other party is, they kill without mercy. But they look very much like us from appearance, clothing, to way of life. Due to circumstances, many people misunderstand the Southern Wild Beast Palace. If a misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding, then fine, but I worry that the fire kindling in the martial arts world will one day become a great disaster for us. Kim Kien asks coldly, if they are such trash, wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Tuma Tuk looks at him. I wanted to, but it's not that easy. Thinking of the territory here, he explains, in this area, our Southern Wild Beast Palace is the largest tribe. Besides us, there are many other ethnic groups living here, although they don't cause any direct harm to us. But if we attack that group, Tuma Tuk imagines the scene of everyone knowing. The surrounding minority groups, without power, will live with wary eyes towards us. He says sadly, even so, I still hope many people can live in peace. Then Tuma Tuk laughs, as if the sad person just now wasn't him. So, after hearing you guys say you will handle them, although it's a bit cowardly, but I'm truly very happy. Kim Kien falls silent and doesn't answer. He stands up, accepting. All right, just let us handle them. But we don't work for free. Kim Kien looks down from above. Later, if I need help, regardless of the reason, you all must come to help me, even if just once. Tuma Tuk says decisively, of course, as many times as you want. Kim Kien takes his leave. Then I'll go first. Looking at the animal in front of him, Tuma Tuk says regretfully, oh, the spirit fox is here too. If I had known earlier, I would have let you see it sooner. Kim Kien looks down at his collar, surprised. When was it here? He asks in confusion. By the way, what exactly is the background of this fox that everyone makes such a big deal out of? Tuma Tuk pushes himself up to answer. He looks at Kim Kien and says, it is no exaggeration to say, the Southern Wild Beast Palace. He looks at Kim Kien and continues telling, that was actually created by this very fox named Spirit Fox. Tuma Tuk recalls the past, recounting, a long time ago, when everything was disorderly and chaotic, everyone had to shed blood every day to survive. but our ancestor, also the first palace master. Associating with the majestic appearance of the ancestor, he says proudly, he pacified this area, established a new order. Everyone knelt at his feet. However, behind that achievement, there was a hidden meritorious official. Tumatuk enlarges Azor, and that mysterious meritorious official was the ancestor of the spirit fox. Kim Kien understands, but wonders about something else. But why enlarge that sword? Actually, the spirit fox is not a fox. Its true identity is a divine sword in legend. A brave fox emerged from the inanimate sword, tearing apart the ocean, splitting heaven and earth. Hearing this, Kim Kien asks back in disbelief, what? This is the divine sword in legend? Tuma Tuk walks and talks. Actually, I have never seen its true form either, but according to stories handed down from ancient times, that is the truth. Kim Kien picked up the fox and examined it. This is the legendary divine sword. So how do I make it turn back into a divine sword? Tuuma Tuk stopped. I don't know the specifics either. Watching Kim Kien holding it, he continued, if you can communicate spiritually with the spirit fox, then the spirit fox will transform into a sword according to your will. The next morning, he sat on the floor looking at the fox. What exactly is the problem? Do you know how many times I've sent telepathic messages to you? Looking at its innocent yet guilty face, he sighed inwardly. Are you only good for being cute? Tumatuk walked over and advised him not to be like that. Why don't you try getting close to the spirit fox first? He turned around to listen to his explanation. Right now, the relationship between you and the spirit fox is just normal. You've only just met. With such a relationship, who would open their heart and express their thoughts? Seeing him seem to have an epiphany, Tumatuk asked again, don't you also have a precious relationship with whom you want to share your feelings? A precious relationship. He remembered that he had also brought an animal home before. Why did I bring it home? Looking at the puppy chewing on his sock, he asked, hey dog, what's your name? It didn't answer. He asked again, hey, someone is calling you. At least respond. Tonton or Bat Duk? Mengchio? It stopped and looked at him, revealing a cute expression. Looking at the dog, Kim Kien asked, what is it? You like the name Mengchio? Back to the present, he looked at the fox and muttered softly, maybe I should give you a name? He scrutinized the fox. All right, a name that sounded a bit strong. How about Sweeping Iron Dragon? Seeing it look bored, he asked, don't like it? Then Punching Kicking. Sweeping 8 Desolations? 10,000 Solemn Virtue Ball. Tumatuk, standing nearby, was also speechless. I don't know how to name it. Why don't you give a spirit fox a name you come up with? Hearing that, he fell into thought, watching it sway back and forth. Hearing his call, the fox climbed onto him. Oh, it happily rubbed its head against his chin. What is it? You like it? He hugged it and instructed, all right, being close immediately is hard, but when we are closer, you must help me. As soon as he finished speaking, a light burst forth, illuminating everywhere. He looked at the blinding light, hesitating. This is the legendary sword. He looked in amazement. This is... Looking at the sword stuck in the ground, he thought, that legendary sword? He picked up the sword. Could this be? Surely it's not the sword someone has been looking for recently. But when he grasped the sword, veins popped out on his face, feeling the power in his body. Why do I suddenly feel power surging like this? With this, I fear no one. He seemed to turn into a different person, turning back to ask Tumatuk, hey, Palace Master, is this the legendary sword? Holding this sword makes one just want to fight immediately, right? Tumatuk looked at his whole body, radiating light, saying nothing, then replied in fear, I don't know what this is so scary. Scene changes to another side. Tumatuk summoned the people in the village. It will be hard regardless, but I hope everyone can help us. Moreover, you are not familiar with the terrain over there. He looked towards Tu Lan Ni and suggested, so take my youngest son with you. The boy is tall and strong, has 8-pack abs. This boy is good with a blade, can be very helpful. He looked at that person, exclaiming in disbelief, damn, is this guy for real? Tumatuk carefully instructed everyone. No matter what, you absolutely must not underestimate them, because they are hunters of men. He continued tensely, so I don't know what tricks they will use. He laughed, unconcerned, and comforted Tumatuk. You don't need to worry about that. In that aspect, I'm also confident. Looking at the fox on my shoulder, you know. He grasped the sword transformed from the fox, smiling as he spoke. I have the legendary sword. Everyone went deep into the forest together. Seems we are almost there. He pointed towards 2 people eating meat over there. Look at them eating so blatantly. Then he raised the sword to aim, threw the sword with force. The sword flew and knocked away their pot. Looking at the sword stuck in the tree, they were bewildered. He approached and scolded. You bastards, eating human meat so openly. Looking at one of the two, is human meat that good? They replied innocently, it's mutton. Dang Koak, Luke Ba, and Tran Ho Alan were all stunned looking at him, but he stubbornly scolded. So what, damn it? Kim Kien, fine regret. Lecturing them. Does that mean it's okay to eat mutton? Sheep are such adorable animals. Wanna die? Tu Du La Ni standing next to him listened to his nonsense. Cursed silently. Truly a crazy guy. The other person honestly held out a piece of meat in front of him. This dish is really delicious. Looking at the piece of meat seemingly glowing in that guy's hand. Before he could answer, Luke Ba was eating ravenously. Oh, this is really tasty. The sauce is truly art. He watched Luke Ba eating happily, saliva about to drool. Looks really tasty. Kim Kien held the meat in his hand, hesitating. Should I taste a bit? Not hesitating for too long. He took a bite. He praised in delight. Wow, really tasty. After eating, he looked at the other two and asked, Hey, but I heard there's a cannibal tribe nearby. Why don't I see them? The long-haired man asked him back, Cannibal tribe? Why do you ask about that? What do you mean why? He looked at that person as if unable to understand. Obviously, to kill them all. They're a bunch of animals. The long-haired man seemed to realize and said, Ah, I know that tribe very well. Just go in that direction and see. Kim Kien innocently believed him. Oh, really? Which way? The long-haired man pointed at himself, sneering. This way. His face darkened. The long-haired man laughed while flying over with an axe die. He dodged and warned, Better not look down on me thinking I don't have a gun. Then use the sword to slash that guy in two. He laughed, continuing his earlier words. But having said that, I am EC Kendo Second Dan. Thank you very much. Looking at a group of people approaching from afar, even personally coming to welcome me. He ordered, we should also respond a bit. A pair of red high heels appeared. Wherever she walked, people died. The leader of the cannibal tribe ordered, grab her from behind, so she can't use hidden weapons. Dang Koak appeared above them, asking, Who do you dare to grab? Dang Koak swooped down, knocking them flying 3 meters away. Kim Kien looked bored. What? Nothing special. He turned around. But Luke Ba. Looking at Luke Ba sweating, he asked curiously, Why do you keep staring at those two? Luke Ba replied, I see the sect leader is also looking at them. Kim Kien realized something. So that's it. He felt dizzy, falling to the ground. I shouldn't have eaten food given by strangers. When he woke up, it was like he was in a fairyland. Mist drifting. Oh, whoa, damn. Kim Kien saw himself tied up in a strange place, muttering to himself, What is this situation now? Looking at the cannibal tribe over there, bowing under a burning wooden effigy, then glanced to the side and asked, By the way, what is smeared on you? Luke Ba pouted and replied, I think it's the seasoning from the mutton earlier. This house's chef is really skilled. Kim Kien remarked coldly. These bastards eat quite fragrantly too. Then asked, Currently only you and I are captured, right? Luke Ba nodded. Yes, I don't see the others. Luke Ba looked at Kim Kien, but sect leader doesn't need to worry. He was puzzled, huh? Why? Luke Ba tensed his muscles, wanting to use strength to break the ropes. This just needs my strength. Kim Kien looked at Luke Ba, full of hope, could it be? But what he got back was just a helpless sigh. Can't do it. Kim Kien advised in disappointment. You better not waste energy. The chief of the cannibal tribe over there spoke. As long as they smell the dark musk, within 1 hour, they cannot use internal energy. Kim Kien looked at the purple smoke in front of him and thought, Is he talking about this smoke? A voice continued to sound. Moreover, what is there to fear about death? The old man Tak Dan Thak Nine Kai Kai laughed heartily. Even if we die, we will live together in one body. Kim Kien cursed, You scum, D. And Kai Kai punched him in the body. This is Thak Nine Kai Kai. Watch your mouth. The chief looked at the bald man and asked, Is the ritual finished? That guy replied, Yes, high priest. Looking at the bubbling pot of soup, he said, Now I just need to cook it well. Kim Kien was terrified inside. If this goes on, I will really be eaten by those crazy people. Right, Kuya Na. Where's Kuya Na? Looking at the sword in the hands of those people, he was terrified. No, why are you with that idiot? Kuya Na, do you hear me? If you hear, come here quickly. While that person felt a surge of power, he looked at Luke Ba. Hey, you do something too? Don't just sit there like that. Luke Ba bowed his head in silence. He cursed, Oh damn, just wait to die. Another person appeared from behind, putting a sword to his neck. Stand up, move forward. Another person nudged Luke Ba. This guy seems to have fainted. The chief ordered, Drag him over here. Kim Kien stood before the giant soup pot, both scared and angry. Damn, is there no other way? Like a sigh really. He hurriedly reassured himself. Think of a way, Kim Kien, there must be a way. That guy pushed Kim Kien. Kim Kien's head was about to fall in, screaming. Wait, but that guy didn't stop, pushing him down. Kim Kien's face turned pale. Damn it, am I going to die like this? At this moment, Kim Kien was tied on the scorching ground. He cursed in fear. Damn, am I going to die like this? On Tran Hoa Lan's side, she had destroyed a group of people attacking them. She looked around, exclaiming inwardly, "These guys are tougher than I thought." At this moment, a loud shout rang out from behind. Senior sister, Dang Koak, was running over from afar, running while shouting, "I don't see the sect leader and brother Luke Ba." Tran Hoa Lan was very surprised hearing that. What? Dang Koak told her his guess. It seems they drugged the mutton. Hearing this, Tran Hoa Lan thought, daring to let their guard down like that in front of the enemy. Lonnie stepped out from the forest. Seeing that, Hoa Lan asked him, "You said you know where they live, right?" Lonnie seemed to know that place too, replying, "Yes, that place is not far from here." Hearing that, Tran Hoa Lan said to him, "Then lead us there quickly, the fastest way." Back to Kim Kien's side. He was still tied up, lying there thinking about his future. Dying miserably like this again. But wait, why don't I feel hot? Then he opened his eyes. Kim Kien was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, his body was tied up, placed on a net, with a wok of boiling oil bubbling underneath. Kim Kien struggled violently. Finally, he rolled to the edge of the wok. He jumped down to the ground. Then he stood there dazed, looking at the giant wok of oil, feeling confused. By the way, since when was this thing here? Just then, something suddenly escaped from the wok too. Oh, it turned out to be Kuyen Na. Kim Kien was very surprised. Kuyen Na jumped onto Kim Kien's shoulder. He said happily, "What is this? Didn't you only know how to turn into a sword? You can turn into other things too?" Just then, a loud scream came from afar. Sect leader. It was Luke Ba being held by the tribesmen. "Save me." Seeing this scene, Kim Kien said to Kuyen Na, "Kuyen Na, hurry and untie me." Kuyen Na used its claws to cut the knot. At this moment, Kim Kien started to get angry. "These bastards. Did you think you could mess with me and get away with it?" Then he rushed towards the oil wok, using all his strength to kick it over. The tribesmen saw this and screamed in terror. "What is happening? Run quickly. Get out of the way." Seeing them run away in fear, Kim Kien felt it was very amusing, laughing loudly as he spoke. "Not bad, you lunatics." The chieftain stepped out to challenge him at this moment. Truly a magical spirit creature. "I want to have it too." Kim Kien retorted without fear. "If you want to die, just try it." Round 2 began. From the start, Kim Kien slashed down one enemy after another. A while later, he felt a bit exhausted, thinking to himself, "I have never used such a large broadsword to fight. In a state where I cannot use internal energy, the situation becomes even more difficult." Looking at the black crowd in front, he was a little worried, but they kept appearing ceaselessly. Seeing this, the chieftain stepped up to mock him. "You look exhausted already. Why don't you just give up? I can make an exception and let you go on one condition. You must leave the spirit creature and that fat guy behind. Isn't that a good offer?" Kim Kien paid no mind to the chieftain's words. "Talk time is over. Bring it on. Because even if I die, I won't entertain that thought." Hearing this, Luke Ba couldn't help but be moved. Sect leader." Suddenly, Kim Kien turned his head to look at Luke Ba, then continued, "However, is it okay to just leave the fat guy behind?" The chieftain didn't quite agree with this condition, saying, "Actually, we don't need that fat guy." Luke Ba heard this and said angrily, "Then release me." "You lunatics." Kim Kien heard this and didn't offer any more conditions. He just said one sentence. "Then, negotiations are over. Kuyen Na, take a rest." Then he took out a few weapons. Indeed, humans still have to use familiar tools to be effective. "Come on, you lunatics." The chieftain saw this and became even more interested, saying, "Very well. I was getting bored too. I will personally fight you." He started channeling energy around his body. Kim Kien quickly rushed towards him, scolding, "You idiot. Don't you know the basics of fighting is to strike first?" He used all his strength to throw a punch at his face. Suddenly, Kim Kien felt something was wrong. "Ah, damn it. Why is that thing so hard?" It turned out the chieftain had caught Kim Kien's short blade with his mouth. Kim Kien immediately launched a palm strike at his stomach. The other guy couldn't react in time and was sent flying a distance. Seizing the upper hand, Kim Kien slashed a few more times and then delivered a decisive blow to him. Kim Kien turned back to look at him, thinking to himself, "This bastard, always dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. He's enjoying this." Sure enough, the chieftain was laughing at this moment, seemingly quite interested in Kim Kien's attacks. He turned to look at Kim Kien and said, Now I'm starting to feel hungry. How about we eat something?" Saying that, he rushed quickly towards Kim Kien. Kim Kien thought to himself, "Too fast." Kim Kien swung his blade to slash, but the chieftain just managed to duck his head to dodge. Kim Kien noticed and looked down. The chieftain was biting deep into his arm. Seeing blood flow, Kim Kien punched him straight in the face. The chieftain took a punch, but found it quite interesting, even managing to laugh. Kim Kien observed him, speculating. Unlike his appearance, he has endurance, speed, and even. Then he looked down at the bleeding bite mark on his arm. The chieftain took that opportunity to rush forward. Starting Kim Kien, where are you looking? He launched a palm strike right in the middle of Kim Kien's stomach. Kim Kien couldn't react in time and was sent flying a very long distance. Kim Kien sat there without standing up, just silently lamenting, in this damn worldview, why are there so many monsters? The chieftain walked towards him, saying with interest, anyway, it was quite amusing, so I will kill you in one move, without any pain. Kim Kien sat there thinking, damn it, I should have brought that gun. Let's think, there must be a way. Just then, Kuyana stood in front of Kim Kien, blocking the way. He was astonished. Hey, why are you here? Kim Kien suddenly remembered something. Wait, thinking about it carefully, you can turn into other things. Then can you turn into a gun? If you mess this up, we're all dead. The chieftain had already rushed over, saying excitedly, I'm about to have a delicious meal. Kim Kien calmly said to him, I originally intended to save this move. Hearing this, the chieftain suddenly stopped. Kim Kien continued to provoke him. If you want to die, just come over here and try. Seeing his attitude, the chieftain also started to get worried. What was going on? What was with that sudden confident attitude? Kim Kien then smiled coldly, saying to him, I will show you a completely new hell. The chieftain stood still, wanting to see what would happen. Suddenly, the surrounding air became silent as the grave. He laughed, having guessed Kim Kien's scheme. So in the end, it was just a plan to escape. However, in this place, without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. The chieftain charged into the house where Kim Kien had just stood. He spoke excitedly as if playing hide and seek. Come out, little mouse. The surrounding atmosphere was still extremely quiet. Suddenly, the chieftain saw some wine jars. Kim Kien was standing behind them. Seeing this scene, he burst out laughing. Which corner were you hiding in? You did really well. I couldn't find you for ages. Saying that, he used a palm strike to smash that wine jar. Wine splashed all over his face, making him even more excited. Hiding so clumsily like this, maybe I will spare your life. He suddenly discovered the person standing behind the wine jar was his subordinate. At this moment, Kim Kien reached out his hand from out of nowhere. The chieftain was now extremely panicked, looking around, suspicious. Where on earth did he hide? Kim Kien suddenly appeared behind his back, smiling and saying, dealing with a psycho like you. Then pressed a taser against the chieftain. Thought this thing is indispensable. The phone at this moment displayed a system message. Mission: establish an alliance with the Black Forest 36 strongholds. If the alliance is successful without killing anyone, an additional reward will be received. Reward details: basic reward. Provide 2 magazines of 30 rounds. Random additional reward. Random additional reward. Kim Kien then pulled the trigger of the taser. The chieftain, being electrocuted, could only scream in pain. Kim Kien still felt something was wrong. Why did it suddenly catch fire? The chieftain's body was now burning fiercely like a torch. Kim Kien looked at the wine jars in confusion, then understood the cause. At this moment, the people in the tribe were still standing dazed, not understanding what had happened inside. Kim Kien grabbed the chieftain's hair and dragged him out, saying to them as he walked out, see that? This is the end of your man-eating chieftain. Then he threw him down in front of them for them to see clearly, saying, this is your future. You messed with the wrong person. Seeing this, the tribesmen all knelt down in fear. Seeing them submit like this, Kim Kien thought with interest. The wine here is both strong and hard to drink, but unexpectedly it brought good luck. Is this really luck? At that moment, a person in the tribe spoke up. Please spare us. No, we will never do it again. We will never eat human meat again. We beg you to spare our lives. Kim Kien pretended to think, then said to them, all right, then first. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Hoa Lin was locked inside. She opened her eyes wearily. A voice rang out. Looks like I guessed right. Suddenly, Luke Ba's face popped out. Miss, you are the sister of the Lower Five Gates sect leader, right? Miss, wake up. Before he could finish his sentence, Luke Ba was punched in the face by Hoa Lin. She huddled in a corner, taking a defensive stance, saying, I don't like you. Get lost. You dirty beast. Luke Ba still tried to explain to her. No, I came to save you, Mississippi. But Hoa Lin still didn't believe him, scolding louder. Who are you trying to fool? Looking at your face is enough to know, you dirty monster. Hearing this, Lupa felt a bit hurt inside. At this moment, Tran Hoa Lan, Dang Koak, and Lan Ni also arrived. Dang Koak panted and said, Senior sister, it seems we have arrived. Tan Hoa Lan Anso Zilit, but this place seems a bit unusual. But what is the situation now? It turned out the tribesmen were kneeling on the ground, submitting to Kim Kien. Seeing them arrive, Kim Kien shouted, Hey, you're only here now? Why so late? You didn't wait until I was dead to come, did you? Lan Ni was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He stammered, Actually, it turned out his identity was Tu Du Lan Ni, characteristic, directionally challenged. Kim Kien called him a lunatic at this moment. He then turned to Hoa Lin and said, Anyway, it seems we have found the sister of the lower Five Gates sect leader. Hoa Ling Stam, how? Hello. Kim Kien continued, Now let's go home. Tran Hoa Lan saw the tribesmen and wondered, asking Kim Kien, So how do we handle these people? They were all trembling in fear at this moment. Kim Kien thought for a while and then said coldly, Burn it all down. Eating human meat has crossed the line. The group then left without looking back. Kim Kien spoke up to ask Lan Ni, Hey, why didn't you go home, but follow me instead? He heard this and stammered, I don't know the way. Hearing this, Kim Kien only said one thing, truly troublesome. Hoa Lin then walked up to Luke Ba. He was surprised. She bowed her head in apology. I apologize for earlier. I didn't know you were our benefactor. Luke Ba didn't take it to heart, saying, Don't worry about it. Miss, everyone makes mistakes. Hearing this, Hoa Lin happily looked up to thank him. Seeing Luke Ba's face, Hoa Lin couldn't help but blurt out, Oh, how hideous. Hearing this, Luke Ba could only resign himself. Damn it. At this moment, the group had brought Hoa Lin back to the lower Five Gates. Hoa Ling, sister, Tran Noyet Ni worriedly asked after her. It's so good. You are safe and sound. Truly fortunate. Are you hurt? Hoa Lin said to Tran Noyet Ni, I'm fine, sister, don't worry. Seeing this, Tran Noyet Ni felt relieved and said, If anything happened to you, I would surely. Suddenly, she noticed Kim Kien's group behind them. Noyet Ni then walked towards them, gratefully saying, Truly, thank you very much. Sect leader, I will never forget this favor. I will definitely repay it. Kim Kien didn't care much, just saying perfunctorily, No need to thank me. I didn't do it for free anyway. Noyet Ni found that reasonable. That is true. Then she said to everyone, I have something to speak about with the sect leader. Could everyone please step outside for a moment? At this time, only Noyet Ni and Kim Kien remained in the room. Kim Kien asked her, What is it? Why did you suddenly ask everyone to leave? Noyet Ni shyly said, Because a promise to the sect leader is a promise. Then, she took off her outer coat. Seeing this, Kim Kien panicked. Wait a minute, what are you doing? He frantically said, What promise? Noyet Ni had no intention of stopping, saying, I made it very clear to you back then. I will give you everything I have. Actually, this is also my first time. Seeing this, Kim Kien retreated continuously, saying, Wait, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. That's not what I want. Noyet Ni had come up to him, reaching out to caress his cheek, saying, It seems it's the first time for both of us. Don't be too tense. Kim Kien's face froze, feeling both awkward and anxious because he was still a virgin. Indeed, at this moment in the territory of another sect, the sect leader was sitting and reviewing books. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and someone entered. So you're saying, this person knows the last place Elder Tich Kui Kwong went to? The subordinate reported, Yes, that is correct. But he has refused to open his mouth from beginning to end. One of them continued, Really just what? Man Ko was beaten until his nose and mouth were bleeding, resentfully saying, Why am I the only unlucky one? The sect leader stood up and asked him, So what are you afraid of? He walked up to Man Company. Manko was surprised. Huh? The sect leader used a gaze cold as ice, as if wanting to kill him, saying, So you won't open your mouth, is that it? Manko faced him, thinking to himself, Perhaps because he is the sect leader of the Kunlun sect, the pressure from him is no joke. But why? Am I 10 times more afraid of that guy? The guy Manko spoke of, unexpectedly, was Kim Kien. Manko then knelt at the sect leader's feet and begged, Please save me, my lord. My lord, I'm also being threatened. If I open my mouth, not only me but my whole family could be in danger. I beg you, my lord, please be magnanimous. The sect leader said to show agreement. All right, but the identity of those people, it's the Mungchiu sect, right? Hearing that name, Manko was astonished. The sect leader continued. Looking at your expression, it seems I guessed right. Don't worry. Actually, I already know the whole story. I've also roughly deduced it, don't worry. Nothing will harm you. With this, we now have a reason to go to the Mungshio sect. Therefore, please do not drag the Kunlun sect into the Wulin Alliance's affairs anymore. The sect leader's subordinate obeyed. I understand. I also do not want to do this, but as you know, that is not the order of the Wulin Alliance leader. The person who just answered was the Wulin Alliance supervisor Da Kobach. Back to Kim Kien. Seeing Tran Noyet, Ni continued to undress. He panicked. Wait, you're taking that off too? He covered his face with his hands in embarrassment and clumsily said, Please, I haven't prepared myself mentally yet. Seeing this, Tran Noyet Ni gently said, Sect leader, please don't look away. Look straight at me. Although Kim Kien was still very shy, he slowly lowered his hands and actually looked over. Oh, really? Suddenly, he discovered something was wrong. On Tran Noyet Ni's back was a map. What is this? She said, actually, this. Recalling a few days ago, a man walked up, placed a bag on the table, and said, please. Tran Noyet Ni was curious about the contents of the bag. But what is this? The person replied, this is everything I have. I heard that you value promises to clients more than your own lives. I cannot explain who I am, but if anyone wants to conquer the martial world, let them come here to find it. Then that man left this map for Tran Noyet Ni. Back to reality. She said to Kim Kien, I don't know what is there, nor do I know where it is, but I can be sure of one thing. If you can reach this place, you will gain the power to hold the world in your hands. To prevent dangerous people from obtaining this power, I carved these locations onto my body so others cannot see them. Kim Kien still wondered, but why me? Tran Noyet Ni herself didn't know. She said, I don't know, but if it is the sect leader, even if you obtain that power, you will be able to use it correctly. I believe so. Hearing this, Kim Kien pulled a long face, looking depressed. I'm a killer, you know? Tran Noyet Ni then continued, but please promise me one thing. If you truly do not believe it, please also do not reveal the location of this place. Scene change. A carriage was running on the road. The person sitting inside was Kim Kien. He looked at the map and thought, I only roughly redrew it, but where is this? No, even if I drew it better, would I be able to find this place? Saying that, he sighed again and put the map down. Sitting opposite were Tran Ho Alan and Luke Ba. Luke Ba groaned, oh, I'm so hungry. Dang Koak saw him observing something. So he spoke up and asked, Sect leader, is there something you need? Kim Kien said, it's a bit sudden, but do you guys trust me? Everyone in the carriage was stunned to hear that, seeing them think the issue was so serious. Kim Kien added, no, I just said it in passing. At this, Dang Koak spoke up. If the sect leader says that, I will be heartbroken. Right now to me, the sect leader is an indispensable person in my life. Moreover, aren't we already a family? Hearing these words, Kim Kien remembered his life in the modern era. Back then, he once took a photo with the director of the Bao Troy orphanage. That person appeared kind on the outside, loving children, but in reality was someone who specialized in beating them. And Kim Kien was also one of the victims. You damn brat, do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you, an orphan like you shouldn't be here calling me father, acting like a family on the outside. Do you think it's a real family? Kim Kien was beaten until disfigured back then and could only lie there whispering apologies. I'm sorry, director. Back to the present. Tran Ho Alan also said to him, that's right, we fight together, eat, and live together. Aren't we a family? Luke Ba also chimed in, exactly. How many meals have you eaten with us? Hearing this, Kim Kien also unwittingly spoke along with everyone. That's right, we are family. Then he took out the map and asked, so, does everyone know where this is? Tran Ho Alan observed for a while, and then said, as I see it, this is probably the North Sea Ice Palace. Kim Kien curiously asked, is it far from here? She replied, yes, regardless. It is quite a remote place. As far as I know, the environment there is completely different from here. Hearing this, Kim Kien fell into thought again. A place I know nothing about. I can't go there hastily. He recalled the days of cultivation with Hak Kim long before. He once gave Kim Kien something. Take it, third brother. It was a book. Hak Kim Long said, according to my observation, your weakness is that your attack method is too monotonous. If you practice according to the method recorded in the book. Saying that, he drew an arrow, preparing to shoot at Kim Kien. Kim Kien jumped, hurriedly stopping him. Hey, wait. What are you planning to do again? Hak Kim Long didn't care at all and still fired that arrow. The arrow grazed Kim Kien, but its power was extremely terrifying. Kim Long then finished the latter part. Then you can arbitrarily change the direction of your attack. Back to reality, he thought to himself, if I want to conquer this place, but don't know what kind of monsters will appear later, I must become even stronger. Suddenly, he noticed something. It turned out La Ni hadn't left yet. He asked Lani, aren't you going home? Lani huddled in a corner, stammering in reply. I don't know the way. Hearing this, Kim Kien was truly helpless, thinking, truly crazy. Unknown when, Kim Kien had fallen asleep. At this moment, someone was calling him, "Sect leader, sect leader." Kim Kien bewilderedly asked, "What is it? Are we there?" The carriage driver said with a terrified face, "We have arrived, but I think everyone should get out quickly." Everyone then got out of the carriage, all panicked. What is this? It turned out that unbeknownst to them, everyone in the sect had been massacred. Too cruel. Dang Koak ran over to help someone up, hurriedly asking, "Hey, what happened?" That person struggled to say, "I don't know the reason, but the Wulin Alliance suddenly attacked unexpectedly." Hearing this, Kim Kien was terrified to the extreme. Wait, then my Mong Ka. He rushed inside, shouting as he ran, "Mong Ka, Ki Mong Gao, Mong Gao. Where are you?" Then he noticed a scene. At this time, Not was holding Mong Ka, calling Sect leader, "Mong Gao." Mong Ka is hurt. It must be very painful. Seeing this scene, Kim Kien couldn't suppress his anger, clenching his hand into a fist. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Wulin Alliance. You damn Wulin Alliance dogs. I will kill you all." He calmed down, walked over to Not, squatted down and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Not had not yet recovered her wits, crying and worriedly saying, "I'm fine." But Mong Ka, Kim Kien noticed the little girl's knees. Perhaps she fell while escaping. Her pants were also torn. "All right, give Mong Ka to me." Kim Kien then instructed, "Before your wounds get worse, go get treated quickly. Immediately call the best doctor here. Also, summon the sect leader of the lower 5 gates." Tran Hoa Lan heard this and immediately accepted the order. "Yes, I understand." Afterward, Not and Mong Ka were both taken care of, and they both fell asleep. The physician had finished his diagnosis and told Kim Kien, neither of them is in life-threatening danger, but regarding Mong Ka's condition, it will take some time. Hearing this, Kim Kien was dissatisfied and gave a reminder. Then he continued to order the physician, "No matter what, you must make him healthy again. When I return, if Mong Ka is still in this state." He turned around, using a terrifying expression to threaten the physician, "I will peel your skin." The physician, seeing this, dared not disobey and could only comply. "Yes, yes, yes." At this moment, a subordinate outside announced, reporting to the sect leader, "The sect leader of the lower 5 gates has arrived." Tran Noyet Ni stepped forward to pay respects. "Greetings, sect leader." Kim Kien went straight to the point, telling her, "You came at the right time. While I am not here, take Not and Mong Ka to the safest place, because this place is no longer safe." Hearing this, Tran Noyet Ni also accepted the order. "All right, I know." Then she asked curiously, "But where do you intend to go, sect leader?" Kim Kien did not answer, only opened a drawer and took out a gun. Then he called out, "Dang Koak." He replied, "Your subordinate is here." Kim Kien asked him, "Where is the location of the Wulin Alliance?" Dang Koak seemed to know what he intended to do and said hesitantly, "Sect leader. Do you intend to go there right now?" Seeing this, Kim Kien began to lose patience and reminded him, "Do you want me to say it a second time? I'm asking you. Where is it?" At this moment, Tran Hoa Lan could no longer stand by and spoke up. "Apologies, sect leader, but I have something to say. The Wulin Alliance is not a simple organization like the ones we have met before. They are an armed group consisting of people who can manipulate the entire martial arts world. Historically, those who opposed the Wulin Alliance met extremely tragic ends. Without a plan now, if you just go to the Wulin Alliance like that." Before she could finish, Kim Kien did not want to hear anymore and said, "Hey, Third Elder, even if your family is destroyed, even if the enemy is strong, will your conviction falter? If that is your conviction, then you just hide here and prolong your life." Kim Kien walked up to Tran Hoa Lan, his words carrying a warning. "As for me, if my family is harmed, I will make them pay double. No, 100 times, 1,000 times. Only then will I be satisfied." After speaking, he intended to turn and leave. Seeing this, Tran Hoa Lan still wanted to stop him. "It's not like that, sect leader. Please wait." Kim Kien suddenly added, "But if you all encounter danger, I will also do the same." After speaking, he walked straight out, paying no more attention to them. Tran Hoa Lan, Dang Koak, and Kim Kien arrived at the location. "We have arrived, sect leader." Kim Kien looked around. This was indeed the Wulin Alliance. He walked up to the main gate of the Wulin Alliance. The guard at the gate, unaware of what was about to happen, spoke in an arrogant tone. "Who is it? What business do you have here?" Kim Kien simply told them to open the door. One of them, seeing his attitude, couldn't help but scold. "You brat, where do you think this is?" Get lost. Kim Kien didn't wait for him to open the door, rushing straight up and punching him, sending him flying. Then he stood there, repeating to the remaining one, open the door. The other one also began to feel fear, stammering, but I cannot do that. Hearing this answer, Kim Kien waited no longer, raising his fist to knock that one to the ground as well. Then he said to Dang Koak, open the door. Dang Koak accepted the order. Yes. Sect leader Dang Koak unleashed the tiger-mouth fist, and the gate was instantly blasted open. The three of them just swaggered in. The subordinates inside also heard the loud noise, knew there were intruders, and immediately swarmed out in groups. Seeing their large numbers, Kim Kien still paid no mind, calmly saying, "Very well. Whoever wants to die, step forward and stand before me." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Kim Kien. Enough. He vigilantly swung his blade backward. That person blocked his attack and said, "Greetings, sect leader. The alliance leader is waiting for you all. Please follow me." That person was Nakbai Tien, the guardian of the Wulin alliance leader. Then he turned to tell the subordinates inside the gate. They are guests of the alliance leader. Kim Kien assessed him, thinking to himself, this guy has no aura at all. Since when? Nakbai Tien then ordered the subordinates, everyone clear the way. Hearing this, they all stood to the sides. Manhwa Lan, Zhang Kwak, and Kim Kien Fun Lao Nakbai Tien In Sai. Arriving in front of the door, he said, "We are here. Please come in." At this moment, Kim Kien had stepped in. Dang Koak was about to follow when he was blocked by Nakbai Tien. Stand still. The only person who can enter is the sect leader whom the alliance leader has invited. Dang Koak found this unreasonable and shouted angrily, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? What tricks are you playing now? Get out of my way." Nakbai Tien remained calm and said to Dang Koak, "I have said it very clearly. Only the sect leader alone is allowed to enter." Dang Koak also did not back down, retorting, "I also said it very clearly. I cannot let the sect leader go in alone." Afterward, neither of the two yielded, glaring at each other. Seeing this, Kim Kien spoke up, "Enough, Dang Koak. I can go alone." By this time, Nakbai Tien had entered the room and reporting to the alliance leader, "Your subordinate has brought the person." The Wulin Alliance leader sat majestically, with two subordinates standing in attendance on either side, saying, "Very pleased to meet you. You have traveled a long way." Then he introduced himself. "I am the Wulin Alliance leader, Dong Fuang Don." Kim Kien paid no mind, asking directly, "So before you die, tell me, why did you suddenly attack my sect?" Dong Fuang Don did not admit it, saying, "I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding in this matter. I only sent the supervisor to give a small warning. I never thought things would turn out like this. How about we sit down and talk?" Kim Kien, hearing his words, only found it ridiculous and asked, regarding Mong Ka being injured, "Do you have no responsibility at all?" Dak Ko Bak, seeing his contemptuous attitude, held a sword to Kim Kien's neck and threatened, "Watch your manners in front of the alliance leader. If you dare speak nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Seeing this, Dong Fuang Don intervened. "All right, stop." Only then did Dako Bak stop and withdraw his sword. "Yes, subordinate understands." Dong Fuang Don continued, "Even so, you are quite satisfied with my gift, aren't you? I see you arrived here very quickly." Saying this, he seemed to laugh complacently. Kim Kien remained calm and said to them, "Ah, so it was you who harmed Mong Ka to be like this." Dako Bak was still laughing, not even knowing who Mong Ka was. Before he could react, Kim Kien fired a shot, the bullet piercing through his head. Seeing this, Dong Fuang Don's subordinates began to shield him. Kim Kien raised a gun towards him and said, "You guys also attacked suddenly, so I'm also trying it out. Don't know if you have any dissatisfaction, but don't worry, because now it's your turn." Seeing this, Dong Fuang Don was not afraid at all, instead exclaiming, "Truly a magical martial art." Just moving a finger took the life of the supervisor. "Did you do it like this?" Then he also moved a finger, and the sword beside him actually flew up. Net Zhongfung Yuan Poiten Dawat Kim Kien, who was stunned, unable to react in time. Unexpectedly, the sword only grazed him and embedded itself in the painting behind him. Dong Fuang Don then calmly said, "If I scared you, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. Since you came from afar, how about sitting down first? You must have many things to say. Take your time." Kim Kien was now extremely impatient, interrupting him. "Hey, I didn't come here to joke with you people." Nakbai Tien was preparing to rush up at this moment. Kim Kien fired a shot, die. Unexpectedly, Nakbai Tien kept up with the speed of the bullet, rushing up and slashing with his sword. The bullet was cut in half by him. The atmosphere in the entire room immediately became extremely tense. Another subordinate of Dong Fuang Don said, "Seems like things aren't going going as smoothly as planned. Sit down. This is the Alliance leader's order. Kim Kien also played along, saying, fine, if that's the case. Then he pointed the gun barrel at that person. I'll send you off first. That person still thought Kim Kien's shot would be useless like when dealing with Nak by Tien. It's clearly useless. Why still? Saying so, he rushed towards Kim Kien, always doing stupid things. A loud bang rang out. That person bled a little from his nose, still saying smugly, I told you, this thing is useless against me. Suddenly, he felt something wrong with his body. It turned out to be the bullet. This time it had pierced straight through his body, leaving a hole. Kim Kien continued to aim. Now it's your turn to atone for your crimes. Suddenly, he sensed someone intending to sneak attack from behind. Another subordinate of Dong Fuang Don also intended to rush up and ambush him. Kim Kien did not hesitate, intending to fire a shot into the middle of his forehead. Just then, Nak Bai Tian no longer stood by watching, rushing up from behind to attack. He unexpectedly landed a palm strike on Kim Kien's back. Kim Kien couldn't react in time and was sent flying dozens of meters. He fell to the ground, and before he could even stand up, he cursed angrily, "You bastard." Suddenly, images of the three people appeared in his mind. Kim Kien was just about to use the gun to shoot them when he suddenly felt something was wrong. The gun in his hand had cracked. Before he could understand what was happening, Nak Bai Tian descended from the sky, delivering another palm strike to him. Kim Kien was caught off guard and defenseless, his body severely injured. He spat out fresh blood and fainted. Nak Bai Tian turned around to ask Dong Fuang Don how to handle it. Alliance leader, how should this person be dealt with? That old man pretended to think and then said, this is truly difficult. I don't know what misunderstanding there was, but he killed the supervisor and the right guardian. Although it's a pity, we cannot let him survive. Hearing this, Nak Bai Tian also raised his sword, preparing to act. Yes, Alliance leader. Nak Bai Tian immediately launched a move. Suddenly, Dang Koak broke through the door from outside, jumping up and landing a punch straight on Nak Bai Tian's face. Unexpectedly, that man had extraordinary skills and used his sword to block this blow. Despite taking such a strong impact, he only retreated a few steps. Nak Bai Tian said, I certainly told you, only those invited can enter this place. Dang Koak didn't care at all and retorted, I also said, I don't know what hellish tricks you people are planning, so I have to come in too. Dong Fuang Don sat calmly on high and said, the sect leader of Mingxiu's sect has very good subordinates, which also proves he is very excellent. But that doesn't mean I can let him live. Dang Koak approached him, intending to say something. Wait, please listen to me. Nak Bai Tian saw this, intending to step forward to stop him. Wait. But Dong Fuang Don showed no fear, saying to him, all right, Left Guardian, let's hear what he has to say. Do you have something to say? Unexpectedly, Dang Koak knelt before him, saying, please spare the sect leader's life. If you can let the sect leader live, I guarantee we will truly never set foot in the outside world again. Seeing his defeated situation, Dang Koak seemed unwilling to accept it, angrily clenching his fists, veins popping out. The old man Dong Fuang Don seemed to have other schemes, saying, if I let him live, he might become a threat to me, just like this time. So on what ground should I trust you? Dang Koak then said, I am not begging for mercy without conditions. This surprised Dong Fuang Don a little. He continued, although it is not worth much, please accept this and spare the sect leader's life. It turned out Dang Koak had cut off one of his own arms. Dong Fuang Don was quite surprised to see this, saying, I really didn't expect you to do such a thing. Truly unexpected. All right, I will spare his life. Dang Koak looked up and asked, really? Standing beside him, Nak Bai Tian said unconvinced, but Alliance leader. Dong Fuang Don interrupted him. I will trust you this once and spare his life. You must keep your promise. Afterward, Dang Koak, despite losing an arm, tried to carry Kim Kien away. Dong Fuang Don kept his promise and did not make things difficult for them. Even so, Dang Koak's heart was filled with either anger or extreme pain at that moment, gritting his teeth over the loss of an arm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nak Bai Tian stood beside Dong Fuang Don, only then speaking up to ask, Alliance leader, letting them go like that, is there really no problem? Dong Fuang Don said to him, Nak Bai Tian, can you cut off your arm for me like that guy? Nak Bai Tian answered without thinking, of course. Not just an arm. For the Alliance leader, this subordinate can sacrifice his own life. Hearing that, he said, good, I knew you would say that. He personally came to this place of near certain death, and there are surely many others willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Therefore, that means this matter cannot end so simply. So if there's a chance, we must pull up the weeds by the roots. Dong Fuang Don only then revealed his true plot in letting Kim Kien's group go. He said, "Isn't this a wise method?" Tran Ho Alan saw Dang Koak and Kim Kien walking out and could not help but be astonished. When they returned to the Mungshio sect, the pain piled up even more. By today, the entire Mungshio sect was engulfed in a sea of fire, massacred and exterminated. At this moment, 3 people jumped down from above, preparing to attack Kim Kien. One of the masked men was most aggressive, wanting to rush up and strangle him. Kim Kien was startled at first, then also raised his fist. Die. It turned out everything just now was only his dream. Kim Kien looked at his hand in a daze. Where is the gun? Tran Ho Alan did not know when she had sat beside him, asking him solicitously, "Sect leader, are you awake?" Kim Kien was a bit surprised to see her too. Third elder? Then he looked around and asked, "Why am I here? Where's this?" Tran Ho Alan said with a somewhat sorrowful voice, "Unfortunately, with the current situation, I'm afraid we have to take temporary refuge in the Green Forest for a while." Kim Kien was very confused hearing this, not understanding what had happened. What? Green Forest? Why are we suddenly here? Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. He turned his head to look. "Awake, little brother." It turned out to be Hack Kim Long. He crossed his arms and said, "You did a very stupid thing. You couldn't even beat an elder of the Kunlun sect, yet you ran off to attack the chief of the Walin Alliance." Hearing this, Luke Tnac burst out laughing, truly to my liking. The old man laughed until tears came out, saying, "If not the little brother of these 3 crazy brothers, then who could do such a thing?" Hack Kim Long heard this and shouted at him, "Kid, what 3 crazy brothers?" Then he angrily emphasized each word, "We are allies." The Black Forest camp chief still played dumb and teased, "What are you trying to say?" Tran Ho Alan then turned to ask Kim Kien, "Sect leader, do you hurt anywhere?" He told her, "No, I'm fine." Then he made a resolution, "I will kill those bastards again." Kim Kien then stood up and shouted, "Where is Dang Koak?" "Dang Koak, answer me." Tran Ho Alan, seeing him so agitated, advised, "Sect leader, please calm down." She then sat down beside him, continuing, "Just because of the sect leader's arbitrary actions, do you know how great a loss our people have suffered? Zhang Hua, does Dang Koak have to cut off another arm for you to be satisfied?" Kim Kien was confused by her words, asking back, What do you mean by that?" At this moment, there was also a person standing at the door. It turned out to be Dang Koak and Tran Noyet Ni, who had just arrived. Seeing Kim Kien awake, he asked, "The sect leader is awake." Kim Kien looked at Dang Koak's severed arm, asking worriedly, "Hey, how did your arm end up like this?" Dang Koak intended to hide it, not wanting to tell the truth, just made an excuse smiling. "I wasn't careful and fell." "Let's not talk about this. Is the sect leader's health okay?" Kim Kien knew he was lying, asking even more angrily, "Damn it, how do you have to fall to sever an entire arm? You don't want to tell me the truth, do you?" Tran Ho Alan also stood up to advise him, "Sect leader, please calm down and listen to me. I will explain everything that happened to you." The 4 of them then calmed down to talk. Kim Kien, after hearing Tran Ho Alan recount the story, could not help but boil with anger. "Those dogs dared to stab me in the back like that? Then what about the others?" Tran Ho Alan also said, "Luckily I received news some sect members, including the elders, are hiding in the Blood Iron Gang's secret hideout. But the remaining sect members could not evacuate in time." Hearing this, Kim Kien angrily slammed his palm on the table, cursing, "These dead dogs." Just then, something walked up to the hand he had just slammed down. It turned out to be Kuyan Na. It looked at Kim Kien with a pitiful expression. He also momentarily didn't know how to react. Hack Kim Long asked him, "Third brother, what do you plan to do later?" Kim Kien's heart was a mess, not knowing how to answer. Tran Noyet Ni then stepped out to ask for his opinion on the matter she had mentioned before. "Sect leader, now what do you think about going to the place I spoke of? Although I don't know what is there, there is definitely something that can turn the tide." Kim Kien recalled the map Tran Noyet Ni drew on his back, realizing, right, if it's that place then. He suddenly remembered something, asking her in panic, "Wait, what about Mong Ka? How is Mong Ka?" Tran Noyet Ni calmly answered, "He is recuperating in a safe place. He has recovered a lot already." Hearing this, Kim Kien breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. That's really good." Then he turned to ask Tran Ho Alan, "Tran Ho Alan, do you still remember the location on the map I showed you before?" She hesitated a bit, then answered, I remember." Kim Kien then stood up and made a resolution. "I will take an eye for an eye, take revenge on that old man. Although I don't know what is there, I cannot sit and wait for death like this. Let's go there and see." Then he walked up to Dang Koak. Kim Kien said with a sorrowful face, "I'm sorry." Zhang Hua. Dang Koak heard him say that, surprised. "Huh?" Kim Kien then said with high spirits, I promise you, not just your arm, but in return, I will smash their heads in. The scene shifts to a snow-white forest. Kim Kien, Tran Ho Alan, and Dang Koak, the three of them along with Kuyana were walking. He asked Tran Ho Alan, "Is this really the right place?" She turned back to say to Kim Kien, "It's definitely near here. Maybe it's in that area." Seeing Kuyin Na shivering with cold, even though kept warm in his arms, Kim Kien scolded it. "It's so cold. I told you not to follow me, yet you insisted on coming." At this moment, Tran Ho Alan called him sect leader. The three arrived in front of a cave entrance. "We seem to have arrived." Kim Kien asked her suspiciously, "Are you sure it's here?" Tran Ho Alan was a bit worried, but still affirmed, "Yes, according to the map, it is right here." The three walked for a while, but still hadn't discovered anything useful. Kim Kien sighed tiredly, walking forever without seeing an end. Suddenly, Dang Koak discovered something, calling out, "Sect leader, something is drawn over there." The three walked up to a wall with drawings. Tran Ho Alan speculated. Perhaps it was left by the owner of this place to announce something. Kim Kien observed the mural. There were a few strange prominent images. Why do the things drawn in the picture look like a mobile phone and a gun? Dang Koak asked him. "Sect leader, this is the end of the road." He also agreed. "I think we've arrived." The three walked up to a white skeleton. It was in a sitting position, a beam of light shining directly on it. Kim Kien approached, facing it, and said, "I don't know why you came here and died, but I hope you can go to a better place. This thing, I will use it usefully on your behalf." Then he placed his hand on the box in front of the skeleton. Suddenly, the skeleton's arm placed onto his hand. Kim Kien was scared pale, angrily punching and shattering the skeleton. "Damn it, scare me to death." He looked back at the skeleton, now shattered to pieces. The dead cannot speak. Tran Ho Alan and Dang Koak didn't understand what he just did, both stunned. Kim Kien then sat down and said, "Well then, I'm opening the box." Golden light emitted from inside the box, surprising him. "Sure enough, besides me, there are others." The scene shifted to the North Sea Ice Palace. A voice rang out. "I haven't finished speaking yet." The nanny cried out in panic. "Heavens, miss. How can you just leave like that?" Swang Ni helplessly said to her. "Really, nanny, how many more times do I have to tell you? She is Tien Swang Ni, the youngest daughter of the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace." Swang Ni walked and said decisively, "I want to marry the person I like." The nanny said to her, "You cannot. That is not a matter you can decide at will." Mississippi Swang Ni still refused to stop, walking out while saying, "I don't care. I'm going straight out now to find a husband to my liking." At this moment, Swang Ni had walked a distance, covered in snow, shivering from the cold. Swang Ni arrived in front of a cave entrance, freezing to death. Just find a random place to enter first. She curled up in a corner of the cave, trembling incessantly. Oh, so cold. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Where are you from?" Swang Ni asked in fear, stammering. Who is that? Who is there?" The person in the dark told her, "No, if you don't like to answer, then die." The scene returns to Kim Kien. He triumphantly opened the box. Sure enough, besides me, there are others. "But what is this? A letter?" Then he picked up the letter to read. The letter wrote, "Perhaps if you are reading this letter, it means I am no longer in this world. I used to be an arms dealer, specializing in developing and trading various weapons. Then one day, I opened my eyes and found myself in this place, Wulin. The command I received was that I must conquer this place to return to Earth. But this world is completely different from the one I knew. Just surviving is difficult enough, let alone conquering it. Therefore, to help those like me who might appear here, I have left behind a series of items brought from Earth, along with my technology. I hope you can conquer this place and return home. P.S. That skull is not mine. It's just a decoration, haha." Kim Kien read to this point and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is this a madman? Then he looked at the clothes in the box and was startled. What is this? A bulletproof vest. He continued to pick up the book inside. This is a technical manual. Kim Kien began reading the book. Inside were only drawings like illustrations, showing the steps to craft something. He muttered to himself, "So that's it. This is all I get after struggling to get here. A gun blueprint." Then he threw the book on the ground, cursing angrily. "Damn it, where am I supposed to buy these materials here? And how am I supposed to manufacture it?" The two standing behind him didn't understand why Kim Kien was so angry. Dang Koak spoke up first, guessing that it wasn't what the sect leader wanted. Tran Ho Alan also chimed in. "It seems so. What should we do?" At this moment, Kim Kien also spoke to them. No, thinking about it, that might not be the case. Since there is a blueprint, it should be possible to make it completely. Dang Koak and Tran Ho Alan saw him suddenly become cheerful again. Kim Kien told them, "From now on, we will manufacture a gun." Both of them were utterly shocked upon hearing this. A while later, Dang Koak and Tran Ho Alan looked like they had aged 10 years. Kim Kien sat there cheering. "Success! We did it with our own strength." A pistol. Kim Kien picked up the gun that looked both old and new, then angrily smashed it onto the ground. Kim Kien grabbed the book, cursing furiously. "Damn it, everything is over. I'm stuck here." He tore the book in half, gritting his teeth. "So this is my fate, to rot here for the rest of my life." Then he tore the book into shreds. "Damn it, those bastards at the Wulin Alliance all deserve to die." Having said that, he collapsed on the ground, then suddenly noticed something. Kuya Na was stepping on the scraps of paper he had torn. Kim Kien said indifferently, "Fine, you can step on a piece of paper. That's more useful." Suddenly, a light flashed. Dang Koak and Tran Ho Alan stared in amazement. Kim Kien shot up. "Oh, Kuya." Unexpectedly, at this moment, that gun was completed. A moment later, it transformed back into the form of Kuya Na and ran to Kim Kien. He hugged Kuya Na in surprise. "Wait, you can turn into a pistol now?" He looked around. "Wait, then you." Kim Kien pieced the paper scraps together, asking Kuya Na if it wanted to try turning into this. Kuya Na stared intently at the blueprint. Then its body also began to transform. A blinding light illuminated the whole area. Kim Kien understood now. "So you couldn't transform because you didn't know its structure. Those bastards, they're all dead meat." Scene change. Nanny was currently looking for Swangni. "Miss, where are you?" She turned to ask the servant beside her. "Are you sure the miss came here?" Then find her tracks quickly. At this moment, both of them suddenly sensed something. A terrified scream rang out from not far away. Both immediately flew towards the source of the scream. Arriving there, Nanny shouted in panic. "Miss!" Swangni was sitting by the mouth of the cave, with several cracks nearby. Nanny stepped forward to help her up, asking solicitously, "Miss, are you all right? What happened?" Swangni was speechless, only calling out, "Nanny." Swangni's leg was bleeding. Nanny said worriedly, "Miss, your leg is bleeding." At this moment, the servant beside them suddenly saw something and said, "Where did these people come from? What is that?" A servant drew his sword and shouted loudly, "What kind of monster is that?" A man walked out of the cave, speaking calmly. "By the way, that girl is strange. I kept asking, but she wouldn't answer. I asked who you people are." Unexpectedly, that person was Kim Kien in a modern military uniform. Seeing this, Nanny immediately questioned, "It seems you are the one who harmed our noble Mississippi Swang." And he stopped her. "No, Nanny, it's not like that." Nanny didn't pay attention, saying, "Miss, you just rest first." Then she angrily stepped forward and said, "You are the culprit behind this. The punishment for your heinous crime is death." Tran Ho Alan and Dang Koak also stepped up, preparing to attack her. An expert, Kim Kien, made a motion to cock the gun, saying, "What is this old woman saying?" He aimed and said, "Let me let you hear this sound." At this moment, Nanny and Kim Kien were like water and fire. Swangni then shouted loudly, "Everyone stop." Then she walked in a direction. Swangni stood in front of Kim Kien and said, "Because from today, this person will be." Then she shyly linked her arm with his and said, "My husband." Hearing this, Kim Kien was also a bit embarrassed, not understanding what was happening. Nanny found her words confusing. "Miss, what are you saying?" Kim Kien also looked down at her and said, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" Swangni continued innocently, "I told Nanny already. I went out to find myself a husband." Nanny helplessly advised her, "But that person intended to harm you, Mississippi. Moreover, aren't you the one who knows the palace lord's temper best?" Swangni shook her head in denial. "No, Nanny must have misunderstood something." She pointed at the pile of rubble and said, "Don't you see those rocks? If it weren't for this benefactor, I wouldn't have just scraped my knee. I would have probably gone to meet my ancestors." Kim Kien turned to look at her, saying, "Something doesn't seem right. I ask you, how did I become your husband?" At this moment, Nanny spoke up. "First of all, please allow this old woman to thank the benefactor on behalf of the Mississippi. Thank you for saving our precious Mississippi. As the nanny protecting the miss, I want to repay this kindness. I invite the benefactor to the North Sea Ice Palace." Tran Ho Alan was startled upon hearing this name. North Sea Ice Palace? Then, The young lady protected by this expert must be the daughter of the North Sea Ice Palace Lord. Kim Kien was still bewildered, saying in confusion, "But I don't know any North Sea Ice Palace or North Sea Ice Fish. I still have work to do." Suddenly, Tran Hoa Lan said loudly, "We accept this kindness." Hearing this, Kim Kien turned to look at her in surprise. Huh? At this moment, Tran Hoa Lan was using secret sound transmission to communicate with Kim Kien. She instructed, "Sect leader, when you hear my voice, just listen. No need to reply." Kim Kien was still very surprised and didn't understand, so he replied directly aloud. Huh? Hearing this, Tran Hoa Lan angrily instructed again, "Don't reply." She continued, "Currently among the emerging forces, the North Sea Ice Palace that this person belongs to is an extremely powerful force. They mainly use cold energy to attack enemies. Not only can they freeze the movements of the attacked enemy, but they can also freeze their very last breath. If we can establish friendly relations with them, we will gain power greater than even the Green Forest or the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace." Before she could finish explaining, Kim Kien spoke up, "Hey, that's not necessary." Then he turned to look at Tran Hoa Lan, asserting firmly, "Right now, just me alone is enough." Seeing this, Tran Hoa Lan said with some concern, "But, sect leader." Before she could worry further, Kim Kien said decisively, "Enough, say no more." Swami stood next to him with a confused look. "Oh, I didn't say anything." He walked up to Nanny and said, "Hey, old lady, I appreciate it, but all right, you take this girl back. I still have to quickly go and destroy those bastards at the Wooling Alliance." Nanny was startled to hear that name. She asked Kim Kien again, "Your Excellency just said you want to destroy the Wooling Alliance? This old woman does not want to block your path. But if your Excellency has a grudge against the Wooling Alliance, I hope you can visit the North Sea Ice Palace." Kim Kien didn't understand what she meant. Scene change. At this moment, Kim Kien, Tran Hoa Lan, and Deng Koak were sitting in a room. Kim Kien spoke to Tran Hoa Lan. "Tran Hoa Lan, this time I really trust you once. Let's try coming here." She also said gratefully, "Thank you, sect leader, you won't regret it." Nanny opened the door, saying to the three of them, "The palace lord is waiting, please follow me." Then, the three of them followed her to a certain place. Suddenly, an arm linked with Kim Kien's arm. It turned out to be Swang Mi. She said, "No matter how much my husband hates me, I am determined not to give up." Kim Kien was helpless with her, saying, "You don't even know who I am. What exactly do you believe in to keep clinging to me like this?" Swang Mi said steadfastly, "Yes, I don't know anything about you, but I am sure of one thing, if it weren't for you." She recalled the time in a mountain cave when the giant rock above her head was about to fall. Suddenly, a bullet flew past, shattering that rock. Kim Kien at that time walked out carrying a gun, asking Swang Mi gently, "Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere, miss?" This was the perspective Kim Kien had been idolized in by Swang Mi. Back in reality, she still said dreamily, "You saved me so heroically. How could you not be my husband?" Seeing her like this, Kim Kien just thought to himself, what nonsense is she talking about? Arriving in front of a door, Nanny told everyone, "The palace lord is behind this door. Please follow me inside." She blocked Swang Mi, not letting her enter. Swang Mi wondered, "What's wrong, Nanny?" Nanny told her, "Miss, please wait outside for a moment. Everyone needs to discuss important matters." The group walked inside. Nanny stood before the crowd of civil and military officials and said, "Subordinate has brought the person before the palace lord." Someone spoke up asking, "Is that the young man who saved my daughter?" Nanny replied, "Yes, palace lord." That person continued, "And stole my daughter's heart too?" Nanny also replied respectfully, "Yes." The person sitting on the throne continued, "That young man saved my daughter and even stole her heart. All right, I've decided." He shouted, "Execution." He was the lord of the North Sea Ice Palace, Chung Gwyn Kwang. Seeing this, the soldiers began to surround the three of them. Kim Kien angrily started summoning Kuyin Na to transform into a gun. "Damn it," he said calmly. "That's why I said you shouldn't follow strangers." But Chung Gwyn Kwang, still sitting on high, commanded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take that guy's head." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Father!" Swang Mi angrily walked in and questioned her father. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Chung Gwyn Kwang, in front of his daughter, turned into a gentle person, not wanting to hurt her, said, "No, I heard a thief stole your heart. My heart hurts like it's being cut." Hearing this, Swang Mi got angry. "Father!" She sat down, baring her head, said, "Why are you always like this? I really want to marry him." Chung Gwyn Kwang was embarrassed, not knowing how to comfort her. No, I will try to resolve this. Because my daughter must find a better partner. Before Chung Win Kwong could finish, Swang Ni said, I want to marry the person I like. I will be unhappy for the rest of my life. Because of you, I hate you so much. Hearing this, Chung Win Kwong didn't say anything more. I'm sorry, I will stop. Hearing this, Swang Ni happily looked up. Really? Chung Win Kwong continued, but I have one condition. The man you met must be personally verified by me to see if he is a decent person before I can agree. Then he walked up to Kim Kien and said, Hey, young man, tell me 100 reasons why you like my daughter and why. Kim Kien calmly cursed, then said, Damn it, what are you saying? There's no such thing. I hate your daughter. Hearing him say that, Chung Gwin Kwong was shaking with anger, smiled, and said, You say you don't like my daughter? This won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Kim Kien did not show weakness, retorting, Do you have the skill? Chung Gwin Kwong provoked him. Come here, you bastard. Kim Kien also didn't back down, saying, I'm looking forward to it. Swang Ni saw her father like that, helplessly shouted, Father, why are you like this again? You said you would stop. Chung Gwin Kwong calmed down, said to his daughter, Daughter, sometimes men communicate with their bodies better than words. Then he said to Kim Kien, Get out, I will teach you a lesson. He refused, saying bluntly, Is that necessary? It will end quickly anyway. Why not do it right here? Hearing this, Chung Gwin Kwong disliked him even more, declared, You are truly an arrogant fellow. Fine, let's see how long you can maintain that attitude. Then, Chung Gwin Kwong drew his sword. Kim Kien looked around. He was surrounded by cold energy. At this moment, a subordinate spoke up. Palace Lord, you don't need to personally deal with this guy. Among our subordinates, the 3 Thap No Dap brothers, who can fight 10 men each, will handle this. Just as they were about to rush up, unexpectedly, they were all shot dead by Kim Kien with a gun. Chung Gwin Kwong was terrified, not understanding what had happened, turned back to look. He felt fear at this moment, thinking to himself, what happened? Thap No Dap of the North Sea Ice Palace are considered to have the strength of 1 against 10, but that kid, he must be a hidden expert. Kim Kien had prepared ammo and weapons, ready to strike. Well, not making a move, Chung Gwin Kwong was still thinking, but I cannot back down in front of my daughter. He regained his composure, still determined to fight, said, All right, come on. At this moment, someone pushed the door open and rushed in, saying, What is going on? Explain quickly. My woman is missing, so it was you. Zhao Gui, Swang Ni's fiancé, the second young master of the Vu Tian merchant group. Dao Kui then looked around, as if searching for someone. He saw Swang Ni, immediately called out loudly, My love, so you are here? That's great. Then he walked up to her, gently said, Hearing that you were missing, I was really scared to death. Do you know how worried I was? Now, come and greet my father. Swang Ni firmly refused, said, No, I won't go. She stepped forward to link arms with Kim Kien and said, This gentleman is now my husband. I won't marry you. Besides, you are too ugly, you bucktooth. Hearing this, Dao Kui stepped forward and slapped her. He angrily cursed, You bitch, you must be blind. Do you think I'm begging you? Chung Gwin Kwong witnessed his daughter being hit, thought angrily in his heart, This damn bastard daring to hit my daughter. I must kill you. Dao Kui then explained to Swang Ni, Don't you know the conditions of our engagement? Have you forgotten that everything you need is transported by us from faraway places? Swang Ni realized that opposing him would not only affect herself, but also implicate many people, including her father. So she lowered her voice and said, It's not like that. But at this moment, Zhao Gui's Kim Kien. He looked at Kim Kien and said, Looking at this outfit, I know where this guy is from, but I still don't understand what's good about him. Hey kid, don't you know who I am? I don't know where you crawled out from, but before he could finish his sentence, Kim Kien shot him right in the middle of his forehead. He calmly said, Crazy guy, what gives you the right to hit someone's daughter? Do you know who I am? Chung Gwin Kwong witnessed his action, his whole body trembling with anger, said, You, do you know what you just did? Then changed his tone. He deserved to die, well done. At this moment, in his heart, he thought, Don't you know who that guy is? Kim Kien just calmly said, Seems like the dialogue changed. At this moment, someone else walked in, said, Palace Lord, what is this situation? Not knowing who the newcomer was, Chung Gwin Kwong looked around nervously, took a defensive stance, stammered, W8. It wasn't me. That person prepared to attack from above, said, I spoke very clearly, then delivered a powerful kick to Chung Gwin Kwong's head. After that, she stood there, looking at Chung Gwin Kwong, clutching his head and falling to the ground. Don't cause a mess. It turned out she was Tan Nak Lon, the lady of the North Sea Ice Palace Lord, the one holding the real power at the North Sea Ice Palace. Nan Ni, Ngop Lan, Chung Wen Kwang, and Kim Kin Sat Doge. After all, it was him who did it. He must be killed immediately. Execution. Chung Wen Kwang Sait An Vi Li. Seeing this, Naklan slapped him, said shut up. Although in pain, Chung Wen Kwang only dared to respond resentfully. Every day you only know how to treat me like this. Naklan then said, the North Sea Ice Palace is an isolated area from the outside world. Trade is of utmost importance. You don't know who you killed, do you? That person was the second young master of the Vu Tian Merchant Group. The merchant group with the exclusive monopoly on trade between this place and the Wulin Alliance. But you killed him in the North Sea Ice Palace, so we will have to bear all the losses. Do you understand what you have done now? She hadn't finished speaking when Nanny hurriedly interrupted. Forgive my rudeness, but I would like to say a word. Nanny then proposed a plan. This unfair trade chain must be broken sooner or later. Otherwise, we will have to continue this unfair trade indefinitely. I just heard that they are preparing to declare war on the Wulin Alliance. If we can help weaken the Wulin Alliance's forces, then other merchants can freely trade here as before. Hearing this, Naklan reminded Nanny of the difficulties. Nanny, have you forgotten what kind of place the Wulin Alliance is? When we don't know who the opponent is, how can we act so recklessly? Kim Kien, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up. It's nothing special. Isn't it just about getting materials here? Naklan heard this and asked him back. Since you said that, is there any way to solve this? Kim Kien told them, first of all, if I solve this problem, you must also help me. Naklan hesitated hearing this. Speaking of help, as you have heard, we are considering declaring war on the Wulin Alliance in the near future. Seeing this, Kim Kien immediately sent an invitation to the North Sea Ice Palace. Stand on my side. Together we will destroy the Wulin Alliance. Nanny also added, if things continue like this, the tyranny of the Wulin Alliance will persist. If a full-scale war is difficult, I will also step forward to help this gentleman. Naklan also had the desire to join her heart, but had many concerns. Actually I know. We must break this closed loop with the Wulin Alliance to ensure the future of the North Sea Ice Palace. She then thought about Kim Kien's offer. At this moment, Swangmi said to her, Mother, this gentleman. She stood behind Kim Kien and said, is my savior. So, Mother, please help him. Kim Kien didn't understand what she was planning. What kind of trick is this? To confirm her decision once more, Naklan asked Kim Kien, are you confident you will win in a full-scale war with the Wulin Alliance? Yes. Kim Kien also affirmed extremely decisively. Of course, no matter what, I will win. Hearing this, Naklan also felt reassured and said, all right, if you can solve this problem, our North Sea Ice Palace will become your strength. With this agreement, Kim Kien also stood up and said, good, let's decide on that. Wait for my good news. When Kim Kien prepared to leave, Naklan called him back and asked, but what method do you intend to use? Now that their son is dead, maintaining the relationship as before will surely be very difficult. Kim Kien still calmly asked back, why do you think it will be difficult? Don't worry, I am an expert in this field. It was already late at night. The captain of the Vuitton Merchant Group was resting. Suddenly, he woke up with a start because of a loud noise. The captain rushed out the door and shouted, what's with the noise at this hour? Who is it? Below were his subordinates, who had been shot dead by Kim Kien. He calmly asked that person, you are the captain of the Vuitton Merchant Group, aren't you? Seeing this, the person stammered and asked, you. Who are you? Kim Kien didn't answer, only told him, you don't need to know. From now on, this place is mine. The captain was still extremely nervous, not understanding what was happening, said, but please, excuse me, this is not the Vu Tian Merchant Group. That's right, this is the Vuitton Merchant Group. Hearing this, Kim Kien just said, oh, then said, not the Vu Tian Merchant Group? The guy also obediently answered, yes. Then Kim Kien said to him, hey, then emitted killing intent and said, so what? Damn it, hand over all your stuff. Back at the North Sea Ice Palace, Naklan was resting in her room. A maid came to announce, Madam Naklan, perhaps you should go out for a bit. She didn't know what had happened outside. Just stepping out the door, the madam was terrified. Her face pale said this, what is this? What happened? It turned out to be Vuitton and his army. I would like to send my greetings to Madam first. I am Head Van Vuitton of the Vuitton Merchant Group. Naklan was a bit confused. Yes. Vuitton continued. The new group leader of the merchant group, Lord Kim Kien, has ordered, from now on we will trade with the North Sea Ice Palace. Hearing this, Naklan was even more confused, asking him again, the new group leader? So where is he now? Vuitton replied, as far as I know, he has gone to the Vu Tian Merchant Group. At this time, Kim Kien and Kuyana had arrived at the main gate of the Vu Vu Tian merchant group. He said to Kuya Na, I think we came to the right place this time. The guard saw him intending to enter and asked, Who are you? Kim Kien didn't pay much attention to him, just said, No need to mind me, just do your job. Then he turned and ordered Kuya Na, get ready. The guard felt insulted, shouting loudly, wanting to intimidate him. Hey, who exactly are you? Kim Kien heard this and lost patience, immediately letting Kuya Na transform into a gun, then said to him, Didn't I say no need to mind me? Just doing your job is fine. Then he focused his aim and fired a shot. This shot blasted the main gate apart, knocking the people standing behind the gate 10 meters away. Other subordinates at this time also took defensive stances and stepped out, asking, Who is it? Kim Kien walked in and said to them, You lot, do you know who I am that you dare to speak so loudly? From today, I am your master. Hearing this, they became even more angry, cursing, Nonsense. Kill him. Then, the whole group rushed up to attack. Kim Kien, with just a gun in his hand, wiped out the entire group. At this moment, Kim Kien discovered there was still one person behind him, intending to sneak attack him from the rear. Kim Kien used gunfighting arts. That person couldn't react in that instant. Seeing him distracted, Kim Kien pressed the gun barrel against his side, then pulled the trigger. That person finally fell down. Suddenly, he sensed there was still a survivor behind him, preparing to sneak attack. Luckily, he reacted quickly, turning around in time, shooting a shot right through the opponent's forehead. Kim Kien's eyes were filled with murderous intent, successively eliminating one enemy after another. After fighting for a while, he said in boredom, There are more of you than I thought. No other choice. Can only clean up once and for all. Scene change. At this time, in a room of the Vu Tian merchant group, someone said, Hall Master, please do not worry. The North Sea Ice Palace joining the Willing Alliance is only a matter of time. Kok Dang Lai at this time still didn't know what was happening outside, still confidently saying, But I'm very happy to hear this news. Before long, my son will return from a North Sea Ice Palace with his wife. He was Kok Dang Lai, the group leader of the Vu Tian merchant group. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Dang Lai realized it and said, But it seems a bit noisy outside. The mysterious man sitting opposite him said, Shouldn't you go out and take a look? Dang Lai, feeling a bit panicked for the poor hospitality. Please forgive me, having a distinguished guest here, and yet I am discourteous. He then kicked the door open and walked out. What is the noise about? Dang Li's subordinate reported. Please forgive us. A madman suddenly barged in, demanding to take over the merchant group. Dang Lai heard this and couldn't believe his ears, asking again. He shouted loudly towards Kim Kien, who was standing there. Stop. Do you know where this is that you dare to show off here? This is the Vu Tian merchant group, a place protected by the Wuling Alliance. Kim Kien turned to look at his face, calmly saying, Oh, are you the ringleader here? Then, Kuya Na transformed into a more powerful tactical rifle. The laser sight on the gun pointed straight at his head. What is that? The subordinate next to him voices worry. This subordinate feels, I fear the group leader will meet with misfortune. Please step back a bit. The words were not yet finished. A bullet had already pierced through his head. Dang Lai screamed in fear and slumped to the ground. At this moment, that mysterious man stepped out, saying, It seems you are in trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? Dang Lai stammered in fear. Hall Master, please help me. There's a madman wanting to rob my merchant group. That person heard this and was also a bit surprised, walking with dignity and saying, This is a big matter. Then let's do this. Now I will save the Vu Tian merchant group from that guy's hands. In exchange, from now on, the position of group leader of the Vu Tian merchant group will be mine. Turns out he was Quach Truong Tung, the hall master of the Tap Kok Hall of the Wuling Alliance. Dang Lai heard this condition, shocked to the extreme. Hall master, what are you saying? You mean you want to steal my position now? Truong Tung heard this, turned to walk inside, knowing that Dang Lai had no way out, and said, Steal? It makes me sad to hear you say that. If I had wanted to steal the Vu Tian merchant group earlier, would the group leader's head still be growing on his neck now? If you can't even protect your own merchant group, do you still have the qualification to call yourself the group leader? Even so, Dang Lai still tried to object, saying worriedly, But Hall Master, this is the merchant group I built with my own hands. If I hand a merchant group over to you now, before he could finish speaking, Truong Tung offered an extremely attractive condition. At least I can guarantee your wealth and life in the future. But if you cannot give it up, he threatened, then you should think carefully about your future. Kim Kien was still standing outside, waiting for Dang Lai to come out to be destroyed by him, thinking to himself, It's almost time to end this. Must resolve this thoroughly now. Suddenly a voice called Kim Kien. Hey, stranger, I don't know who you are, but first I want to say thank you. Thanks to you, I have a reason. At this time, Truong Tung had led the Hung Fong sword team belonging to the Tapcock Hall, arriving to surround and seize the Vu Tien merchant group from Dang Lai. He stood on high, speaking down, to become the group leader of the Vu Tien merchant group. Suddenly, he realized Kim Kien's attitude at this moment was a bit unusual. He cursed angrily. These damned things here, whether buffalo or dog, all block my gun. Truong Tung drew his sword, saying arrogantly, I am up high, seeing through all your simple moves. Kim Kien heard this, calmly asked back, seeing through it all? Truong Tung did not hide his smugness. Yes. No matter how hard you try, it is useless against me. At this moment, Kim Kien no longer showed weakness. He set up the large cannon that Kuyi Na had transformed into, challenging him. Is that so? Then try blocking this whole thing. Truong Tung pointed his sword towards Kim Kien, speaking with interest. I have seen through your simple attack method from up there. He didn't care and just said, asking back. Seen through all? Truong Tung smiled and said, yes, no matter how hard you try, it is useless against me. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if seeing something terrible. Yes, it turned out Kuyin Na had transformed into a large cannon. Kim Kien asked him back, is that so? Then try blocking this, you bastard. Saying that, he opened fire. The cannon shell flew straight towards Truong Tung. He was a bit astonished. What is that again? Then, he intended to use his sword to block that cannon. Truong Tung thought, while defending, this thing is too dangerous. I absolutely cannot block it. Then he knocked the cannon shell in another direction. Must deflect it. Unexpectedly, its destructive power was so great, the light from the explosion illuminated the whole area. Truong Tung witnessed that destructive power and began to feel afraid. Wait, could this be Thunderbolt Bomb? A type of bomb with terrifying explosive power banned from use in martial arts sections. Truong Tung turned to Kim Kien, scolding angrily. You bastard, daring to use Thunderbolt bombs in the Wulin. Seeing Truong Tung's attitude, Kim Kien provoked with interest. Oh, don't know how to block it, right? Want another shot? At this time, Truong Tung summoned a Hung Fong sword team. Wind Destruction Combined Formation. A few teams of mysterious people appeared from nowhere. Truong Tung regained his momentum, questioning Kim Kien. You dare to use Thunderbolt bombs in the Wulin? Your stupidity will soon cause you to bring about your own destruction. Then he shouted loudly, and the group of mysterious people immediately surrounded Kim Kien tightly, setting up a formation. Kim Kien saw this, looking at him with contempt. What is this? Only know how to set up this round formation. Truong Tung immediately denied. No. That group of people then started running quickly around Kim Kien. Truong Tung said to him, you'd better look carefully. Suddenly, Kim Kien realized something was wrong. Why did the number of people suddenly increase so much? Truong Tung saw him confused and mocked. Which is real, which is fake? If you can't find out, don't dream of breaking this formation. At this moment, Kuyi Na was transforming into another shape. Kim Kien said to Truong Tung, what are you saying? What need is there to distinguish real from fake? Then he continued smugly, just need to shoot through all of them, right? Truong Tung heard this and was startled. What? Kim Kien immediately opened fire, breaking their encirclement. Then, the illusions gradually disappeared, leaving only one person. Kim Kien immediately fired. It turned out this guy was real. Kim Kien pointed the gun barrel at the remaining people, saying, so, among you, who is real? Truong Tung witnessed this scene, no longer confident, but switched to worry. He thought to himself, unbelievable, the Wind Destruction Combined Formation ended up like this in such a short time. Moreover, what exactly is that stupid weapon? At this time, Kim Kien retracted his gun. Truong Tung said to him, I think everything ends here. Kim Kien asked him, is there anything else to do? Truong Tung stepped down, standing facing Kim Kien, saying, all right, I admit you are very strong, but don't be smug and arrogant because of that. The position of Hall Master of the Tapcock Hall of the Wulin Alliance is not something one can sit in just by relying on lip service and hospitality. The ground around him cracked at this time. Kim Kien saw this, thinking with disgust, are they all monsters? Then raised his gun to aim. Then one breath. Suddenly, Truong Tung disappeared without a trace. What? Where did that guy go? He vigilantly sensed movement behind him. Kim Kien turned back, but there was no one. He cursed angrily. Where did that bastard go? Then he looked up, realizing something. Could it be? Sure enough, at this time, Truong Tung was rushing down from above. Kim Kien luckily dodged that blow. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Truong Tung saw his extraordinary skill and said, I don't know where you learned it, but you dodge attacks like a little mouse. Wanting to rectify the merchant group, there is still a lot of work to do. And let's end this quickly. Saying that, he rushed straight towards Kim Kien. Unexpectedly, he didn't run away but stood still on the spot. Truong Tung immediately used his sword to pierce through Kim Kien. He thought he had won, scolding, "Fool, you brought death upon yourself because of vain ambition." Unexpectedly, with a sword tip struck, Kuya Na's layer of fur appeared. Recalling a few days ago, Kim Kien held Kuya Na up and said to him, "Kuya Na, you really are my lucky star." Then he bent down to look at the gun blueprints on the ground. Kim Kien asket Kuya Gandu. Back to reality. Kuya Na's body seemed to have merged with Kim Kien, so the wound just now didn't hurt him at all. Kim Kien then manifested a gun, pointing it from behind at Quach Truong Tung's head. Foolishness due to vain ambition. Truong Tung at this moment still didn't understand what was happening. Tensed and fearful, said, Wait, what is this?" Before he could finish speaking, Kim Kien put a bullet right in the middle of his forehead. He watched Truong Tung falling down, finishing the other half of the sentence. "That is the one who brings about their own destruction." Then said to him, "Farewell." Suddenly, he noticed something above. Right, there's still someone. Dang Lai, witnessing all this, trembling, said, Great hero, please wait. If you spare my life, I am willing to grant every request of yours. Great hero. Kim Kien skeptically stepped towards him. Really? Every request? Dang Lai was so scared he fell sitting on the ground. Wait, what is this? Kim Kien asked him again with a terrifying face. You will agree to everything, right? Dang Lai tensely realized the situation was not good. At this moment, at the Wulin Alliance, a subordinate of Dong Phuong Don entered to report. Reporting to Alliance Leader, the leader of Vu Tian Merchant Group has brought gifts. He said, "Is that so? Let him in." The door opened. Dong Phuong Don saw a guest arriving, so he stood up to welcome him. "The merchant group's work is busy. What business do you have to travel all the way here?" Dang Lai smiled, but still couldn't hide his fear, saying, "Compared to the Alliance Leader, my work is nothing." Dong Phuong Don saw he brought items. Curiously asked, "All right, but why did you suddenly bring gifts?" Hearing this, Dang Lai trembled even more. Dang Lai fearfully looked at the box. Dong Phuong Don was still waiting for him to finish speaking. He ordered Nak by Tien to go down and check. "You go check it." He accepted the order. "Yes, Alliance Leader." Nak by Tien took the box from Dang Li's hands. At this moment, Dang Lai was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Nak by Tien opened that box. His eyes widened, unable to believe his eyes. Then he drew his sword and placed it against Dang Li's neck, scaring him out of his wits. Dong Phuong Don asked from above, "What is it?" Nak by Tien reporting to Alliance Leader, "This is the head of the Hall Master of Tapcock Hall." Dong Phuong Don heard this and was astonished. "What?" Dang Lai knelt down, fearfully saying, "Alliance Leader, please hear me out first. I didn't do this. I was also threatened by the sect leader of the Mengxiu sect." Hearing that name, Dong Phuong Don asked in surprise, "Did you just say the sect leader of the Mengxiu sect?" Dang Lai trembled and replied, "Yes, that's right, that devil. He robbed the merchant group, threatened our lives, and even forced us to do this." Dong Phuong Don also knew Kim Kien was targeting not Dang Lai, but himself. Perhaps. It seems he didn't send you just to deliver that." Dang Lai heard this and repeatedly agreed, "Yes." He fearlessly sent a challenge to the Alliance Leader. Hearing these words, Dong Phuong Don burst into laughter and said, "He says he wants to duel me? Truly an unpredictable fellow. So, that guy wants to duel me. When and where did he set the duel?" Scene change at this moment in a restaurant. Tran Ho Alan said to Kim Kien, "Sect Leader, I am really worried. Is it really okay to make no preparations like this?" Kim Kien reassured her, "Don't worry, I have it all calculated." Then he turned to the waiter to order, "Give me a portion of rice and soup and a bottle of soju." Tran Ho Alan reminded him, "Sect Leader, you cannot underestimate the Wulin Alliance Leader. You've experienced it too. He didn't sit in that position by accident. The position of Wulin Alliance Leader means #1 in the world." Dang Koak at this moment slammed the table, saying, "Senior sister, what are you saying?" Then roared, "With the sect leader here, how can you talk about another #1 in the world? Are you crazy?" "I think the crazy one is you." Turns out Dang Koak slammed the table too hard. Dust on the table flew into her face. She angrily scolded, "Oh, I'll kill this bastard." Dang Koak raised his missing arm to beg for mercy. "Senior sister, I have no arm, no arm." Kim Kien spoke up at this moment. "By the way, it seems you guys misunderstood something. When did I say I wanted to fight the Wulin Alliance Leader?" Hearing these words, Dang Koak and Tran Ho Alan both stopped. She was puzzled, Didn't the sect leader send a challenge letter for a duel? At this moment, The restaurant door suddenly opened. Someone walked in, attracting the gaze of the men in the restaurant, making them blush in embarrassment. It turned out to be Tran Noyetny. She walked in, saying, "Sec leader, I just received news they have arrived." Kim Kien heard this, surprised, "Oh, is that so? Then I guess we should start soon." Then he walked over, patted Tran Noyetny's shoulder, saying, "Hard work for you." Just that made her blush crimson. "It's nothing. This is what I should do." After that, Tran Noyetny walked to where Tran Hoalan and Dang Koak were sitting. She then noticed Tran Hoalan. Then Tran Noyetny walked in front of Tran Hoalan, smiling a triumphant smile. Tran Hoalan saw this, secretly angry. What the heck, that smile? Kim Kien called them. "Hey, what are you guys standing there dazed for? Not going? It's time for revenge." Scene change. At this moment in a forest, there was a group of people standing there. Is this the place he mentioned? Yes, Alliance leader. It turned out to be Dong Fuang Don. He said, but why isn't even his shadow seen? And why are there unrelated people here? Man Ko stepped up to greet Dong Fuang Don, saying, "Nice to meet you, Alliance leader." But at this moment in his heart, he was secretly cursing. "Damn sect leader, there will be a day I get revenge." Man Ko then knelt down, saying, "First of all, these are really not the words this humble one wants to say. This humble one was threatened by that devil to say these words to you. Hope you're magnanimous, great sir, and understand for this humble one." Dong Fuang Don heard this and was startled. What? Man Ko then cleared his throat, looked at the paper in his hand, fearfully reading, "Willing Alliance leader, do you think after stabbing me in the back you can still eat well and sleep well? Thanks to you, I'm now living a life without a home. Now you try feeling the sensation. I have sent the Willing Alliance a big gift. Just wait and see." Before he could finish speaking, Dong Fuang Don ordered, "Shut up," then angrily roared, "He dares to play tricks on me? Interesting." Then he ordered the Heavenly Army Corps hiding to return to the Willing Alliance. Hearing the order, the entire Heavenly Army Corps withdrew to the Willing Alliance. Nak Bai Tian asked him, "Alliance leader, how should we handle that guy?" Dong Fuang Don simply said to him, "Do whatever needs to be done." Then he waved his hand towards Man Company. Man Co initially didn't understand what happened. Then all the trees behind him fell down. Dong Fuang Don angrily said to Man Co, "I could have torn you apart immediately, but I need a messenger. So you tell him clearly. The Wuling Alliance officially considers all those related to the Mengqiu sect as public enemies. This war will never end until every trace of the Mengqiu sect disappears from this world." Saying that, he and Nak Bai Tian also vanished. At this moment, only Man Ko and the paper Kim Kien forced him to read remained on the spot. Somewhere far away, Kim Kien was observing. What kind of state will I turn the Wuling Alliance into? Truly worth looking forward to. Damn, old man. Then he raised his gun to aim. A cannon shot hit the Wuling Alliance directly. People inside were unprepared. Chaos ensued. Attack. Where's the attack coming from? Hat Kim Long at this moment also regrouped with Kim Kien's team, holding a mask in his hand, sighing. Sneak attacks are not my preferred style. My title is Bao God after all. Luke Tien AC saw this, handed Hat Kim Long a mask, saying, "That's why I personally want to find a mask for you, brother." Hat Kim Long turned to take it, clicked his tongue, accepting it just to get by. Fine then. Kim Kien then said to them, "We have greeted the people of the Wuling Alliance gently. Now everyone get ready." After that, everyone put on masks. Kim Kien continued, "Act according to my belief. Repay kindness with kindness. Repay revenge with revenge." He smiled a sinister smile, then said, "The villain takes the stage." At this moment, in a quiet forest, suddenly something whizzed past, causing a violent tremor. It turned out to be Dong Fuang Don and Nak Bai Tian on their way back to the Wuling Alliance. When they returned, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. Nak Bai Tian was furious. What on earth happened? The entire Wuling Alliance at this moment was no different from a pile of rubble, a scene of devastation everywhere. Dong Fuang Don told him to go inside and check first. Going further inside, bodies were scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Dong Fuang Don, Alliance leader. The masked person reported, "When this subordinate just arrived at the Wuling Alliance, this place was already in this state. This subordinate is Tien Quan, Grand Commander of the Corps. This subordinate thinks the Alliance leader should personally take a look." Dong Fuang Don was astonished. What? Then, the subordinate led Dong Fuang Don to a place. On the ground at this moment, something was arranged into a line of words. 1 month later, meet in Xinjiang. Dong Fuang Don angrily said, "Very well, if you really want to die," saying that, he unleashed a palm strike, slamming hard onto the ground, the shock causing the surrounding rocks and earth to crack. Dong Fuang Don hatefully said, "I will send you to hell." Scene changed to the Green Forest stronghold area. At this moment, Dang Koak was panting tiredly, thinking to himself, just lost one arm, yet I collapse on the ground helplessly like this. He placed his hand on his forehead and thought, because the center of gravity is unstable, I can't transmit force. If this continues then, just then, a voice rang out, not sleeping at night, sitting here worrying about what? It turned out to be Kim Kien. He had walked to the side of Dang Koak, who was lying down, startling Dang Koak. Dang Koak hurriedly sat up, pretending nothing was wrong, saying, "Sect leader, you coming here so late, is there something the matter?" Kim Kien told him, "I have a few things I want to confirm with you." Dang Koak heard this and curiously asked, "What matter?" Kim Kien didn't say anything, but rushed quickly towards Dang Koak. He was astonished and dodged. "Sect leader, why did you suddenly attack me?" Kim Kien remained silent, continuing to attack him. A moment later, Dang Koak gradually couldn't hold up, his strength depleted. Kim Kien suddenly appeared behind him, saying, "Dang Koak, you have gotten much weaker. You just died once by my hand." At this moment, Kim Kien's blade was resting on Dang Koak's neck. Dang Koak justified himself. "Sect leader, this was too sudden, that's why I was like that." Kim Kien reminded him, "Dang Koak, after you die, do you plan to use that excuse too?" Hearing this, Dang Koak froze. Kim Kien continued, "I will avenge you. So from now on, withdraw from combat." Dang Koak didn't want to accept it. Tried to explain, "No, sect leader, what do you mean by that? You want me, Dang Koak, to withdraw from combat?" Kim Kien didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted, "Dang Koak, if your body were normal right now, couldn't you even block a single punch of mine?" Then he patted Dang Koak's shoulder and said, "Accept reality." Dang Koak knelt down at this moment and said, "Even if I die in battle, I will absolutely not blame the sect leader. So please do not exclude me. No matter what, I will become stronger. So sect leader, please revoke your order." Kim Kien then asked him back, "Are you really willing to do anything to become stronger?" Dang Koak firmly said, "Yes, no matter the cost, I will become stronger." Seeing this, Kim Kien smiled and said, "Good. I have confirmed your determination." Then he looked up at a tall figure and said, "How about it? Was I right? At this level, can he be your disciple for once?" The person pretended to think and said, "Teaching others isn't my forte." It turned out to be Luke Tien AC. He said, "Since he's disregarding everything anyway, let me give it a try." Kim Kien then told Dang Koak to pay respects. From now on, the chief stronghold master is your master. Dang Koak was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Master? But why the stick? Without giving him time to understand, Luke Tien AC began to lecture. Since ancient times, the most basic quality in combat is the ability to take a beating. As he spoke, he punched Dang Koak straight in the face. Dang Koak tried to defend himself while reasoning with him. "No, this is clearly abuse." Luke Tien AC didn't care, continuing to beat him up, saying, "This is called spare the rod, spoil the child." Kim Kien stood by and said, "This matter is settled." Next is, at this moment, a voice called out, "Sect leader, sect leader." Tran Ho Alan and Tran Noyet Ni arrived at the same time. Kim Kien was surprised. "What's the matter? Why did you two come together?" Tran Noyet Ni gently said, "I have good news to report to the sect leader." Kim Kien asked her, "Is that so?" Tran Ho Alan on the other side seemed a bit worried, saying, "I have some not-so-good news to report to the sect leader." Then, Tran Noyet Ni and Tran Ho Alan looked at each other again. Tran Noyet Ni, just like last time, looked at her with a smug smile. Seeing this, Tran Ho Alan also thought with disdain, "That trick again." Kim Kien spoke up, "All right, so what is the good news?" Tran Noyet Ni told him, "You can look forward to it. Mon Ka has fully recovered. Tomorrow he will come here with Not Not." Hearing this, Kim Kien couldn't hide his joy, jumping up and asking repeatedly, "What? Really? Tomorrow? What time? When will they arrive?" Tran Noyet Ni told him, "Expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Kim Kien became even more excited. "Really? Mon Ka, Daddy will finally see you." He cleared his throat, turned around, and seriously asked Tran Ho Alan, "All right, so what is the bad news?" It's like this. While moving the remaining disciples of the Mengxiu sect to safety, we were attacked. During the raid, to protect the disciples, Luke Ba rushed forward to stop them, and the result was Luke Ba was taken prisoner by the Cheongnam sect. Kim Kien heard this news like a thunderclap. He picked his ear and asked again, "Is this the bad news?" Tran Ho Alan was confused by Kim Kien's attitude, reminding him Luke Ba was captured. Kim Kien didn't seem to mind much, intending to walk away, saying, "Sai, what can I say? He's strong as an ox. He won't die." Tran Ho Alan stuttered slightly, But, sect leader. Kim Kien suddenly remembered something and asked her, by the way, Tran Hoalan, the Cheongnam sect also belongs to the Walin Alliance, right? Janhualan Seta Min Zepli. Ooh, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Kim Kien smiled as if calculating something. Is that so? Then I changed my words. Let's go there. Seeing his attitude change quickly, Tran Hoalan was also astonished. Huh? What words? Kim Kien urged her. Where? It's the Cheongnam sect. Tran Hoalan confusedly asked him back. Wait, sect leader. Are you planning to go alone? Kim Kien agreed and said, this time I have to test a technique I just learned from Big Brother Bao God. Hearing this, Tran Hoalan ran to his side and said, wait a moment, I don't know what the new technique is, but since this is the first time you're doing this, having a guard by your side would be safer. So, she shyly suggested, can I go with the sect leader? Kim Kien saw her acting this way and also felt a bit shy, saying, you have a point. Tran Noyet Ni only now noticed the two of them. She bit her lip in anger and said, if Tran Hoalan saw her angry face and deliberately used an even more provocative smile to tease her. That's right, by this time Kim Kien had arrived at a place. He asked, all right, this is the Cheongnam sect, correct? Unexpectedly, both Tran Hoalan and Tran Noyet Ni had followed. Both answered Kim Kien in unison. Yes, that's right. Then they turned to glare at each other again. Kim Kien didn't understand what was happening, only thinking to himself, why did both of them follow me? Tran Hoalan then spoke up asking, but sect leader, do you have a plan yet? Kim Kien answered her, I do. When facing many enemies, taking down just one is enough. Kuyan Na then transformed into a gun. Kim Kien held in his hand saying, it's the ringleader. Just aim at that target and the game will be over. Tran Hoalan didn't understand his meaning, asking curiously, the sect leader means. Kim Kien then knelt down, finding a shooting spot, saying, just watch and you'll know. Then he focused his mind and began to aim. Kim Kien recalled the words Hak Kim Long once taught him. Third brother, for people who specialize in long-range attacks like us, do you know what is most important? Kim Kien guessed. Distance. Hak Kim Long did not deny it, only adding, that is also true, but the most important thing is to quickly determine where the enemy is. Because when we use our eyes to locate the enemy, it is very likely the enemy has also located us. Therefore, we cannot just use our eyes to identify the enemy. Even if your eyes can't see, you must sense the existence of something. After that, he asked Kim Kien, do you see anything ahead? Kim Kien looked left and right in surprise. Isn't it just a lot of trees? Hak Kim Long then raised his bow, continuing, no. Look closely right here. He fired an arrow. The arrow just flew into the distance, then radiated a beautiful blue light. Hak Kim Long then stood behind Kim Kien, telling him to look, ahead is not just trees, but also my beloved disciple taking a dump. He's really going at it. That disciple also sensed something, turning his head in fear, thinking, oh God, it's Master. Kim Kien still didn't see anything at this point, only saying in confusion, how can that be? It's blocked by those trees. I can't see anything. Hak Kim Long told him, living creatures, no matter big or small, all have something called aura. If you can read the flow of this aura, then even creatures that cannot be seen, you can still sense. Kim Kien was still vague, astonished by his words. But how do I read that thing? Hak Kim Long then explained deeper to him. The sixth sense? Not ordinary sensation, but a type of superhuman sense. When the sixth sense is developed, you will be able to read the flow of aura. Kim Kien asked him how to execute it. So what must I do? Hak Kim Long simply said, become sharper. To cultivate your sixth sense from now on, I will attack you anytime and anywhere. So try to survive. Kim Kien was a bit scared by now, asking back in surprise at Hak Kim Long's words. Wait, what do you mean by try to survive, brother? Back to reality. He was also concentrating his mind to think. Remembering that time, it was truly maddening. Anyway, focus. Gradually, even the scenery in the distance, Kim Kien could see clearly. He saw 3 people on the second floor, 2 people on the first floor, and over on the other side. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his chest prevented Kim Kien from looking deeper. I still can't see that spot. Then he collapsed to his knees in exhaustion. The 2 ladies behind him asked in unison, Sect leader, is there anything we can help with? Then they turned to glare at each other again. Kim Kien didn't understand what was wrong with them, thinking to himself, why do these 2 keep glaring at each other lately? He suddenly realized something. Wait, alright, you guys just stay there. A moment later, Tran Ho-Alan returned from somewhere to report. I know, sect leader. Kim Kien told her to speak. Hearing so, Tran Ho-Alan presented. Currently, the sect leader of the Cheongnam sect is in the study on the 5th floor of the Ancestral Hall, about 10 miles from our current position. The specific location, according to the sect leader's words, has been marked on the wall of the Ancestral Hall. Kim Kien heard this and happily said, "Very good. I never thought I would try something I've only seen in movies like this." Then he began to aim. While aiming, he calculated the shooting range in his head. The effective range of a sniper rifle is about 1.5 kilometers. Assassinating someone at a distance of 4 kilometers is absurd. But if internal energy is infused into the gun, things will be different. Then, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet just pierced through tree after tree, rushing forward. Then it flew past the study room, passing between two people talking inside. But that's why I said yesterday. The bullet continued to pierce through room after room. Vo Dan at this time was still unaware, sitting in the study, writing calligraphy. Suddenly, a bullet flew in and stopped right in front of his table. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be terrified. Then, he sprang up violently, shouting ass. Without finishing the word, another bullet had embedded straight into his head. His identity was the sect leader of the Cheongnam sect, Vo Dan, dead on the spot. At this moment, the entire sect was also thrown into chaos as the bullet's path pierced through the rooms. Kim Kien also stopped at this moment, guessing, must have hit one. Tran Noyet Ni returned from her scouting and reported, "Sect leader, I have located Luke Ba." Kim Kien calmly said to both Tran Noyet Ni and Tran Ho-Alan, "I've slaughtered pigs in my life, but going to save a pig is a first." As for Luke Ba, at this moment, he had been tortured to the point his face was deformed, swollen beyond recognition. Just then, someone walked in. Chu So flashed a wicked smile and said, "When will you arrive?" At this time, the entire Cheongnam sect was in chaos. Elder Truong Van shouted, "This is bad. Go find the assassin quickly." Seeing such a scene, Kim Kien felt a bit of joy in his heart. Looks like it's taken care of. Just then, a voice called out, "Sect leader, over here." Kim Kien looked to his side, but didn't see Tran Ho-Alan or Tran Noyet Ni anywhere. Suddenly, a voice echoing from above made him look up. "Sect leader, up here, up here." Kim Kien's eyes widened in shock. Tran Ho-Alan and Tran Noyet Ni were standing on top of the attic, calling loudly, "Sect leader, hurry up here." Seeing Kim Kien make no move, the two curiously asked, "Why haven't you come up yet? What are you doing?" Kim Kien was thinking anxiously. "No, how am I supposed to climb up there?" Tran Ho-Alan asked him, "What's wrong, sect leader?" Then, Kim Kien used a cannon to blast through a sturdy wall. He calmly walked in, saying, "If there's no path, open one yourself." Tran Ho-Alan and Tran Noyet Ni saw this and said nothing. Tran Noyet Ni sneaked into the dungeon with Kim Kien. She said, "Sect leader, Luke Ba is locked up below." Then she reminded him, "There are many guards down there. We must be careful of our surroundings from now on." Then both continued deeper inside. Suddenly, Kim Kien saw something and let out a startled "ah." In front of him lay a pile of corpses scattered everywhere. It seemed someone had arrived a step earlier and swept through the place. Kim Kien walked past the cell and asked the survivor inside, "Hey, did you see a fat guy come in here?" The person laughed as if gloating, replying, "He is here." Then the person screamed, "No one will leave here alive. You will all die miserably like them." Not letting the person say more, Kim Kien pointed his gun threateningly and fired a shot into the guy's shoulder. He asked again, "Bastard, answer what I ask. Did you see a fat guy?" The person continued to laugh like a madman. But then he obediently covered his wound to stop the bleeding and said, "Yes, keep going straight, turn left once at the fork, then go straight again, and you'll see the interrogation room. The person you're looking for is probably there." At this moment, the guy was no different from a mobile GPS. Kim Kien found it amusing listening to him. So he said, "Then from now on, you." He smashed the cell lock. "You are free. Go run around as you please." The madman rushed out, laughing wildly in excitement. "I will show the Cheongnam sect what hell is like." Arriving in front of a sturdy door, Kim Kien thought to himself, "Must be here." He pushed the door open and walked in, greeted by the sight of Luke Ba tortured and covered in blood. Saying this, Jan Hualan Vu set forward, shouting, "Luke Ba." While checking Luke Ba's wounds, she angrily cursed. These bastards, how could they treat people like this? Luke Ba, knowing she had come to save him, was very happy and said, "Senior sister, long time no see." Just then, Chuso appeared behind Kim Kien, startling him. He said, "Oh, what a touching reunion." Kim Kien reflexively swung a powerful punch backward, but he dodged it. Then the two separated, preparing to fight. Chuso raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Wait, it seems you have a misunderstanding." Kim Kien didn't care, pointing his gun at him and saying, "Take your misunderstanding to hell." At this moment, Luke Ba spoke up to intervene. "Wait, sect leader. That person is the benefactor who helped me. This hero has already dealt with all the bastards torturing me here." Hearing this, Kim Kien turned to look at Luke Ba in astonishment. "What?" Chuso then introduced himself. "Sorry, late introduction. I'm Chuso." Hearing this name, Tran Noyet Ni seemed to have heard it somewhere, thinking, "Wait, this name sounds so familiar." Before she could remember, Chuso continued, "The Jiang who usually calls me one of the four great villains." Tran Noyet Ni remembered then, hurriedly warning Kim Kien, "Sect leader, do not let your guard down. He is one of the four great villains. He does not follow the righteous path and has committed countless crimes in the Jianghu. Among the villains, they are the worst." Chuso, hearing her describe him like that, calmly crossed his arms and said, "Looking from different angles, it might feel that way. But today, I am here to become a strength for you all, not to be a villain. Since you arrived so noisily just now, they will surely swarm here soon." Outside, the Chung Nam sect disciples had indeed begun their pursuit. Search carefully, this area has traces of an explosion. So then walked in one direction, saying as he went, "Well then, let me prove my sincerity to the sect leader by lending a small hand." Kim Kien was suspicious. What? Unexpectedly, the number of Chung Nam disciples was very large. But in the blink of an eye, all were cut down by Chuso. When only one disciple remained, he was cornered against the wall, trembling and begging, "Please, please spare me." Seeing this scene, Chuso felt excited again, wanting to tease him. "How should I deal with you?" Then he punched the guy without hesitation. The guy seemed to feel nothing at that moment, but a moment later, his face turned pale. Chuso looked at him, flashing a sinister smile, but it's too late. Then, he calmly said to Kim Kien's group to show his sincerity. "So the sect leader can act easily, I will go clear the path first. Regarding my business, let's meet again on the third floor of Bak Noyet Tower and talk." Then, his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Seeing this, Kim Kien thought, "What kind of benefactor is this guy?" He said to everyone, "Let's get Luke Ba out of here quickly." By this time, the group had left the Chung Nam sect. Walking on the street, a child accidentally bumped into Kim Kien. Kim Kien looked down, thinking the child wanted to say something, and asked, Seeing this, the child fearfully said, "I'm sorry." Tran Ho Alan reminded him, "Sect leader, that child." Before she could finish, Kim Kien shouted loudly, "Hey, you brat." Hearing the call, the child started and stopped, appearing to hold a bag in his hand. Kim Kien calmly walked up to him and said, "Is that acceptable behavior? How can a manly man be so stingy? If you steal, you have to steal everything." Then he threw down a bag of money, saying, "Take this, eat whatever you want." Tran Ho Alan saw him being so generous and reminded him, "Sect leader, that silver is enough for a normal person to live on for a whole year." Kim Kien pretended not to know, wanting to brush it off. "Oh, I didn't know. Let me ask Brother Kung then." Tran Ho Alan still disagreed, continuing, "But we don't have money for food now." Kim Kien told her about that four great villains guy will treat us. The boy still didn't understand what was happening, standing there bewildered. The scene shifted to a somewhat dilapidated house, with a voice coming from inside. "So, what do you think of the Mingxiu sect leader?" "It turned out to be the boy from earlier," he replied. "Well, it was beyond my imagination." The boy ate a bun, proudly saying, "He is very kind. He even gave me a lot of silver to eat good food." The person sitting opposite the boy heard this and seemed unhappy, saying, "Truly the appearance of a lowly pauper." Then he turned to the person sitting in the corner and asked, "Given the situation, what should be done?" That person repeated, as if mocking the boy's praise, "A hero?" The beggar man frowned and said, "I must go see for myself." As it turned out, that person's true identity was the chief of the beggar's sect, Tien Bak. At this time, at a restaurant, a waiter was inviting guests in. Kim Kien's group also arrived and went upstairs. Chuso saw him and smiled in greeting. "Sect leader has arrived. I've been waiting." Then, the group sat at the dining table. Luke Ba ate voraciously as if he had been starving for days. Seeing this, Kim Kien was both angry and embarrassed, looking at him and thinking, "Damn it, since he's injured, I can't even hit him." At this moment, Chu-so also spoke up to ask, "Sect leader, do you know why I helped you?" Kim Kien replied, "I don't know. How should I know?" Chu-so then began to recount. "Well then, I must first explain why I became one of the four great villains. First, I was just a normal child in a normal family." Before he could finish, Kim Kien reminded him, "Hey, get to the point." Seeing his impatient expression, Chu-so signaled for him to calm down and said, "Then I will explain as briefly as possible. I want to avenge my mother. I want to wipe out the existence of the Walene Alliance. Previously, my mother sacrificed herself under the oppression of the Walene Alliance. After that, when I took up the blade to take revenge on the Walene Alliance, I was naturally called one of the four great villains." Then Chu-so suddenly spoke cheerfully. "So, when I heard the news that the Mengqiu sect and the Walene Alliance were in conflict, I immediately came here to lend the sect leader a hand." Kim Kien heard this and found it reasonable, agreeing with Chu-so's words. If that's the case then, seeing him being so gullible, Tran Hoa Lan hurriedly stopped him. "No, sect leader. We still cannot verify if the four great villains members' words are true or not. Borrowing his strength now is too dangerous." Chu-so also spoke up in agreement with Tran Hoa Lan, then defended himself. "The young lady has a point, but if I wanted to harm a sect leader, I wouldn't have touched the Cheongnam sect, one of the 9 sects and one clan of the Walene Alliance. You must know clearly what it means to touch them. Moreover, among those sitting here, who dares to guarantee they will never betray the sect leader?" Kim Kien, Luke Ba, Tran Hoa Lan, and Tran Noyet Ni, the four of them, fell silent upon hearing this. Tran Hoa Lan then retorted fiercely, "How can you say such absurd things?" Kim Kien interrupted her, saying to Chu-so, "Right now, I need a meat shield." Hearing this definition, Chu-so looked bewildered. "Meat shield?" Not letting him answer, Kim Kien continued with his condition. "Furthermore, if you want to betray, go ahead and try." But Kim Kien revealed a sinister expression, threatening the guy as he spoke. "I cannot guarantee what will happen after that." Chu-so stood up, extending his hand toward Kim Kien, speaking equally viciously. "You are indeed as magnanimous as I thought. From now on, please take care of me." Then, as the two prepared to shake hands in cooperation, Chu-so suddenly pulled his hand back and said, "Wait. But before that, actually, I also have something I want to confirm." Kim Kien was surprised to hear this. "What?" Then Chu-so walked to the side. "It's almost time." He walked to the railing, looked down at the first floor, saw someone and smiled. "Ah, here he is." The Cheongnam sect people were searching everywhere at this moment. "The place the guy mentioned is right here. Search carefully." Chu-so then turned and said to Kim Kien, "I know the sect leader is very strong, but I must verify it with my own eyes. So I borrowed the sect leader's name to test the Cheongnam sect people. Now, let the Cheongnam disciples who are intending to come up here to catch the sect leader." Chu-so immediately transformed into Kim Kien's appearance and finished the sentence, "that witness the sect leader's power with their own eyes." Hearing this, Kim Kien helplessly bowed his head and laughed. "Interesting. The more I learn about this place, the more surprised I am. All right, this time I will do as you say." Then he walked to Chu-so's side and stopped, adding, "But next time if you dare to act recklessly like this, I will kill you." Then reminded him again, "Also, hurry up and change back to your old form. It looks really annoying." Chu-so also knew his place, gave a dry laugh, and said, "Yes." Tran Hoa Lan also stood up and said, "Sect leader, I'm going too." Kim Kien told her to stay, saying, "No need, I alone am enough." Chu-so, looking as if his wish had been granted, leisurely sat to one side and said, "I wonder what the rumored Mingqiu sect leader is really like. Aren't you curious, old beggar?" Tien Bok was very surprised that he knew he was there. Chu-so continued, "Today we came here for the same purpose, so why not temporarily sign a peace treaty?" Tien Bok also spoke up at this point, turning around to say to him, "Fine, if the two of us fight here, it will involve innocent people." Tran Noyet Ni, seeing him calmly walk out, was suspicious. Is this person from the beggar sect? Tien Bok paid her no mind, continuing to walk towards Chu-so, saying as he walked, "However, even if I can ignore your existence, I cannot sit idly by and watch the allies of the Walene Alliance, those Cheongnam sect people, be attacked." Chu-so, hearing him say that, still smiled calmly and replied, "Perhaps so, but please watch. In this battle, who is the real villain?" At this moment, Kim Kien walked downstairs, surrounded by a group of Cheongnam sect disciples. He then calmly said, "Hey, you guys can fight however you want, but take it outside. You call yourselves the righteous sect, but there are children here. Doing this isn't good." A disciple then pointed a sword at Kim Kien and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You wear that face and still dare to say such shameless words." Kim Kien then shouted loudly to remind the waitress girl standing nearby, "Hey, little girl, close your eyes. The girl obediently closed her eyes. The Cheongnam sect people, seeing their words carried no weight, angrily scolded, "This guy dares to be arrogant in front of us." Before he could say more, a bullet pierced through his head. After that, everyone around could not escape that rain of bullets. At this moment, suddenly there was a loud shout. "Stop, you bastard!" It turned out one of the disciples had grabbed a normal waiter in the shop to threaten. "If you move again, this guy will lose his life. So watch from upstairs." Asking Tien Bok, "What do you think, old beggar? Who is the villain and who is the righteous person?" Tien Bok witnessed everything, also feeling confused, then angrily said, "What exactly happened here? I will punish them severely." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Kill him." The Cheongnam sect disciple heard this, unable to believe his ears. What? The threatened waiter was also trembling with fear. Kim Kien continued, speaking clearly for them to hear. "Are you still pretending not to hear? I told you to kill him. He's lived long enough. Just kill him." Chu, So, and Tien Bok standing upstairs also didn't understand his intention at this moment. Chu So then avoided Tien Bok's gaze. Tien Bok turned to him, looking straight into his eyes, and said, "Even now, do you still think that? Hey, look in my eyes here." The Cheongnam sect disciple then turned around and held the sword to the waitress girl's neck, threatening. "Then how about this? This brat hasn't lived very long yet. If you dare to move, I will kill her immediately. So be a good boy and listen." Before the words were finished, Kim Kien had shot a round through his forehead. He immediately shouted in anger, "All unrelated people, get lost." Hearing this, the few survivors were so scared they wet their pants and ran away. At this moment, the eatery had become chaotic. A few guys from the Cheongnam sect were still struggling to stand firm. Kim Kien walked up to the guy he had just shot, giving him another bullet as a gift. The remaining people, weapons in hand, began to tremble. Kim Kien then pointed the gun at them and said, "This bastard dared to point his sword at a child? Today, don't dream that any of you will escape." Immediately after, panic screams echoed from downstairs. "Run! Help!" Tran Ho Alan witnessed everything from upstairs, feeling extremely uncomfortable in her heart. At this moment, a resounding voice rang out, "Stop!" A person used a walking stick to rest on Kim Kien's hand, stopping him. Tien Bok told Kim Kien to stop here. "Enough, isn't it?" Kim Kien ignored him, looked straight at his face, and said angrily, "Hey, I decide this matter." Tien Bok, hearing this, also retracted his stick and said, "Fine. But don't you see? They're all dead." Then he turned around, walking and saying, "How about letting them go in peace?" Hearing this, Kim Kien also lowered his gun. At this moment, he became curious about Tien Bok's identity. So he asked, "Hey, who are you to interfere in this matter?" Tien Bok replied, "I'm just a passerby. Don't mind me." Kim Kien, hearing this, didn't ask further. He immediately called Tien Bok back. "Hey, uncle." Tien Bok turned his head, bewilderedly making a sound. Kim Kien threw a coin at his feet, saying, "Looking at your appearance, uncle, you probably don't have money for food. Why don't you use this to buy a bowl of rice and soup to eat? Because of that kid earlier, I don't have much money left on me either." Tien Bok, hearing this, was also stunned, not understanding what was happening. His appearance right now indeed resembled a beggar, clothes tattered and dirty. Tien Bok suddenly burst out laughing. He bent down to pick up the coin and said, "I've lived to this age and never thought I'd receive such kindness." Then he happily held the coin and said, "Anyway, thank you very much. I will use it well." After that, he also used his movement technique to leave. Kim Kien was confused, thinking, what on earth is going on? Is even a beggar here a master expert? At this moment, Chu So also spoke up. "Indeed, I did not misjudge the person. Then, please give me more guidance in the future." Kim Kien was too lazy to pay attention to him, casually saying, "Suit yourself." Then he said to everyone, "Starving to death, give me a bowl of rice and soup." He turned and left, ignoring Chu So's malicious gaze at that moment. The scene shifts to the Green Forest stronghold. At this moment, a voice rang out. "Third brother, you're back. It's been hard on you." Hak Kim Long stepped out to greet Kim Kien. "Not injured, are you?" He answered perfunctorily to reassure the other. "Just handled some trivial matters. How could I be injured?" Then he looked around as if searching for something. But Hak Kim Long also realized, asking, "What are you looking for?" Behind him, Mong Ka was walking over. Kim Kien saw him, eyes tearing up, "Mong Ka." Then he happily rushed over to hug him tight. Kim Kien happily picked him up and asked, "Mong Ka, does it really not hurt anymore now?" "Mong Ka, Daddy can't live without you." Suddenly, Mong Ka's expression became serious. Kim Kien was suspicious. What's with that face? Does it hurt somewhere? Before he could finish his sentence, he hurriedly jumped down to the ground. Kim Kien looked at him, curious where Mong Ka intended to go. Turns out he ran to Kuyan Na. Kim Kien, seeing this, could only helplessly sit down, looking at his infatuated appearance towards Kuyan Na, and sighed. Truly, a grown son cannot be kept at home, running after girls. Then Mong Ka circled behind Kuyan Na. Suddenly, Kuyan Na seemed to realize Mong Ka's next action. She angrily turned around and kicked Mong Ka away. Seeing this, Mong Ka didn't dare to come close anymore. His appearance right now was as if he had just experienced the shock of a first broken love in life. Kim Kien was half laughing, half crying at this moment, his face extremely unsightly. Mong Ka, Daddy's heart is broken here. Ha Kim Long, standing behind him, spoke up. I know you are very happy to see Mong Ka again, but come outside for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you. Then Kim Kien followed Ha Kim Long outside. Luke TNAC was also there. Ha Kim Long said, Third brother, how much do you know about the Wulin Alliance leader? Kim Kien admitted, the person known as the best in the world. Ha Kim Long continued, correct, he is the person everyone calls the best in the world. Do you think if you confront such a person, what are your chances of winning? Kim Kien immediately gripped the gun in his hand tightly, decisively saying, haven't fought, so don't know yet. But regardless, he is also human. Can I use this? Ha Kim Long, hearing the showed agreement, then said to him, true, perhaps so. If attacked when unprepared, this is indeed a dangerously powerful weapon. But third brother, I think you still don't understand the Wulin Alliance leader clearly. Third brother, if you fight one of the two of us, how much chance of winning do you think you have? Kim Kien, hearing this, looked confused, not understanding. Ha Kim Long then said to him, Third brother, watch closely. Suddenly, Kim Kien felt his body sink, a massive force pressing down on him. What is this? Ha Kim Long then asked him back. Even so, do you still feel you could defeat us now? Kim Kien, witnessing the strength of the two with his own eyes, could not help but believe. Are these two old men that strong? Ha Kim Long then retracted part of his internal energy, continuing, Third brother, this is your reality right now. Of course, anyone looking at us and still thinking they can win would be the weird one. Luke TNAC also added, correct, third brother, don't be too discouraged. It's just that we are too strong. Ha Kim Long walked up to him and said, as you have seen, both of us are very strong. Then he walked over and patted Kim Kien's shoulder, saying, the person who can definitely win against the two of us combining forces is the Wulin Alliance leader Dong Fuangdong. Hearing this name, Kim Kien couldn't help but be astonished. Ha Kim Long asked him again, now have you sensed the gap between you and him? Third brother, you can't even beat one of us. Do you think you could defeat the Wulin Alliance leader? Kim Kien finished listening, didn't say a word. Seeing this, Luke TNAC burst out laughing, saying, our third brother seems to have been scared. Suddenly, Kim Kien turned around without hesitation and fired a shot into the old man's leg, leaving Luke TNAC stunned. Then he smugly said, brothers, I told you so. As long as I have this, I can defeat anyone. Ha Kim Long felt something was wrong, advising, but third brother, doing that to your older brother is a bit. Luke TNAC stopped him. It's fine, big brother. Then he cheerfully said, since it's our third brother, crazy things like this can happen. But it seems third brother still doesn't quite understand reality. Right, big brother? Ha Kim Long agreed. That's right. Third brother doesn't understand reality very well yet. He's young and doesn't know any better. How could he know? Hearing this, Kim Kien looked confused. Then the two of them attacked like wild beasts. Let us show you what reality is like. Kim Kien saw them rushing over so fast, unable to defend or react. He could only stammer, wait. A moment later, his face was beaten black and blue. Ha Kim Long asked him, third brother, how does it feel? Do you understand reality now? Kim Kien was unconvinced, still trying to retort, no. So what do you want me to do? I have to fight him in a few days. Ha Kim Long pretended to think and said, it's not that there isn't a way. Kim Kien patted his knees as he stood up and asked, what way? Ha Kim Long told him, third brother, you just need to be able to use two types of abilities. The first ability is to be able to land a blow that defeats the Alliance leader. Kim Kien heard this, raised his gun and said, if that's the case, I have a gun right here. Ha Kim Long saw this and countered his reliance on that weapon, saying, no, I know that weapon is very powerful, but it's still not enough. Relying only on it isn't enough to land a blow that defeats the Alliance leader. You need to strike stronger than that. Then Kim Kien asked if Tran Hoalan had contacted the others. She replied, I have done so, sect leader. The scene shifts to the southern barbarian beast palace. Tuma Tuk led a mighty army out to war. Let's head out. On the side of the North Sea Ice Palace, Chung Gwyn Kwang seemed uninterested, saying, I'm not very interested. Is it necessary to go? Seeing this, Naklan reminded him to stop complaining and hit the road quickly. If you want to be on time, we have to leave now. Tran Hoalan told him that everyone must have set off by now. Kim Kien heard this and became even more excited, saying, Is that so? Then let's take our time going there. Let's go conquer the Wulin Alliance. At this time, Kim Kien had returned. He held Kuyana and Mong Ka in his arms. Kuyana still maintained a wary attitude towards Mong Ka, while Mong Ka kept staring at Kuyana with a face longing for affection. Kim Kien thought to himself, if I can neatly deal with that Wulin Alliance leader, life in this damn place will end. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Tran Hoalan entered and reporting to the sect leader, everyone is gathered. Kim Kien told her, I know, I'll be right out. Then, Kim Kien opened the door and stepped out. Hak Kim Long and Luke TNAC were already waiting there, saying, Third brother, you're here. The legend of our three brothers is finally about to begin. Dang Koak and Tran Noyet Ni had also gathered. After that, everyone set off following Kim Kien. He stood before the crowd of cultists and said, Everyone is here, right? Before we set off, I want to say one thing. In my country, there's an old saying, seek life and you shall die, seek death and you shall live. Therefore, if you carry the determination to fight to the death, you will surely return alive. But I can understand your feelings. There must be some who are afraid of death. Those people, tell me beforehand. I'll let you go comfortably. Hearing these words, everyone started whispering. At this moment, someone raised his hand and said, Sect leader, I, then timidly continued. To be honest, I'm a bit afraid of death. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Kien fired a shot, hitting his raised arm. Only then did Kim Kien finish his sentence. Let you go, then smiled cruelly. To hell. Everyone was immediately scared into a cold sweat. He calmly continued. It seems no one is afraid of death anymore, right? Then, everyone advanced, shout loudly. Immediately after, everyone regained their spirit, morale soaring. Even the person who was just shot shouted along. Kim Kien was very satisfied with this momentum, saying, Very good, now move out. At this time, on a mountain peak radiant with the morning light, Chung Gwyn Kwang was looking warily at Tuma Tuk, thinking, what the hell are they doing? Are those guys not cold? Why they take off all their clothes? Tuma Tuk also looked disdainfully at Chung Gwyn Kwang's group, thinking, aren't they hot? What are they wearing? At this time, Kim Kien stepped out and said, Everyone is on time. Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out from behind. Husband, Swangni rushed out from somewhere, hugging Kim Kien tightly. Tran Hoalan saw this, cursing angrily in her heart. That damn slut, playing this trick with his sect leader again. Tran Noyet Ni also looked unhappy, thinking annoyedly, who is she anyway? Kim Kien then pushed Swangni away and said, Hey, I'm busy, go play somewhere else. Chung Gwyn Kwang witnessed this scene, anger rising in his heart, cursing silently. That bastard dares to touch my daughter's face? Kim Kien then said to everyone, Now it seems everyone has arrived. Let's discuss a bit. Everyone sat around a few tables to negotiate. Tumatuk asked first, So brother, what was the attack plan this time? Kim Kien calmly replied, I don't have any big plan, just intend to use this thing to drill a hole in the Wulin Alliance leader's head. Luke TNAC heard this and burst out laughing, praising, truly simple and clear, wonderful. As expected of our third brother, indeed smart. Hak Kim Long was not very happy with this unsafe plan, only saying perfunctorily, as expected of our younger brother. Chung Gwyn Kwang looked at them, silently cursing, these barbarians. Then he said, Are you sure you could defeat that Wulin Alliance leader? Kim Kien confidently replied, You don't need to worry. Leave that to me. You just need to defeat the rest. Hearing this, Tuma Tuk laughed loudly, as if acknowledging Chung Gwyn Kwang's weakness. As expected of my brother, truly very magnanimous. Chung Gwyn Kwang was so angry his eyes turned red. What? Handle the rest? At this time, Kim Kien asked Tran Noyet Ni, sect master of the lower 5 sects, Is the task I assigned done? She replied, It is done, sect leader. Our side is waiting for orders. Kim Kien praised with satisfaction. Well done. They must have arrived by now, too. Sure enough, at this time, the army directly under the patrol hall dragon-chasing sword squad had also arrived at the outer perimeter. On that side were the elder of Manhwa sect, patrol hall master Van Tien Han, the army directly under the punishment hall, Azura sword squad. Elder of Wudong sect, great executioner Mak Tien Dao, the army directly under the Wulin Alliance leader, Heavenly Army Squad leader Quan Du. Of course, it is impossible not to mention the leader of the Wulin Alliance leader Dong Fuangdong. Hat Kim long observed and assessed the situation. It seems there are quite a few dangerous people outside. Luke Tnac also agreed. That's right, big brother. It's been a long time since I was this excited. Kim Kien said coldly. There are quite a few people coming to throw their lives away. Then he shouted loudly towards the opposite side. Hey, old man, did you gather so many people just to catch me? I guess you didn't like the gift I sent last time very much. Dong Fuangdong was also very interested in Kim Kien's current attitude, saying, I want to see how long this arrogance of yours can last. Long time no see. Bao God Hat Kim Long, 16 killer Luke Tnac. I thought you two had retired to some mountain. Is that what people call you three brothers? The three mad brothers. Hearing him speak of his brothers like that, Hat Kim Long said angrily, we are not madmen. Seeing this, Kim Kien immediately comforted him. Big brother, forget it. No need to get angry over this. Right, this time I have also prepared a special gift for you. Dong Fuangdong was surprised hearing this. Gift? Kim Kien smiled meaningfully and said, yes. You will like it this time. Then he called Tran Noyet Ni, sect master of the lower 5 sects. As if she already knew what the special thing Kim Kien mentioned was, she immediately fired a signal flare. Man Ko was hiding nearby, waiting, secretly annoyed. Damn it, why do I have to do this? When will the signal come? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. What is it? Who are you? Are you from the Mingqiu sect? Hearing this, Man Ko hurriedly denied. No. I'm not. I'm just helping someone run errands. Immediately after, the signal flare was fired into the sky. The other person still didn't believe it, questioning Manko. Tell the truth, what are you doing here? At this moment, he also revealed his true vicious face, saying, who the hell am I? Naturally, the villain side. Then he pressed the start button. On the other side, Dong Fuangdong didn't understand what was happening, saying, playing tricks again? I won't be fooled this time. Kim Kien still calmly said, what nonsense are you talking about? I told you it was a gift. There is a principle that no Korean man can fail to know. Mission. The phone last time gave him useful information. Mission transferred. Master the 2 training skills of the Bao God. Reward details, mines. Immediately after, the sound of exploding mines rang out from Dong Fuangdong's side, causing them to fall, horses and people overturning. Waves of people were blown away by the bombs. At this time, Kim Kien asked for Dong Fuangdong's feelings. How is it? Do you like this gift? Come on, come on. Then we have to take advantage of this chaos to fish in troubled waters, just like the villain's side. Kim Kien then ordered a general attack. Wipe them all out. The 2 sides immediately rushed at each other, starting a fierce, chaotic battle. Neither side gave way. The numbers were countless. Kim Kien's side initially had the upper hand, killing quite a few people of the Wulin Alliance. Afterward, the opponents seemed to regain morale, also killing many of Kim Kien's people. They arrogantly thought, you barbarians are nothing. He hadn't been smug for long when suddenly a beast rushed out from nowhere, biting his head. It turned out to be Tu Ma Tuk's pet. Tu Ma Tuk saw this, happily praising it. Our little baby is hungry? Chew carefully. Zhong Wen Guang saw this and turned his face away, thinking, TSK, truly the mindset of barbarians. Suddenly, someone jumped up from behind Chung Win Kwong, intending to sneak attack Dai. It turned out to be not just one, but a few people. Only then did Chung Gwin Kwong draw his sword, cursing, you bastards, do you know who I am? Ice White Divine Sword Art. Just one move froze a vast area of land. Then he calmly said, how troublesome, always having to attack those of the same rank as myself. Suddenly, someone approached and said, what about me then? I think my rank suits you very well. It turned out to be the elder of the MT Hua sect, Patrol Home Master Van Tien Han. Chung Win Kwong didn't know who he was, asking suspiciously, who is that guy? Tu Ma Tuk saw this and spoke up, if you find it difficult, let me fight in your stead. Suddenly, another person said, no, leave him to me. It turned out to be the elder of the Wudong sect, Great Executioner Mac Tien Dao, arriving to accept the challenge. The 2 pairs then identified their opponents. Over here, the cultists were still in a chaotic melee. The Wulin Alliance is nothing special. The Wulin Alliance people saw this and said anxiously, damn it, there are too many of them. Retreat first, link up with our allies. Suddenly, a person with flaming fists said to them, who gave you permission to retreat? Quan Du then threw a punch forward. Just one strike of his sent many people on Kim Kien's side flying. Kwon Du then said, "Whoever runs away will die by my hand first." At this moment, a voice rang out from above. "Who dares touch my subordinates?" Luke Tien AC flew down from the sky towards him, challenging, "Do me a favor, don't die after just one move." Then a strike of his shook the ground. Luke Tien AC looked at Kwon Du excitedly and said, "Look at him, he actually blocked it." Then he rushed up to attack as fast as lightning. "Looks like I don't need to hold back." Kwon Du showed no weakness. Rushing up to engage, Kim Kien stood aside observing the battle, exclaiming, "Fighting pretty well." Dang Koak stood beside him. "Stamerung, sect leader." Kim Kien understood his intent and said, "Go." Dang Koak immediately moved instantaneously to the battlefield. He walked up in front of Nak Bai Tien. Nak Bai Tien said scornfully, "Going into battle using only one hand?" Dang Koak didn't care, smiling and saying, "To deal with the likes of you, one hand is enough." Nak Bai Tien didn't believe it, exclaiming, "I wonder how long this confidence can last." Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, Dang Koak appeared in front of Nak Bai Tien. He was grabbed by Dang Koak, who punched him straight in the face. Luckily, Nak Bai Tien reacted quickly and dodged. Then, he threw a punch at Dang Koak's side. Dang Koak cursed angrily. "This tricky brat." Suddenly, Dang Koak realized something was wrong. Nak Bai Tien used a technique to create countless illusions surrounding Dang Koak. Then all the illusions rushed up to attack together. Dang Koak raised his hand to block while thinking, "Damn it, I can't do anything in this situation. Need to create distance first." Dang Koak stabilized his stance, then stomped hard on the ground. 1,000-pound drop. Debvit flew a voa, bulinding Nak Bai Tien. Dang Koak took the opportunity to rush up and attack. "Caught you, kid." Then he landed a thunderous punch on Nak Bai Tien's face. He was sent flying far away. Nak Bai Tien angrily rushed up. Dang Koak showed no weakness either, rushing up to engage. The two then grappled with each other, shattering rocks and earth. Nak Bai Tien said angrily, "How can I be defeated by a one-armed cripple?" Hearing this, Dang Koak suddenly became serious, saying, "Who is one-armed?" Suddenly, Dang Koak extended his remaining arm made of ice, grabbing one of Nak Bai Tien's hands, saying, "Who said I'm missing an arm?" Then Dang Koak said smugly, "Master made me an arm." After that, Dang Koak continuously punched Nak Bai Tien in the face, one blow after another, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Dang Koak stood majestically in front of Nak Bai Tien and said, "Now, let's end this." Nak Bai Tien had closed his eyes by then. Dang Koak said there was nothing special about him closing his eyes. At this moment, Dang Koak turned his head to look back. Kim Kien gave a satisfied thumbs up. Then he began to aim. "All right then, from now on, let's slowly finish this." The scope pointed straight at Dong Phuong Don's head. Suddenly, the people of the Heavenly Army noticed something unusual. This killing intent. Immediately after, the leader rallied the Heavenly Army. They lined up in a row for defense. Heavenly Dragon defense formation. Kim Kien paid no mind, continuing to aim, and said, "Too late." The bullet just pierced through them, shooting towards Dong Phuong Don. Wherever the bullet passed, flesh and blood flew. However, someone stood out to block in front of him. In the end, his head was blown apart by the shot. Dong Phuong Don saw this and couldn't help but turn pale with horror. Kim Kien saw he wasn't dead yet and clicked his tongue. "What a pity. I intended to end it with one hit." Then one more shot. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Who gave you permission?" Dong Phuong Don suddenly attacked from behind Kim Kien, saying, "Want to end it on your own accord?" Suddenly, a streak of green light flew from nowhere, hitting Dong Phuong Don in the side. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying. That voice rang out. At times like this, what does third brother usually say? All right, it turned out to be Hack Kim Long. He drew his bow, preparing to shoot again, saying, "What a pity." Dong Phuong Don then took off his outer coat, quickly rushing towards Hack Kim Long, saying angrily, "Old archer god, are you senile from age? Have you forgotten? That kind of arrow cannot take me down." At this moment, Kim Kien spoke up to pull him back to reality. "You old geezer, have you forgotten? Your opponent is me." Saying that, he raised his gun and fired a bullet towards Dong Phuong Don. Although hit, he still stood firm, saying, "Just a simple attack like this can't harm me even a bit." Then, he swung his sword to slash at Kim Kien. He still stood calmly in place, saying, deliberately aiming for that old man's head, indeed not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Dong Fong Don couldn't help but laugh smugly. You brat, always pulling these petty tricks. Kim Kien saw him slander him like that, so he fired another shot. Damn it, Dong Fong Don dodged again, then unexpectedly circled behind Kim Kien. Luckily, Hack Kim Long reacted in time, shooting an arrow at him. Dong Fong Don saw this and switched direction to attack Hack Kim Long, saying smugly, "Caught you." Hack Kim Long was astonished by his movement speed, immediately throwing a punch at Dong Fong Don. This punch sent Dong Fong Don flying several meters. Dong Fong Don's terrifying speed also made archer god Hack Kim Long break out in a cold sweat. The old man Dong Fong Don seemed to have turned into a demon, saying, "Where are you looking, Hack Kim Long?" At this moment, Hack Kim Long still didn't understand what he was saying. It turned out that Hack Kim Long's body was covered in cuts from Dong Fong Don's slashes. Such a fierce attack caused Hack Kim Long to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood in excruciating pain. Kim Kien saw this and shouted, "Brother Kung." He angrily raised his gun, firing continuously at Dong Fong Don. A hail of bullets flew straight to Dong Fong Don, all aimed at his head. At this moment, Dong Fong Don had executed the 100 Heaven Lightning Step. He quickly rushed towards Kim Kien, then leaped high, intending to sneak attack from behind. He immediately realized the enemy behind him. A strike of his shook the whole ground, the shockwave kicking up blinding dust. The dust gradually settled. The situation became clearer. Suddenly, Luke Bazu said, "Oh, blocking Zhongfeng Junsha." Kim Kien was astonished. Luke Ba said to him, "Sect leader, you don't need to worry about your back. I will protect you." Dong Fong Don saw this and quite appreciated Luke Ba's spirit, saying, "Looks like you possess the diamond body, huh?" Then he prepared to unleash the next attack. Then let's see if he can block this move. A strike of his slammed down, shattering the surrounding rocks. The aftershock of the attack even reached others. In the end, Luke Ba still couldn't withstand it, falling to the ground injured. Dong Fong Don saw this, turned his head back, and realized something unusual. It turned out Kim Kien was currently running away into the distance. Dong Fong Don saw this and laughed scornfully, daring to abandon your subordinates to run away alone again. "Fine, just run. You won't escape the palm of my hand anyway." He leaped up, intending to grab Kim Kien's neck from behind, then smash him into the cliff with one blow. Dong Fong Don said, "A mere ant wasting my time." Dong Fong Don raised his sword, preparing to finish him. "This is the end." Suddenly, Kim Kien laughed. "Welcome to hell." Dong Fong Don heard this, his face showing confusion. What? Kim Kien had already arranged a few things around, saying, "I prepared some special things for you." Then, he held up the detonator in his hand, saying, "Farewell." Then he pressed the button. Dong Fong Don still looked down on him at this moment, saying, "Already ran away, and now you still dare to talk big? Give up." Suddenly, a shockwave hit, making him stunned, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Kim Kien stood nearby, looking wearily at the burning explosion site, saying, "Truly a tough old man, like a hungry leech." Unexpectedly, Dong Fong Don was still alive, walking out from within the explosion, saying it's still not over. Kim Kien saw this and turned pale with horror. He can actually survive that terrifying explosion? Suddenly someone called him, "Third brother." Luke Tien AC intended to attack Dong Fong Don from behind, shouting to Kim Kien, "Run quickly, I can't hold out for long." Then the two rushed into combat again. Kim Kien shouted loudly, "Brother Luke." Suddenly, a hand was placed on Kim Kien's shoulder from behind, saying, "Sect leader, please listen carefully." It turned out to be Chu So. He said, "From now on, I will pass on everything in my life to the sect leader." Kim Kien turned around, asking him confusedly, "What are you saying? Why are you doing this?" Chu So said, "Sect leader, you must definitely kill the Wulin Alliance leader." Kim Kien couldn't react in time, only able to advise him stay calm. "Hey, wait, what is this?" A massive stream of power made him unable to bear it at first. Unknown how long after, rain poured down like a waterfall. A while later, everything finally settled down. Chuso said, "Sect leader, you've worked hard." The aftermath. His face was now aged like an 80-year-old man, saying, "I'm relying entirely on you." Kim Kien said to him, "All right, leave it to me." An attack, gathering immense internal energy, preparing to fire the decisive shot. On the other side, Luke Tien AC was still fighting Dong Fong Don. He said to Luke Tien AC, "Do you still not understand? You are not my opponent." Behind Dong Fong Don, a voice rang out, "Hey, don't bother my brother. Now die for me. Then Kim Kien fired. Dong Fuang Don was stunned. A terrifying stream of power shot out from his position. Dong Fuang Don channeled energy to defend. This move, I'm afraid he's done for. After his attack, smoke and dust obscured everything. He also couldn't see the result clearly. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving only the lower half of Dong Fuang Don's body. Under his recent attack, even a large area behind him was razed to the ground. Kim Kien shouted joyfully, "We won this battle." Everyone heard and cheered along. In a temple, a monk was striking a wooden fish. The string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand suddenly snapped, as if signaling something. He thought to himself, could it be the Wulin Alliance leader has lost? It turns out he is the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Dao Mathua. Then he stood up, stepped outside. No, I must stop this. Kim Kien opened his phone, looked at it, and thought, finally, it's time to go. A voice rang out from the phone. Hello, Kim Kien. I am Team Leader Kim I-dong. Kim Kien is the first person to reach this step. Kim Kien has successfully defeated the Wulin Alliance leader. Don't think that you have conquered the martial arts world. Then, a triumphant laugh came from inside. Kim Kien was astonished. The system continued to announce. The final mission of Chapter 1, defeating the Wulin Alliance leader, is complete. From now on, Chapter 1 ends, Chapter 2 begins. At the Wulin Alliance, an unknown power descended from the sky, destroying the entire Wulin Alliance. The disciples inside still didn't understand what happened. Suddenly, the heavenly demon descended from the sky, saying, Wulin Alliance, the strongest and cruelest in martial arts history. The heavenly demon raised his sword, gently swinging it forward. A peaceful land with houses close together, just because of this simple sword strike, was completely destroyed, turning into a sea of fire. The person standing here is the cult leader of the Heavenly Demon God sect, called the Heavenly Demon by the world. The system ordered, Heavenly Demon,